is like a weird culmination of an incredible journey of like when I first heard of this game like 10 years ago, and then it was just like vaporware, right? It was like, it's like, oh yeah, it was gonna be come out, and it was gonna be made, and then it never was made, and the designer is some sort of crazed guy building games in his attic and selling them and stuff like that, and then yeah, lo and behold, yeah, uh here it is. I actually had it in my hands. Anyway, here we go. It's the Alaboom.
Yay!
Hump day.
Uh the last one. While I'm still 48 years old. Tomorrow I'll have completed 49 trips around the sun. So
Exciting.
yeah. Well,
Okay.
I'm winning in comparison to a lot of other people born the exact same day as me. So but it's a race with no winners. We all stumble at the end. So but anyway, that's cool. It's the album. Enjoying the Greenbearded Lance on the Asking for Troubles Kickstarter page. What? Am I like? Why do I have a green beard on the Asking for Troubles Kickstarter page?
Have you not seen that?
No, I must have missed it.
It's right at the top. Yeah, we did I did illustrations of everybody that gave us quotes. I grabbed a quote from.
Oh yeah, because I did the video for the other game 1,000 years ago.
1,005, but yeah, 1,000 years.
Well, it might have been 1,000 years ago. But here we'll oh yeah, look at that guy. Look at him on drugs.
You do look like you're on drugs.
Yeah, well, I feel like I should be. But anyway, hey, we got all kinds of stuff to talk about. But first thing I want to talk about today is not my birthday or anything like that. I want to talk about Sea Rovers, which is currently, which is Van Overbay's game. He's got 5 days to go. He's sitting at 28K. I have the game back there behind me. You probably can't see it. There's a chair in the way. Hold on. There it is. There's the box right there behind me. So
so easy to see in that clear and clean basement you have there.
Yeah. Shut up. Anyway, but no. So I finally have a prototype of this game that like I've been wanting to like check out for my entire life. Pretty much, it feels like since I got into the board game hobby. So, I'm gonna set some time aside tomorrow, my birthday, to dig it out. And does it work best with like 2 players? Is there a good solo mode for it, or what would you say, Van?
Solo mode's good, but I'd like to see you give it a 2-player run.
Yeah, I gotta just get my daughter to play with me, I suppose.
Yeah, you'll have fun.
And have her give it a shot. But I'm excited. That was like I said, I was saying before. I remember like back when there just wasn't a really good pirate game out there. There was a few games, and Sea Rovers was one of them, and then like the Sid Meier Pirates game by Glenn Drover was another, and there was another one too. I forget what it was called. Well, Blackbeard, but then GMT reprinted that, and then I was like, wow, this game. I remember I played that game with a buddy of mine, actually a couple buddies of mine, and I asked one of them, I was like, what if you had to give me a 1-word review of the game, what would you call it? And he called it interminable. Just like
well, I traded Richard a Sea Rovers before they started making the GMT version.
Oh yeah.
And I think that kind of influenced the card play that they put in, but they didn't execute it very well.
That game just lasted forever. It just didn't.
Yeah, the old version. I like the Avalon Hill version. I mean, for what it is, it's not a.
Yeah, I can't remember, but then Merchants and Marauders came out, and that scratched a pretty good itch for a lot of people. It was a real Euro pirate game, I guess would be the way I'd describe it. There wasn't a lot of I don't know. There wasn't a lot of. Well, there was theme in it, but it wasn't like really thematic, in my opinion. I guess is the way I describe it. And then anyway, so this is a game I've been wanting to play for a long time. So if you haven't gone ahead and backed Sea Rovers, and you're a fan of pirate games, and you're a fan of the Alaboom, and you haven't, given Van some hard-earned cash, please go and do so. There's basically just the one pledge level, unless you're a retailer, and you're going to get the whole 9 yards, the whole everything unlocked, the whole shebang, as they say. So yeah, there you go. What do you want to say about the game? What makes it amazing?
Well, I think one of the things that I did, everybody that makes a pirate game, I feel like they just kind of make up what they or they have their own preconceived idea of what pirate game should be or what pirates were like. And so I took the tact of really going in deep and doing the research and figuring out what a pirate's life was like, and of course, it's all historic, but I mean, a pirate's life was life at sea. They sailed, and so that was an important aspect of it, was to have wind and weather, but it not be bogged down in it. Try to keep it streamlined and give you that feel, but still be a fun game. And I used to talk to Richard Bird about that. It's got to be fun. It's got to be something that people enjoy. It's got to keep a tempo up between the turns. And so, as many years as it was in development, I think I was out there in 2005 with the first prototype at Atlanta Game Fair, and took it to Origins and Gen Con. And so it's been through, this is version 4.0. So it's been through, quite a few changes. Still retains the core of what I began with, but it's really polished up and a pretty sharp game.
Well, yeah. I mean, would you describe it as a card-driven game? Would you describe it as a?
It's card-driven. I like card-driven games, but it's an interesting mix of board mechanics also. With the ships and the combat system, you've got duels. You've got you've even got the weather advantage if you want, like the weather gauge. So it's got a lot of depth to it, but everything's streamlined well. It's not a lot of people look at it and say, man, this looks like complicated. Well, it's got a standard game, which is pretty simple, but it's also got the advance that uses the wind speed as well as the wind direction. And I think that's what makes it really cool.
That scratches a certain kind of itch back to the the pirate game by Sid Meier, where you actually had the wind. You had to think about that. Definitely was cool.
Well, and pirates had to deal with that. I mean, there were sometimes they would get stuck in the doldrums for weeks and even have to go the opposite direction that they were trying to go, and several pirates were shipwrecked by hurricanes. So my game's actually got a hurricane system in it that works really cool and is actually pretty realistic. You can follow it and track its course all the way into the Gulf or up into the eastern United States. It tracks just like a real hurricane.
That's cool.
This looks pretty awesome.
A labor of love, as they say. A labor of love.
Yep.
Those are the best Kickstarters right there. The labors of love.
As opposed to what your corporate shenanigans, soulless things that you're pumping out there, Peter. Is that what you're getting at?
That's how I roll. I just put it up there like a pre-order store, and I don't even log back in myself.
Yeah,
it's all done.
Just money smash and grab.
It's got some old school elements. I mean, it's buckets of dice. I mean, you can build a ship that's up to like 9 dice, strength against somebody else's vessel. You can take damage.
So how do you win? How do you determine who wins a game of Sea Rovers?
Well, it's victory points. You gain the historic aspects woven into it. Really cool, because the captains actually have their historic attacks. So if you use the correct captain on an attack that he actually did in real life, then you're going to get an extra victory point, basically. You pair up the historic captain with his historic vessel, and you gain a movement bonus. So it's got some cool aspects to it like that too. But to win the game, it's victory points. And it's a set number of turns, depending on the number of players.
Can you attack each other?
Yeah, but one thing I did was I didn't want that to be like, a major path to victory or an easy path. So if somebody's carrying, a boatload of silver say they got 10 pieces of 8, the most that you can get from them is 1 die 6. And I worked that in by saying, if you blow the ship out of the water, it's sinking. You've got a chance to search it and loot 1 die 6 worth of, silver before it sinks. So it really kind of mitigates that to a certain extent. And the fact that you've got 3 vessels, if you lose a vessel, however it happens, you don't feel like you're out of the game or completely, destroyed or something. So there's a lot of balancing mechanisms I put in.
Nice.
So yeah, I mean, go back to the dang thing. He's only got a little bit of time left.
I mean, that sounds exactly like the kind of pirate game I was thinking wasn't out there. I mean, the thing is that there are a lot, but then I think a lot of them try and boil it down so much it's almost an abstract experience. I mean, maybe you're looting, or maybe you've got the flavor, but it doesn't really kind of it's not like a sandbox pirate thing out there, or there's not like a historically people aren't doing that. So that's an awesome thing that you're diving in.
Well, and one thing I wanted to do too was make sure that it, I didn't want it to be so wrapped in just the history of what the pirates did. I kind of made it about the history of pirate history. So there's things like walking the plank. Blackbeard, he actually reported seeing mermaids during one of his cruises. So there's a card that's mermaids that does something. So it really wraps in a lot of the lore of pirate, the fun things that you think about. And so, it covers a lot of different aspects, but my main core idea is, keep it fun, keep it, up paced and something that's fun.
I'm trying to remember. Oh man, I'm trying to remember which pirate it was. Which are the pirates which pirates are you having in it again?
It's got Blackbeard, Black Sam Bellamy, Calico Jack.
Calico Jack, that was the one. He's the one who had a crew completely made out of Bigfoot.
Oh,
Jesus. Well, it's well recorded.
Well, no, now actually the cool thing about Cal, and this is in my game, he had the 2 women pirates.
No.
Yeah, he had Anne Bonny and Mary Reed. And in my game,
that's what the history books want to sell you on.
Well, that's in my game, and that's the only time that you can pair up 2 crew cards is when you've got Anne Bonny and Mary Reed on the ship with Calico Jack. So,
with the Bigfoots.
Right.
Well.
Is the Bigfoot an add-on?
All
expansion.
Now the Barbell is a whole nother aspect. Now that thing's cool. That took me months to figure out. The dial that actually, helps you sail your vessel. You can input your course direction. You input the wind direction, and it'll give you a modifier that is based on the wind speed also for the vessel type. And it's just a simple dial, that you turn and set to the right point. It's pretty cool.
Well,
who's the artist?
I'm the graphic artist. And now the actual paintings are by classic illustrators Howard Pyle, Frank Schoonover, and N.C. Wyeth. And I actually talked to Frank Schoonover's grandson and secured that main logo for it. That was the first image I went after. And so I got that straight from Frank Schoonover's grandson. A lot of the history, like when I was researching it, a lot of pirate history is just regurgitated from other books. And so if something's wrong, it'll just get repeated. And I was finding conflicting stories of where Blackbeard captured the Concord, which became Queen Anne's Revenge. So I got on the phone and called the North Carolina Maritime Museum, where they're doing the archaeological excavation of Queen Anne's Revenge. And I got a hold of David D. Moore. He's the one that's on all these TV specials and stuff that's doing the actual archaeology of it. And he sent me a killer document. He did his master's thesis on Blackbeard. And he's actually been to France and looked at the Concord's logbook. So he gave me the exact position, what Blackbeard did with the ship. He put the crew on this little island. And so, it's so thoroughly researched that, there's more info in it than you'd find in any single pirate book. It's pretty cool.
And also the Bigfoots.
It's like a Time Life book in a box. When I did Moonshot, that's what the National Geographic buyer told me. She said, it's like a Time Life book in a box. And I was like, exactly. You got it. Except it's a game.
I backed it.
Thank you, too.
Nice.
Yeah. If you're a loyal boomer and you haven't backed it already.
Back it twice.
and back it again. There's nothing.
Well,
It's easy to make a new it's easy to make a new email address. Just and then go back it again.
yeah, I saw where you had it posted somewhere, and I went and checked it out. I was like, well, this looks awesome just for the historical aspects. And when I was in college, I wrote a term paper on pirate stuff, and I used a lot of my source material from the Sid Meier's Pirate instruction manual for the old
cool.
PC game because there was so much history in that. So to have a board game with that kind of history,
Yeah,
super exciting for me.
I played a lot of Sid Meier's Pirates on the Mac back in the day.
I still have my discs for Sid Meier's Pirates.
Do you? I had
I was on the Commodore Amiga, baby.
You know, the most recent version of it ain't bad. It's just the dancing.
The dancing.
I could do without the dancing.
One of my favorite parts about that game was the fact that after you were done, no matter what you did, if you kind of goofed around, you got that rank, you know, and you saw all the ranks that you could get.
Mm-hmm.
Where you got, and which just made you want to go again. Like, no, I could do better than this. I mean, but I'm just plantation owner, but I can get better. That was really a good incentive system where you're like,
see, that comes from
I remember I played it on, I think it was my Sega Genesis. And I remember, and I played it on my Commodore 64, and then I played it on something else. Then I played it on my Sega Genesis, and I rented the cartridge from like a video store or whatever. And I brought it home and I played it, and I had like one of the like absolute best possible games you could have ever thought of. It was just like, I remember I played it over a weekend, found all 4 members of my missing family, defeated all the pirates, found the lost. I mean, like it was like boom, ba-doom, ba-boom, 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 ba-boom. I knocked down everything. It was like the most incredible, like well run. And then I got the best possible ending, which was like you become the governor or whatever, which was like the best possible ending.
Is Sid Meier's Pirates the definitive pirate video game, or do you think games like Sea of Thieves have taken over because they're newer and more polished?
Sid Meier's Pirates.
To me, it's Sid Meier's Pirates, but
there was a game called Cutthroats that was pretty good as well. It
I'm
was
team PC game or something, not like board game.
No. It was a PC game. Like if you Google it up, it was called Cutthroats, and it had some aspects to it. Like it was more simulation than Sid Meier's Pirates was, but Sid Meier's Pirates was still a better game.
Have any of you played the new Civ 6 Pirates mode? It's actually pretty good.
I have not.
So basically, it's a free update. It was the October free update, and it basically puts you on a pirate ship, and your goal is to go around and take landing parties to go find buried treasure, to shoot ships down and take their cargo, and recruit enemy ships that you've beaten down into your fleet. And it's like a 30 or 50 turn game where you can play with up to 8 other people, multiplayer against the computer. It's actually better. I didn't think much of it because it was a free update, and I figured it was just tacked on, but I played it with a few friends last week, and it was excellent. So I highly recommend, if you already have Civ 6 and on PC, check out the Pirates update, Pirates mode, and try it out. If you like Pirates, Sid Meier's Pirates, you will probably like that mode.
Did you ever play a game called Swashbuckler? It was like a barroom brawl with pirates.
Is it like Dragon Flagon?
I'm not familiar with that. This is like an old Quinto game from late 80s or something like that.
I've not.
It was interesting. You had furniture, and all that good stuff.
So what is the best pirate board game then that's currently out? Obviously, we know it'll be Vans when it actually is released, but until then, what's the best pirate board game? Because I've got a bunch. I've got like 6 between Merchants and Marauders, and I've got Pirates Cove, and I've got
I mean, it's probably Merchants and Marauders.
Merchants and Marauders tried to do Sid Meier's Pirates.
Black Fleet.
I feel like that was the attempt.
I think so too.
My biggest problem with Merchants and Marauders is that it's way easier to be a merchant than a marauder.
Oh, well, I actually suggested to the designer, it was like in the thread, I actually because I showed because the whole process of because people could just bebop in and out of ports and prevent from being attacked by the other players. But we came up with a variant rule that allowed, if you pass through somebody else's ship on your turn, like they could use one of their actions for their upcoming turn to search for you, and then if they could find you, then they could attack you. And so we implemented that, and that stopped the merchants part of that pretty well, because the people being the pirates just sat outside the ports, just going like this. Well, you got to come out sometime. I see you have a ship full of sugar.
I don't like the area movement. You know, I like the hex. You know,
Black Fleet's not a bad take on pirates.
It's a fast take that
Yeah.
pirate game. It's very quick. It's easy to learn. It's not nice, but it's fun. But it's if you think Sid Meier's Pirates, Black Fleet doesn't feel like that.
No.
Merchants and Marauders does, because you get to trade as well as be a pirate, but you can have just the worst downtime in Merchants and Marauders.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And you'll sit there for 8 hours waiting for people that have decided to have a fight, and you move 3 spaces and your turn's over, so you're done.
So what about, does Libertalia make the cut?
That doesn't it doesn't have to be pirate themed, right? It could be
pasted on.
That's why
Libertalia is a very good game.
It's a cool game, but it is not
Libertalia a lot.
It's not the best pirate game, and either like what's it's from Smirk and Dagger did one. I think I've got the Black Spot.
There's the one that like the Dread Curse or whatever, where you draw Curse. If you draw the wrong coin.
I think that's all right. It's not that pirate themed, but it's
Jamaica's pirate themed, but that's just a race game.
Did you back the Shiver Me Timbers, Keith?
Yes. Shiver Me Timbers is good.
I didn't back that one.
How is that coming along? Is that guy? I mean,
he's sending out updates regularly.
Right.
He throws out his updates like he's supposed to.
I haven't heard from him in quite a long time. That was a video I did also 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, I finally got movement on Street Fighter, the board game. That finally has been finished with production and is going to be heading to QML probably in mid to late January. So finally see movement on that. That's my oldest Kickstarter to date, other than the ones that aren't going to.
You know what this is a minor gripe, but you know what I could do with Kickstarter is the Kickstarter feature where it asks backers if they want to anonymously say, "I want an update right now." I think that feature is just trouble. You know.
Well, the thing is that okay, so they get to anonymously request an update. And
right.
So like and the thing is that they can't do it until it's been like over a month since you've had an update. Like
so the key is just have an update every 29 days and you're good.
Yeah, every 29 days, and then they can't complain. And then I mean, it's one of those things too where it's like your update could be just simply, and I'm not saying do this, but I mean your update could be there's nothing new to report. We're still moving on, like that kind of thing. I don't know.
I met the designer of Pirates Cove back at around 1999 at Toy Fair, and he was just working on it.
I love Pirates Cove. That was my first board game, one of my first modern board games that I played.
Well, he was telling me about it, and he was working for WizKids at the time, and he was a super nice guy, and he passed away in like 2007, young, but it was fun talking to him.
Damn it, Keith. It has sharks. I'm in.
It's got a whale shark on the cover, dude.
God damn it.
I had to send it to you as soon as I saw the whale shark.
I wasn't back. I was currently.
You've got whale shark meeple.
I have not backed a project in months.
What game is this?
Fucking Keith. He sent a link for a game called Aqua Garden, which is you become your own aquarium owner. And of course, there's whale sharks and blue sharks and looks like hammerheads and all kinds of sharks in here, so I could have a shark-filled aquarium.
Nice.
And of course, now I'm contemplating backing it, and I've been so good to not back anything.
Dude, that's $4,770.
Oh, I'm not backing it that high. If I'm backing it, it's going to be just
to get.
Holy crap! Yeah,
it's $46.
$26. Okay, I can do that.
Yeah.
If we put a whale shark in Mission Catastrophes,
he'll back it. He'll back that shit.
Shut up, Keith.
You could have a space soldier game, but if one of the guys has an insignia on his card of a fucking shark, Pete's backing that shit.
Hold on, I can start drawing one for Troubles right now.
No.
Let's see, you get.
I could be playing Cyberpunk right now instead of having to deal with this bullshit.
23 clownfish. 17 seaweed, 16 striped fish, 9 turtles, 9 sharks, 5 seahorses, 16 coral, 3 whale sharks, and more.
You know what? There is a shark in Troubles in the new expansion. I forgot.
Yeah.
Her name is Finessa.
Aw.
Fin.
Should have named her Pete.
And the Kraken.
Damn it. Trying to be good. It's the holidays. I told my wife I
So,
wouldn't spend any more money.
segueing into troubles.
Yeah.
Chris, how's that going for you?
It's going pretty well. It's that kind of thing where I set the stretch goal to where they really do have to stretch for it to get to we had a community built ship. So everybody kind of voted for the cockpit. I drew 3 different cockpits, and then everybody voted for the hull, and then they voted for the engines. And now that they got it all voted, I was like, okay, now you got to get the 70K to get this ship. People are actually starting to like put in extra money and stuff like that. So that's a good feeling. It's nice to get up there. Oh, you got it up. Cool.
Nice.
Yeah, I should have done this for Sea Rovers too. So we're gonna pop back to Sea Rovers real quick, just so I can show people Sea Rovers.
All right, we talked about Shiver Me Timbers. It looks like their current prediction is around April to potentially start fulfillment.
The month of
There it
my
is.
birthday. Maybe I'll have to late back that if it's
Here's
still
the
going.
Rovers of the Sea.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah,
An
that's
epic
nice.
game of true pirate history.
I like the graphic design, too.
Lives in a van down by the river over bay.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time on this graphic. There's the Ballville.
So when you move, how do you show on the map? Like just like how do you show where you are? Are there like little ships you have, or how does it like?
You've got a marker. These right below those 3 cards down there where you build your ships. You'll see the little flag symbols, and each one of those has a number like 1, 2, 3, and those will coincide with your ships that are on the map. So that represents your ship that's out there sailing around.
Gotcha. And then I can see there's little hexes, and you just move all about.
Yeah.
What can I find the Bigfoot like out here in the ocean? Or?
Probably right around that tooth right there.
Okay, cool. Well, that's an Easter egg. I just let everybody know about it. So.
Right.
All right, cool. And then that is a card-driven game, and then looks like this is. I saw this wheel. This wheel is pretty awesome.
Yeah, I rearranged some stuff after Forrest did his critique of it, which was great. So moved the Ballville up.
Where's Forrest right now?
And there's I believe it's 113 unique cards out of those 164. So that's
I dig
cool.
these little ships. These are cool.
Yeah, I designed it.
Screen printed.
Yep. And I'm looking to foil stamping for that gold because I've seen pieces done like that. So
Nice.
But you don't have gold on the white ships, it didn't look like.
no, I didn't think it would show up.
Pieces of 8. All kinds of cool stuff. And can you get knocked out of the game?
No. You got 3 vessels. It'd be very hard. I mean, there's no way you can be eliminated. You're always playing. And it'd be hard for you to have all 3 of your ships destroyed unless you were just an idiot.
All 3 of my ships are going to be destroyed.
I can make it happen.
Yep.
Challenge accepted.
That's right.
You'll notice that I backed it. Brr.
Yeah,
So more people should.
The 2-player is really fun because you can play with the advanced system in a 2-player game, and it works really well. 3 or 4, it takes a while longer. I mean, there's people that'll play it like that, but it's pretty cool.
All right.
So yeah, if you look to the right in that image right there, that's a shark. You had your cursor on it. To the left, down,
The green?
right. You're messing with me now.
Yeah, I am. I'm
There you
totally
are.
messing with
Yeah, that's Finessa.
you. Aw,
She's
Vanessa,
a shark.
right here.
Oh,
It's a shark.
One of the
Okay.
companions.
How many companions do you have in there? Because that's one of the new expansions, right?
Yeah, so it has 21, and then we're adding another 21 through the Kickstarter. But the extra 21 are chaotic companions, meaning we didn't test play those themes very well. But their quirks are thematic, so you'll laugh more than have balanced gameplay.
So Chris, why should I back now? Why shouldn't I just wait for for retail?
If you scroll down just a little bit, there's a little list that tells you. Obviously,
after.
do what?
I just said to Lance, ask me that question after. I want to answer that question for my game.
Okay. I didn't realize Richard Ham looked like Kevin Nash.
I know it's good.
It's like his tribute to Kenny Rogers.
Yeah.
I think I got a younger picture of him. He just had like this big fluffy beard on there. He doesn't really have the beard anymore.
Well, his hair is not gray. Well, that gray at least either.
Right.
I like the graphics, man. That looks great.
Yep, there's Green Lance.
Here I am.
Green Lance.
That looks more like Lance.
He looks like a puppet.
Yeah, it looks like he's a zombie.
Hey. I've always had my eyes are rarely ever open, and then so like when I always people always ask me if I'm sleepy or if I'm on something.
I found that picture. I can't remember what the actual picture was, but you had your arm around someone and you were like very happy. I was like, yeah, that's a good picture to grab. So
Yeah, it must have been in the before times when we saw other human beings on a semi-regular basis.
Right.
So. All right, so I'm going down. Why back now? Oh, free achievement cards. I like achievements.
see, when you do that, it makes me nervous that I misspelled it.
Free achievements. These achievement cards are free to everyone who backs this Kickstarter, joins the pledge manager. This time we don't have plans to sell them beyond this Kickstarter. These cards will award special abilities to player who achieves them first. Backers the discounts and the big box.
Yeah, we don't have plans to put that big box in retail really, so it's probably just going to be conventions if that's ever a thing again, and through this.
I like the idea of
Yes.
this. I like the idea of this. I like the idea of I wish the animation had the mouth eating the box, and then, but you can't always get what you want. So I'm trying to remember. What was the game? There was Asking for Troubles, and there was another game around the same time when you did this.
Liftoff.
Liftoff. That was the other one. Yes. For some reason, I always got them mixed up with each other.
Which their gameplay is completely different, but yeah, we even did like an article together because we were running at the same time, and we just went with it, you know.
Yeah, is that the Z-Man Liftoff?
No, it was what's the full title, Peter? Liftoff.
Get me off of this planet.
Yeah, that's what it is. I have it
Free achievements.
somewhere.
Beat riffraff.
ACDC song.
Yeah, I love the blocking. Without the not blocking. Like, oh, do I knock you off the spot and give you another turn? You know, just yeah.
Okay, so I have a question for you, Lance, based on that. Last week, I said that I thought Scythe was the first one to do dual layer, and I got corrected. There was another one before Scythe. Was bumping first done in Euphoria, or was it done earlier than that? I like it best here, but I'm just wondering if bumping was, anywhere else.
Was Euphoria before this?
Yeah, Euphoria was. It was about a year or so before this.
Yeah.
Although their bumping works a little bit different. It's
Yeah,
actually
I
had to
don't
get
actually know any other ones that do bumping besides those two.
Jamie's other one.
I think there was a game that had a.
What's Jamie's campaign one?
The culture.
It's in the clouds.
Charterstone?
Yeah,
Charterstone.
That one has bumping.
Oh yeah, that has bumping.
Works the same way as.
Does one of the West Kingdoms game have bumping? Can't remember.
I know. I don't think it has.
No.
Maybe
It's got the capturing. I can't remember now.
I own Paladins. I haven't played it yet.
I know I've played.
Time to play games anymore.
I've played a handful of games with Bump.
I
So
think
what's
Solid
really
is in
good
my-
about that in Troubles is that you, especially because the fact it plays 2 to 7, so you play 2 to 7, and you know if you're playing 7, you're gonna be bumping people, even though you don't really want to give them their shit back. You're gonna do it.
I played a 4-player game today on Tabletopia, and it was an hour, or it was an hour and 10 minutes because I had to teach. And if you can get a game done that fast in Tabletopia, because it takes you like 5 minutes to put your little bits back into little things and stuff like that. It went pretty well.
Nice.
They contacted me, and another thing on my to-do list is to get my files ready for them because they're going to set it up for me.
I know that Peter's been doing games on Simulator, right?
Tabletop Simulator, yeah. I originally didn't think I was ever going to do, when we first were doing Rise of Tribes, I was leaning towards Tabletopia. I didn't really like the whole flipping and the heavy reliance on the physics engine part of Tabletop Simulator, but my partner at Cardboard Alchemy, Brad Brooks, found it to be more accessible to get in there and feel like he could mod the thing faster than the access that we got at Tabletopia. So we went Tabletop Simulator first.
Hey, Lance, can you name all the inspirations of these ships?
Well, I mean, okay. I mean, I'll try to. I'm probably not going to get all of them, but
The first one's an original, so my brother designed that ship.
Yeah, I was going to say that doesn't look like
It's a
anything.
fidget spinner.
No, it's not.
I know
So
you hate that.
the inevitable is from Futurama. At least that's what it looks like to me. Star Trek. Vulture looks a lot like a Klingon ship, but I'm guessing it isn't if the Star Trek one is already taken.
X-Wing.
I mean, no, I mean, it's not like an X-Wing either. I mean,
No,
so-
you're on there. I like Star Trek.
Okay. So then moving on, we have Back to the Future, we have Doctor Who, we have Mandalorian, we have Millennium Falcon. I should know what that is from.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
There you go. Thank you.
Huh. Nice.
That one's hard because that ship, the Seeker, doesn't actually have a real name, so I had to just kind of come up with one.
That's from a video game, right?
It's from Metroid.
Oh,
And this is
I'm
just
gonna
this.
make
I mean, this just looks like a flying saucer. So
Yeah,
Men in Black.
I originally, you could just do saucer and it covers so many things, but I called it the modulator because I thought of Marvin Martian first.
okay. Oh, Peter's space modulator.
hey, Saturday morning cartoons are coming back next year.
There's supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom. Where was my earth-shattering kaboom? The glowworm, man. I mean, I'm drawing a blank on the glowworm.
It's based off the Firefly from Serenity.
Yeah. And then is the master looks a little bit like the spaceship. I might be misremembering, but it looks a little bit like the evil Zorb or whatever from Toy Story, but I could be wrong on that one.
It's based off. It's a flattened version of Slave One. Boba Fett ship.
I want the smiley face from Heavy Metal.
Nice. And the Nautilus, you got me. I mean, it's obviously probably like some sort of submarine. But
Yeah, it's based off the submarine from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
That's cool.
okay.
I was a big Jules Verne fan.
Why is this in green on the bottom?
Because it comes with if you see the text above it, it comes with the Troublemakers expansion. The blue ones are from the original base game, and the purple ones are from this Kickstarter.
Well, they're cool looking. I'll give you that.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. $39 or $34. And, you know, it's really nice of you to pass on that $1 savings when you put those together. Normally, if I bought these separately on these prices, it would be 73. But look at this base game plus both expansions, 72. So
Nice.
deal. $1 American dollar.
Oh, normally if you buy them together, they'd be 85.
Hey, I'm just giving you the business.
I know.
Look at that add-ons. Ooh, the scoundrel ship package. So I don't get the scoundrel ship package with this stuff. I gotta get an add-on to get the scoundrel ship package.
If you do the everything ones, you get
Oh.
all of the ships.
All right, let's see what I'd save then. So if I get the everything, then it'd be $9 and $9 and $9. So that's 27. Metal coins for 7
Those are cool.
is another 24. Do the math. That's 51. Big box is 9. That's 60. Well, that's actually a pretty good deal.
That is a good deal.
How big is that big box?
I stand corrected, sir.
What's the dimensions on that big box?
It is 295 by 295 by 110 millimeters.
I don't know millimeters.
So the 295s are like your standard ticket to
So
ride.
like 14 by 14 or
So your ticket to ride's 295, and then when Chris says 110, the usual ticket to ride's 70. So that's going to add a chunk to the ticket to ride height.
Yeah, I want to say, trying to look for a box that's kind of similar. Expansity had the same size box, didn't it?
Expansity had 90.
Oh, did it?
So you are a little bit fat, like a little bit more than Expansity.
Hey, I'm working on it.
I'm sorry, I can't really tell what any of these things are since they just all.
He's drawing them right
There's
now.
ET.
I know. I'm trying to knock them out. I drew all 6 of the bottom ones today. So
Aha, I get it. Deep. I get it.
Ah. I love it. Oh, Jean-
That's how puns are supposed to make you feel.
Yeah, that is. And smolder and sulky. Well, this is cool, dude.
yeah,
Oh,
New
that's
ship.
that's the ship that we were working on. I got to take that part off because I got to update it anyway. They chose B. B is the one I'm fixing. I
artwork's
got the
good.
cockpit done already.
I like your color palette too, man. It's nice.
Thank you. Yes, orange is the best color.
Yeah, I mean it's nice that it's. I mean, so many games they just blow out every color they can.
Yo, Chris, you should make the entire board orange. Just orange. That's it.
I tried that. You know, I tried that.
No, you-
I remember you
people
tried
didn't
that,
like
and
it.
people were not happy about it.
People did not like that. I mean, like
you need
know,
another color.
even my dice are orange. Everything's orange. Ooh.
Wah, wah, wah.
I found my buttons today, Peter, from Gen Con.
Very nice.
Well, you got 24 hours to go, people. Get in on this while you still can.
That's cool.
I don't know, and I guess Peter's got some.
I
going
put
on.
I don't put orange in. Well, no, I didn't put any orange in dwellings. There's literally no orange.
I know that's not even an orange faction.
I know.
I should
I
have.
was so burned out. No, I was kidding. I mean, but we left it open for you to make Troubles a dwellings faction.
Well, since I was putting together the print files for you, I should have snuck in there and just adjusted the colors.
Right.
Make the goblins orange.
I have less hours to go. That's gonna be a
17
glorious nap
Smith-
that I'm taking tomorrow.
17 smiz hours to go.
That's right.
I think you were smarter to end it. Was it noon? Your time?
Noon
Noon.
Pacific time.
That was smarter. I did mine at night, and that meant that the 48-hour emails went out to everybody at like 9 o'clock at night.
It's
I
all
set
good.
mine for just like 21 days, so I guess it'll end the same time I started it, right?
Good.
Yeah. It should be when you started it.
Yeah.
So mission catastrophe. Hungry Gamer review. That's good. That's good. He does a good job. Game trays because apparently these won't fit in a Ziploc bag. They need to be in a game tray.
Wait, can you scroll up to the top again? Is that like a uh-oh. I guess the page dropped something.
Oh, wait, you misspelled catastrophe?
No, I had it how many stretch goals had been there's been 40 stretch goals unlocked. I don't know where that crap went.
Well, when your stretch goal is I'll personally bang up one of your corners. I mean, that's not really much of a stretch
Hold on, let me just hit save. Will you refresh it? We'll just get a fresh look at the thing.
I don't know. I'll hit F5. Maybe we'll get a backer while we're at it too. 1556. No, we didn't get one.
Anyway, 41 stretch goals.
All in box. Oh, I'm sorry. All in one box.
Yes. It's a big, we don't have as big of a box as Asking for Troubles, but it all fits. The expansion fits, all the stuff.
And as I said, these pieces here cannot and will not fit in plastic baggies. So you absolutely positively need these game trays.
Are the robots for solo play only, Peter?
No, they're actually in both. They're in competitive mode.
Really?
Whenever you bring out the robotics module, then you can go there and use that module to get your own personal robot. And you stick a sort of a token on it to indicate it's yours. You can run around the ship with that robot. However, there are hack the robot cards. There's reboot cards in the deck. So now someone can actually reboot your robot and make it their robot. And everyone can have up to 2 robots running around.
I didn't get to play that in the simulator one.
Yeah. Well, I got it programmed in there now. So anyone who wants
cool.
to do that, yeah, put in the robots.
I'll say this, Peter. I enjoyed your sense of humor on this page.
Thanks, man.
Good news. If you are reading this, you are currently alive.
We try to have fun. I don't want to do a Kickstarter where we're not trying to have fun. That's for sure. So the tone of voice on this page is usually, hey, there's a bunch of spacesuits. Oh, I'm sorry, we're all out of spacesuits. Today
the bad thing is that you can spend all that time to make a really cool page and nobody reads it.
I know. I actually really enjoy when a backer notices that I change. What I do is I change like if you scroll down a little bit, this is really stupid, but scroll down so you see the so below the stretch goal preview and stuff. So I changed the stretch goal preview, of course, every stretch goal, but then below that, what's in the box? If you go below the next goal, so we have the towel coming up.
Looks like Lance is an evil $1 backer.
I am an evil $1 backer.
So if you keep going down for a second, you get to there's the whole telescoping box GIF.
Look at the look of fear in her face.
Oh yeah, I love the box.
Thanks.
The side box, the side opening box. Look at this.
Yeah.
It's like a drawer.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had people talk about if it comes out when you pull it off the shelf? I heard somebody else mention.
Somebody said that, but the game tray's lid is pretty solid. I don't think anyone's going to have a problem with it. Anyway, so this what in the box image. This is really dumb, but I actually changed that graphic. Like, for example, you see there's Chad there. It was the 6 alien crew. There's one of the crew. I change that crew member every day. So, it's stuff like that where I will get a backer that goes, oh my God, I just realized that like every day this cube moves and like this card's different. And I do that stuff because I have fun doing it, but I've nobody noticed. I mean, there's a lot of people who don't notice it or whatever. It's fine. I still do it.
Well, that's good. I mean, as long as you're entertaining yourself.
I mean, we update the animations and someone will come on and be like, wow, this page just gets more exciting. If only I did that before it launched, that'd be great.
Well, I mean, I'll be fair. I mean, this page just keeps getting so exciting. I'm losing track. But I mean, no, I'm in a what's the word? Surly mood today. Anyway, moving on.
What else is new?
All right. So 2 Marauder standees. Okay. 36 roll cards, one fuse board, a ship integrity board.
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh, but wait, there's more. That's a game
Yeah, that is a game.
by Sen and Jay.
Yeah.
Good game too. Anyway, hey, Keith and I won a contest playing that game. Remember that,
What?
Ken? Remember that? But wait, there's more. Remember when we won that contest?
Oh,
playing
yeah,
But Wait,
we
There's
did.
More? Yeah, we crushed them. Anyway.
Wait, there's more is the party game with a proper scoring mechanism.
That's cool.
We'll dive into that in a second. Mission catastrophe. Maximum danger. Utility crew, character entries, 6 robot minis.
You almost get as much content in the expansion as the base. It's kind
So
of,
why not just have it all in one box?
I mean, right?
Okay, that's not an answer, but okay.
I mean, the thing is that we had a lot of ideas to make the thing, have more characters, more modules, more cards, more everything. We are offering people the chance to get half the content in the base game, but the box, of course, fits all the content, which you see there on the game trays.
That looks so nice.
And I did actually, I mean, I talked about this last week, but I did tell game trays that we would just put bags for the cubes, and they were very upset. They were like, this is insulting. How dare you suggest that there be a bag?
I put cards that go into those game trays. I put those in bags and put them into the game tray.
Don't ever tell them that.
So they prototype up the inserts for you?
What was that?
Do
Yeah,
they
they do all of that stuff.
Yeah.
And then I made sure they made all the, there's 72 there's 72 playable powers, and so I said you got to make sure that they hold sleeved cards, and that that's a big deal. I mean, not every project does that. Make sure.
So I gotta ask, why is this guy hugging the arm of this guy over here?
That's just getting separated by the we laid it out. They got too close.
Well, is he because he's trying to stop him from goose stepping, or is that on purpose?
I don't know if you know, but the crowd surfing episode where so Tom and Z and Mike look at this page, and all Tom can talk about for about like the first minute is the fact that guy's kicking, like he's just got his leg standing on
That's a
one
big
leg.
deal. I don't think we should mock people who like stuff like that.
Oh my God, look at that.
Oh, perfect timing.
That was
I've been sitting there quiet for 15 minutes.
I also note that you said you liked the mini, so I almost slapped that on the page, but I resisted.
You're just supposed to put a quote like, looks kind of good, Tom Vassell.
I like, you must get quoted all the time by people who just said, Tom looked this direction, and the game was there.
Metroid Dice
by the way.
Tray, inspired by the video game.
By the way, Tom, today I watched your worst games section, whatever to whatever. It was pretty entertaining, as well as I was very entertained by the ketchup and the the ketchup and the macaroni and cheese. It was excellent game coverage.
That game should be burned.
Ketchup and I've had ketchup and macaroni and cheese. I didn't really like it. Didn't taste good. Today's feature roll is the Stowaway.
So we just unlocked. So there's 24 rolls now. So that's 72 variable powers, which is pretty fun.
That is pretty fun.
There's some silly ones in there. You can play the cruise director. You can play the secret agent. But then there's some serious sci-fi ship rolls, medic.
Why would you do that? I would always be like red shirt to see. If
I mean, right?
Why wouldn't you?
Pretty awesome. The red shirt has a role where you get dealt more cards at the beginning of the game, but whenever somebody dies in the game, you're instantly teleported to that spot so that you die with them. Which I think it's going to be very fun to play that role.
That seems very fair.
Yeah.
Boosted. This ship is not your standard money. There's already at launch a number of key upgrades that make this a deluxe class game. Ooh. Dual layered cardboard, 5-6 players. Well, you're just giving it away with this one.
That's what. Yeah, we're trying to make it. Well, okay. So here's the answer to my question that you asked, Chris, which is why back now, right? It's not going to retail.
So if you want a copy,
this is
better
it.
grab it now.
17 hours ago.
You say that on the page though?
I do. The very top graphic now, and there's a Kickstarter
Up
section.
here it said
It
deluxe
said-
game is
Oh,
Kickstarter
okay.
exclusive.
That's the thing you just added. Is it?
I did. I made sure that was at the top.
So I do have
I think you should have a thing that says "Back it now" or "Cry forever."
a game Kickstarter exclusive or just the deluxe game?
The deluxe game, because there is a possibility that we could talk to. I have talked to another publisher who might take it and take the game trays out of it, the dual layer out of it. The minis would become standees. It would just become like no expansion. It would still be very fun, and it would probably be pretty cheap. But it's just not the game that I want to make per
Right.
se.
Ooh, the towel.
That's right.
Is that a ship?
It's actually from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Does it come with a towel? It should come with
Yeah, so we'll tell Game Trades they got to get a towel on the box.
Wax, 50 subscribers.
The asteroids, by the way, today I filmed. I took the prototype, and this is a tribute to the Dice Tower. I love the slow-mo component drops, right? So I filmed 2,000 Cheetos flaming asteroids coming down at the prototype, which I'm going to put up tomorrow.
Cricket, Chad, T-Terp TikTok, Zando.
We can't pronounce the rest.
Well,
Oh, so that's a little dude inside a.
Mixel Mortal.
He's like it's like a Men in Black alien inside the
Yeah.
power loader.
Blorp Johnson.
makes me think of what was his name? Mixelplix from DC.
Yep, Mixelplix. And the only way you could get rid of him was making him to say his name backwards. He's like, he always like, oh, I gotta read this map. Directions to Zixelplixum. Oh no! Ah! Just like David Three Man.
He's kind of he's a clone, and I have never Brad has seen Red Dwarf. He's kind of a tribute to Rimmer, which I don't really know that well. So.
Well, it looks cool, man. You're in your last like 15, 16 hours, so good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm good for a nap tomorrow.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Go back it.
Had a lot of fun.
If that's 3 games we covered. So if you haven't backed all 3, go back all 3, and if you backed them, back them again. So
thank you very much.
Thank
there you go.
Thank you.
Hey Tom, nice to see you.
Hey guys.
What's up?
Oh. So, has anybody got a grievance?
I do.
Oh, we didn't do our grievances, so you do have one, Cassandra?
Yes.
Okay, lay it on us.
Shot records. I hate them with the burning passion right this second.
What? No, say what records?
Shot records?
Shot records. Okay.
Like
go on.
immunization shots?
Yes.
Okay.
I am 26. I should not need shot records, but I work at a university and we have to get tested. We have to do a COVID test to be on campus every 2 weeks. And they've changed how they're doing it, where it now goes through the health center, but you can't get onto the health center unless you have proven that you're immunized. And it's been forever since I've needed something like that. So now I have to go and try to contact my university to see if they can send me them or do all this other stuff so I can get my stupid COVID test now and go back to campus.
That was very succinct. Good job.
I think that's a rip on me.
It is.
I have a feeling this is gonna get worse.
Yeah.
You know
No,
what
I mean, so no, it's one of those things where it's like it feels like, oh, you need your complete shot records to be able to come here, but you can't get your shot records until you actually go there, and I mean, it's a catch-22. It sounds like.
Well, I think it's really I need to contact my university to see if they kept them because when you go to college, you have to prove that you're immunized, and I think it was just one of those things that I used to have that little card, but who keeps that? I don't.
Adults.
Adults. Yeah.
Yep.
When did they start that? I don't think I had to prove that when I went to college.
I didn't either.
Well, I went to
Thousands.
college back in the dark ages, so I mean, we're not young people like Cassandra.
I went to college in Texas, so I can't assume that they do it now. So
Went from Tennessee to Brooklyn.
Heath is still without power. It's pretty sad. Like his house doesn't have any electricity. He can
Somehow.
only be illuminated by the generator that he uses to run his computer.
It's lighted there. I'll uncover the top monitor and use it as a light. Does that make you happy?
And it's like you looming in the darkness. It's like
I added a second monitor last week.
it's like your voice should be modulated, and you should be the informant. That we're hiding. To hide their identity.
Like Inspector Gadget.
Yeah. No, don't you remember all those like old shows like That's Incredible or whatever, like 2020, they'd have the informant that like was, they modulate the voice and they'd always be in like some darkened room or something like that.
I sit in the dark for the pleasure of not torturing your eyes.
Kabuki Kid wants to know if your computer is pedal powered, Keith.
Is it pedal powered? No. Because I'm rocking back and forth, I assume.
No, we were talking about like you didn't have electricity except for the stuff you were using.
No, it's just the lights are all behind me. I don't want lights on while I'm sitting here. So that's why I'm in the dark. And I thought my second monitor might light it up a little more, but unless I go to an all white page, it doesn't. So that's why I'm staring up, because I had to go above because I couldn't fit it in the side.
Anybody else? If anybody's got a grievance, speak now or hold your peace until next week.
I don't think we can talk about our grievances till our Kickstarters are done.
Today
So
I spoke to a dear friend of the Alaboom, who hasn't been on the show in a long time, and I'm not gonna mention names, but it was one of those things where it's like I hadn't talked to him in like a few months, 2 or 3 months, and I was just like, as soon as I saw the name of my phone, because I have to play test one of his games to see if Gray Fox wants to publish it, and kind of like dive into it and give it a ton of work. But anyway, regardless, I was sitting there and I saw the phone and I was just like, do I have 2 hours of saying nothing for just other than, oh yeah, really? Just like listen. And sure enough, it was.
You say somebody can outtalk you, and
well, it's one of those things where it's like I just let him. I love the man dearly, but I just let him talk, and just because he, and he's interesting to talk to. So yeah, and his name may or may not. Chavis Trance. I mean,
yeah, that makes sense.
Actually, everything comes out on these things, right?
Oh boy, good old Travis.
Yeah, no, he said he'd try to come on again here and relatively in the near future. So,
somebody's been busy backing Kickstarters this evening. I can see.
I know.
Hey, Pete.
Three, not 2, 3. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Are you on the wrong account again, Tom?
No.
Jeremy, good to see you.
I can't.
And he's gone. Oh, and he's
gone.
back.
I had to switch it up. Good evening, guys. Everybody.
Yo. Okay, well here let's actually like talk about board games for a little bit, even though we already did. anybody play anything recently? I'd like
I
to
played Dwellings.
Yes.
which is excellent. But let me just tell my quick story. No. My daughter the other day, she asked to play Infinity Shards. It's just like, and that's like a quick little deck building game that I enjoy playing with her. And she asked to play it. I was like, all right, cool. We can set it up and play. Cause it's also quick to set up. But that's another thing I like about it too. It's just like, yep, shuffle, done. Put the cards out. You're good to go. She and I have played it probably 24 times. I have never beaten her, like not once. Like I've come close a couple of times, and I've just never beaten her. And so this was like I was super close. I had a really good damaging deck built up, and I was just hammering away on her, but she was just. But she had shards, and she was just making shards. So if you don't know the game, basically, if you get to 30 shards or 30 points, basically, you just have to draw your shard reactor card or your infinity shard card, and then you can do unlimited damage to your opponent and just take them out. So I was at like 27, she was at 30, and she completely and totally sandbagged me on her turn, because I was like, we were kind of both speeding through our decks trying to get through them and try to find the right cards. And she was like, oh, okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna buy that thing, and I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna attack you for 4. And I was like, do you have the card in your hand? Do you have the shard reactor? And she's just like, and I'm gonna do this. And I was like, just tell me, do you have the card? Do you have the card? No, and then I'm gonna do this. I was like, you have the card, don't you? Just play the card out. And then she got through the whole turn. I was like, my turn then? Okay, well, I'm gonna play this. Oh, and by the way, I also have the infinity shard, so you lose. And I was just like, God, it's like, where did you learn to play like this? Where did you learn to be a poor sport like this?
I wonder.
Then I heard my wife yell, I wonder. Like, and then she busted out my move on me. She's like, oh, I need to stretch my arms. She was just like, just need to.
Nice.
Yeah.
Couldn't have happened to a better person.
So I sent her to bed. Anyway, anybody else playing? Somebody said they played Dwellings. I think it was P tier.
Yes, I learned Dwellings this weekend and enjoyed it very much.
Yep.
We're gonna play it again next weekend.
What faction did you play?
I played the Pirates.
Okay.
Pirates.
The Pirates of Nightmare Cove, that was named after my first Facebook game that I ever made.
Nice.
But a choose your own adventure game on Facebook way back when.
Can you still play it?
I have it on the Amazon Kindle. I programmed it for Amazon Kindle, but it's off Facebook now. It was before its time. I tried to take down. I didn't like playing Zynga. I didn't like playing Farmville, so I tried to make like a choose your own adventure text-based Zork adventure on Facebook to give people something else. Turns out nobody wanted that at that time. I mean, it was hard to get people to notice it, but it was fun anyway.
I've had a good run.
Nightmare Cove came back. They're back though. They got back in Dwellings. That was pretty awesome.
They're back in Pog form.
That's right.
Remember Alf?
Alf.
Almost
He's
put
back.
him in troubles.
He's back in Pog form.
Yeah.
Did you know that the show Alf like ended like on a complete like cliffhanger, like this, because they didn't get to go to the next season. Like Alf was being sent back to he was actually captured by like the U.S. government, and they were going to dissect him. So that's, and like there was supposed to be another season where of course he'd escape and this thing, but no, that's how it ended.
Talked about that, how like shows used to actually end back in the day, and like this one just, that was like probably around the time where they just stopped, like, oh yeah, it's just not coming back next season. Like we're kids, like shows ended. Like final episode, we're not coming back.
Yeah. I do remember. I remember watching a show. I don't even know what it was. It's some sitcom, and I remember I was watching it at the lake with my stepdad, and we were just kind of watching it and just half watching it. It was just like, rainy day at the lake, nothing to do but watch whatever horrible TV is coming through on the antenna. And it was like, in the whole premise of this particular episode was like, they were trying to get on this plane because they wanted to travel to this spot where this person was going to get a new job. And of course it's like some made up, like, well, I want to leave and go get this new job, but if you leave here, then you're my best friend, and blah, 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 the whole thing. That was like the premise of this episode of it. And as they're getting on the plane, the pilot comes out and like, it's the last, he's like, you can't do it. It's canceled. And he said, what, the flight? No, the show. We're canceled. And then they all turned to the camera and said, thanks, everyone. That was the end of the show. I remember I was like, and both of us were like, what?
I like it.
Where
I
did
want to see more.
I was like, that is an awesome. What just happened? It was just like, I should try to figure out what that was.
That's good. That's some good stuff.
By the way, I played just on the dwellings topic. I played a game of dwellings that a fan put on Tabletop Simulator, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not done, but it's almost done,
Wow.
which means that, you know, for those who are unable to get a group of dwellings, could get a good play of it.
That's sweet.
Are they trying to get that on there officially?
I think he just made one, and he was I was gonna send Breaking Games an email and say, like, is that cool? Or I didn't know if Breaking Games was gonna make one anytime soon or not.
Well,
Right?
soon. I'm not here representing them right now, so I can't say.
Right? So who knows?
I've been playing a couple pretty good games lately. It's actually the end of the year is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I played Bonfire. I've had that for a while. I've been playing the hell out of that game. And Red Cathedral, which just came out, is a little smaller game. Had that one for a while. It was really good too. And Dune Imperium. That was pretty sweet. I did solo playthroughs for all of those except for the Red Cathedral. And those are really strong titles. It just depends on your taste. But as far as designs go, I mean, they're really tight. Like, they're really good. And Merv, Heart of the Silk Road. That was one that had to grow on me, but it's pretty good. It's not.
All right, Keith. Thanks for showing up, man.
Yep, folks.
Later, man.
But overall, it's been a pretty good run of games on my table. Even this prototype we played with my son tonight. It was Creature Comforts. It closes on a Kickstarter tomorrow.
Yeah.
Pretty fun little game, pretty fun family game. And he kind of clicked on and he was like, last turn, he was like, that was an awesome turn, wasn't it, Dad? I'm like, yes, it was. He scored like 20 points on the last turn. I was a little worried. He was laying out all the cards. I'm like, oh, I might lose here. Hold on. But yeah, there's a lot of fun games. So I would say at least there's fun to be had, whether you love them or like them or whatever. That's up to you. But a lot of these.
Hey, who's everybody's center square right now? Mine's Barry.
I've got Peter.
Peter.
I got Peter.
Lance, you're the center square for me.
I guess I'm the Paul Lynn for you then.
I'm gonna put Jeremy in there.
There you go.
Yeah, you can move people around.
Yeah.
I do like Peter's backdrop of the Yoda child with Yoda and the
Gremlins 2.
Gremlins 2.
Nice.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
like,
man, Yoda got to do what Yoda's got to do.
you are not the father. What happened to that game? I remember I was at Gen Con and there was a thing up on the thing where they actually had a Maury "You Are Not the Father" game that was going to come out. There was like it was walking by one of those booths that had like that they have all.
Do you really want that game, Lance?
No, I remember. I mean,
Yes,
it's.
you do. Dude,
I mean, there's all
start
these
to
other
have to
games.
cover these things.
I want to see the reviews of that game. That's what I want.
I mean, it's kind of I mean, the theme isn't the theme people could take or leave, I suppose, depending on the
I
person.
mean, there was in this one white elephant. I think it was last year, the year before. I won Keep It at Saxy.
Yeah.
And I thought nobody would open that box, but people were like, "No, we're gonna play this game. We're gonna totally." I mean, it was popular for a little bit.
Yeah. hey man, try it, right? I say like I did that breakfast game from what was that last year? That one with the breakfast crunch, battle
Yeah,
crunch.
yeah.
It was actually a fun little game. It's just kind of ridiculous, but it was still fun. It was like, for what? It was like $15. I didn't feel much when I played it, but
Sure.
that was actually decent. That was decent at least. But the other one, it's not like the catch-up game that Tom had to play there.
Here it is. It's from Mattel. $18. Maury, you are not the father of the game.
Oh,
It's a real thing.
Great. Plays just like Wavelength too, right?
It says get ready to separate the maybe daddies from the baby daddies as you put your DNA
where can I
to the
get this game?
test.
Where can I get this game? Is it at Target? Is it at Target?
Come back in Kickstarter.
It's like,
I'm getting this game. This is ridiculous.
play cards to argue you're not the father. Add you are not
Yes.
the father cards to the envelope. The more you have, the better your odds. I'll prove it was you. But watch out, other players can trash talk you. The strongest comeback scores.
If you draw the Infinity Shard, you destroy them. And then you can't argue it.
The Infinity Shard expansion.
Yeah, there you go. It says here it's at target.com. $16.
Oof. Wow, that's amazing.
I got my daughter the Bob Ross game last year for Christmas.
That's a good game.
I have it. Yeah.
Pretty cool. I just like
This is based on the popular paternity test episodes of the long-running American TV talk show. The Maury Povich, You Are Not the Father, recreates all the outrageous back and forth drama you'd expect as 2 to 6 players attempt to prove they are not the father of a fictional child. Each player starts the game with their own DNA test results envelope that contains 2 You Are Not the Father cards and 1 You Are the Father card. At the end of the game, one of those cards will be pulled at random from your envelope. If you are the father card is pulled, you lose and everyone else wins. Players take turns playing argument cards to badmouth their opponents, gain popularity with the audience, or add additional You Are Not the Father cards to their DNA test results envelope, all in an effort to increase their odds of not pulling the You Are the Father card at the end of the game.
Ben, I'm ready.
Is that going to be on your next Alaboom?
I'm ready.
I want to know if this is on Tabletop Simulator. I gotta
Well, if it is, then definitely in now. We got to do that. If it is, hey, you know what? My game group, I always tell them, man, you signed up for this, so sign up. I said anything, and you guys we got to play anything.
Well, see, the thing that was weird is like usually those things. Lord Javi just said, "I hope it has a I done told you card." No, like I remember seeing the big giant sign for it. Like I was walking by, like whatever, like I forget what booth it was at Gen Con. I remember saying, "Are you kidding me? That's crazy!" And I remember taking a picture of it and sending it to my wife. But then, like, I never saw it. Like you never, like you
Right.
were, well, that's weird. How did I not? Usually you'll like see it at like you said, a Walmart or a Target or something like that.
Yeah, I was immediately thinking, oh, when I go back to Target, I'm definitely going to get You Are Not the Father. Let me just put Maury in here.
Yeah, Maury Povich. I remember when he was the host of A Current Affair. Remember that show?
Yeah.
Vong, that little
What,
pyramid came out, and
No.
isn't he married to Connie Chung?
Yes.
Or he was, or he still
Yeah,
is
he
probably.
As there was.
Yeah, no, but yeah, Maury Povich is the host of A Current Affair. Why am I even talking about this? Tom, tell me about a game you played recently. Tell me about a game that I need to buy.
Those are two different things.
Spies and Lies.
Spies and Lies?
Yeah.
It's a little card game in the world of Stratego.
Oh wow.
Huh. I love Stratego.
It's
Classic.
simple. It's really fast. It's fun. I also played some Everdale crap.
Hey Tom, have you played that fairy tale one? The one that's like Connect Four with the fairy tale powers?
I don't think so. What's it called?
It's I think it's just called Fairy Tile or something like that. It's not that one that came out like last year. That's bad. It's coming from Come On, and it's going to probably hit this end of this year. I just thought you would have it by now, but like it's basically straight up Connect Four, but the pieces that you drop all have different abilities.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So and they basically score differently. So it's like some of them score like, like Little Red Riding Hood scores if she has these things around her, or like the what's the name? The guy, the big bad wolf pushes the chips around. So it's got these different ways of scoring. And then you just get a certain amount of points.
Fairy Tale N.
What's that?
Fairy Tale N.
Yeah, Fairy Tale N. That's it.
Yeah,
That's
and
a
we
real
don't. We're not
good
release. We don't do new releases in December, so you're looking at early next year for that game.
There you go.
Yeah, I've not played it. No one bothered to change it to 2021 on BGG though.
I'll let marketing know that tomorrow.
I played
I
quite a
will-
few
I got a
games.
whole
So,
document now.
Hold
Peter,
on.
Peter,
Cassandra,
I'll-
what'd you say?
I said I played quite a few games this weekend or this past 2 weeks.
Tell me about the best one.
The best one. I think I liked Feast of Odin the best.
Classic. If Aldi was on, he would applaud you since he's a.
I will. That's a great game.
I actually just tried that a couple weeks ago with Luke Laurie. I had not played. It was great.
Yeah. I was my first time playing this weekend. I was definitely a really big fan.
So much to do. It's actually, if you play with an AP player, I that might be death.
Yeah. Death. Certain death. I know this feeling. I've played that game. I've been
Luke
lucky.
actually warned me at the beginning of the game. He's like, listen, there's going to be a lot to do. It's better if you just pick and you don't analyze it a lot. Okay. And then I could tell he was just like, let's go. Come on now. And I was like, oh, whoops. Am I doing the thing where? Yeah.
Yeah, I could definitely see that.
It's okay. It's in my collection because it's with Vikings, and I played as somebody asked, but I only like it 2-player, honestly.
Is it then it's too long to your turn or whatever, or too many?
I don't know. It's just if you're 2 players, I'm kind of I'm AP, because I have to think about night. I try to maximize each one of my turns, so it's just so the whole thing about with Feast for Odin is that with its 2 players, I just pick another person who's really AP, and then like neither of us get really upset with the other person for taking a long time.
Seems like a good plan.
Yeah, it works really well.
Lance is like sitting there for 10 minutes, and he's like, you know what? This turn is too insensitive.
It's kind of funny that you say that in the sense that because Le Havre has this problem. It has this thing where, the rule book even says if you add more people, you might as well just forget about your evening because it'll just go too long. Like you shouldn't add more. You shouldn't add more than. You should be 2 or 3 at the tops, right? You shouldn't do more than that.
I've only ever played it it's too long. I don't know why. There's so many games I play that are so long, and for some reason that game doesn't feel attractive. It doesn't nothing I've seen makes me excited about that game. Like I don't know why. I don't know why I decided that was one of the games where I was just like, I don't know. Is it good? Is it a good game, or like do you still feel like it would be?
It's good.
All right.
What do you like Le Havre there, Tom?
I do.
Yeah,
It
I
is
like
an
Le Havre.
amazingly good game.
The thing is, I tried to download it as an app thinking like, oh, maybe this will speed it up. But on the app, you can't, or at least the app version that I played a long time ago, you had to like zoom in on you're like, wait, crap, what does that do? And you have to keep zooming in on everything. Very bad experience, I think, on the app.
You know what? The great app that speeds up the whole experience is Through the Ages. It takes that 3-hour game and makes it like an hour and a half. Like that's really
Almost all apps do that to some degree.
it's so fast. It's like, oh, thank God.
Yeah, I used to play apps. Okay, here's a question for you. If you play an app, does that squash your appetite for the actual in-person game?
Sagrada did that. Sagrada made me
I
want to
played
go
the
get the game. That app was so good it made me want to go get the game. Like I didn't care about the game, and then they were like, "Why don't you take a look at this app?" And then,
Well, so my example, I guess, is I used to play Lords of Waterdeep, and then I got the app, and then I would just play all the strategies of Lords of Waterdeep with like all the AI. You know, fortunately, the AI wasn't good enough. I mean, it had predictability, right?
yeah,
But it just sort of scratched the itch. I didn't really need Lords of Waterdeep ever again.
I think it depends on if the game is driven by other players. Like
Yeah.
Lords of Waterdeep, you know, that blocks you or something like that. But you know, like Root right now has a
Yeah,
great
Root.
app.
dude,
But I just played it. That's the last game I played was
Yeah.
Root, and I love
they have
playing
that
it.
expansion too. They have that Clockwork expansion. So now they literally have the AI expansion that they put out. So it's like you don't have to have Root. Like you can just play that. Like,
But I still want to play it.
and they
with other
update the
players.
hell out of it too. So it's like
They don't have the other factions in there yet, though, do they? The river.
no, they don't. They don't have the underworld. They don't have the underground ones, and then they don't have like like the water ones or whatever. So
Root
The
is the best-
river.
they
Root is
shouldn't give it
the
all away.
best board game ever made.
Agreed.
What's
There's
that?
not even a close second.
Say that again. What'd you
Root
say?
is the best board game app ever made. There's not
Yeah,
even a
it
close
is.
second.
It's not even. Yeah, it's not even close. It's also
Agreed.
got cool. Got cool.
Did they do it in house, or did they? Who'd they get to make it?
The guys who did
Direwolf.
Clank.
Direwolf.
Oh, the
Direwolf, yeah.
yeah.
They make the best ones because they're like if you don't even like Raiders of the North Sea, like the Raiders of the North Sea app on there is so good. It's so good.
Raiders
Yeah.
is probably the second best app.
Yeah, it's
I'm
so good.
bummed because I was talking to Direwolf. There was a fan at Direwolf of Letter Tycoon. They were going to make Letter Tycoon into an
Ooh,
app.
Hey, do
Should
it.
have capitalized on that one. That would have been great.
Yeah, I'm sure they got people knocking down their door on that stuff because they just it's perfection. It's beautiful.
It's
Beautiful.
so good. If
Yeah.
you were going to come over to my house and play Root, I'd make you get the app and play it.
Yeah,
It's a
exactly.
good way to learn the game.
That's the key. It actually does a really good job of teaching you each faction.
Yeah.
They take you through the rules, but then they have you do like half the game. So you definitely know how they progress. And you're like, oh, that's the goal. And then you just play out the rest of the game. And you're like, this is awesome.
And the music is good. The
Yeah,
graphics are good.
I'm serious. Like the music, like this, like a little jam. Yeah.
I would put that on Spotify.
Yeah. It's a perfect app. Yeah.
That is the thing. When I played, I had to reteach the factions because we hadn't played for over a year.
Yeah.
And when you got to teach everybody each faction, that is something I don't miss with the app.
Yeah. I agree. That's what an app, dude.
Yeah, that's cool. I'll have to check that out.
Terraforming Mars one is absolutely nuts too, though.
And Prelude,
I don't
by
like
the way,
Terraforming Mars,
came
but
out
it's
this week.
amazing. What's that?
Prelude came out this week for it.
Oh wow.
Are we talking about the Terraforming Mars one on Steam?
It's the same one.
Yes.
Same one? Okay. All right. So yeah, I've played that
It's
one.
on every device.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, that's good. Everybody seems to be beating it up though, pretty hard.
Conversation's going to cost me money.
Why?
No, I'm talking about like ease of play, like too easy. That was another one.
Simple then, I guess. I mean, it's not that hard.
No. I like a challenge, even though I'll never beat any of these damn things. I'm just saying other people because it ain't me.
It's always that good feeling when you're like struggling to beat a game online. People are going, "Oh, it's too easy."
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah, there's always some guy who's like, hey, no, man, I have this problem with this on Mars, this rule. And I'm like, we're just having a hard time. Oh, no, it's simple, straightforward. Like, thanks, man. Just thanks.
Makes me feel real good about
You know what?
myself.
I feel heard. Thank you. Jesus Christ, I feel heard, man.
Hey, Scott.
So Scott,
Hey, everybody. How's it going?
How are you?
Doing okay.
What you been playing?
Busy day. What's up?
What you been playing?
Oh, I played Fiam today with Paul Grogan on a live stream.
Yeah, I saw
How
that.
was it?
It's pretty good. It's a pretty cool game. It's interesting. It's did I talk? I haven't talked about it yet, right? I played it 2 times already now. One solo, one with him. I think it's going to make a splash for Friedemann. I know Friedemann's been overlooked the past few years, right? I mean, I think weren't we talking about that like last week?
Yeah, we were talking about that.
Like some of his games, people have been kind of,
Yeah.
But Fime is pretty cool. I mean, it's not a family game. Would never play it with family. It's gamer straight up. Like there's you play cards out of your hand until you want to stop, or you run out of cards and then you collect them back, like kind of Concordia-esque. But you only take 3 cards out of your discard pile. So if let's say I played 7 cards, well, if I want any more of those cards, I got to pay for them to bring them back to my hand. So as you go through the game, more and more cards get buried underneath, right? And you'll never see them for the rest of the game. And it's really the cards come out in power grid order. They come out in like low to high. And only the 4 lowest cards that are on the board can you buy. And then you'll see the other 4 higher cards. So you sort of see what's coming. So it's basically, and it's a shared board. Like you own nothing. So everything you play is like anyone can do anything to the board, right? It's a shared nothing. You don't own any piece. So if I play a settlement, you can drop a guy on the settlement and do something, right? Like I make you can play off my play to your benefit. If that makes sense.
Right.
And so you build up a network of roads, you build up settlements, you build farms. So at the beginning of the part is like building an infrastructure, and then as you go through the game, you're like sort of using the infrastructure to score points.
Okay.
And most points wins. Eventually, you'll run out of cards, and disasters will come out, and that'll end the game. But it has this interesting curve, and it's the 2 times I played have been really pretty different because they order the cards the way they come out.
Huh.
And you can't do everything. You can only do some stuff.
Well, I don't like it already.
Some
I
of
can
my
do everything.
favorites.
It's pretty gamer though. I mean, it was 2 hours for us, and we were playing briskly. Like we were not thinking.
Oh wow. Okay. So
we were playing sort of instinctually, right?
That sounds great.
Yeah, it's a neat game.
but I know one game that's
Would you
better.
say it's fine?
It's Fiam.
Oh no.
There's 120 cards, all different, all unique. I know that by saying that alone makes gamers excited. Like 120 cards, all different, all unique. Oh.
I mean, that's like when you're in Glory to Rome and you're thinking, oh, there's like this card and that card.
Yeah.
Gotta say, Aldi, I wouldn't pick it up based on how it looks, though.
No, the graphics are very simple.
That's good.
But they're going for an Egyptian theme, right? They're going for like a hieroglyphics type.
When are you getting
theme.
It reminds me of Kingdom of Solomon, that old game from Philip DeBerry.
How do you spell it?
I mean, just the look of it reminds me of that. Kingdom of Solomon by Philip DeBerry. Minion Games published it many years ago. When do you guys get your copies in your store?
Whenever the boat lands, and then those get shipped to Dallas. I don't know. They're on slow boat.
I like the wood bits. The wood bits are nice.
I don't have a physical copy.
Bits. There's crocodile bits.
There's
Those are
crocodile
awesome.
pieces in there, yeah. And there's a crocodile sacrifice card.
Oh.
You go to a pyramid and you sacrifice a crocodile and you get victory points.
Talk me through this.
Oh no! I want to sacrifice people to the crocodile.
All
I
right.
think there's something
Prepare,
like that
prepare
too.
for PETA posts in your BGT.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the wooden crocs.
Prepare for PETA posts, brother.
Did the Egyptians kill a lot of crocodiles, or did they?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I think it's more probably the other way around.
The crocs killed them. Yeah.
I mean, then you got to play Dwellings if you want a croc that takes people out.
Yeah.
FIAM is a strategic game for enthusiasts of planning games. The basic rules are simple. Play your cards one by one on your personal discard stack. After playing some or all of your cards, you take them back into your hand in reverse playing order. So playing cards in the best order is important. And then newly purchased cards go directly into your hands. The timing of getting and playing them is important as well.
Yep.
Each of the individual cards has easy to understand actions, but only by creating the best combined engine will you be master advisor of FIAM.
Yeah. So Paul beat me by about 50 points. It was like I think it was 150 to like 190 or something like that.
Oh, it's a good thing. Good thing you have the website because you're not even good at games.
I know exactly. I can't rely on my gaming strategy. but he got some good engines going, right? And the cool thing is he was playing short 3-card turns. He was playing card, 3 cards, get my cards back. I was playing like 9 cards and getting my card. Like I was a slower, but I was playing a lot more cards. But I was getting way more resources, but not enough point. Like I was trying to build to a big point play, but the finale came too quickly and I couldn't pull it off. Because you can replay cards. Like if you play a card that scores you 10 points, you can pick that card back up and play it again.
Oh,
the way it works. Yeah.
Well, I'm like, basically the board looks like an 18xx game. I mean, that's at first glance, somebody walking by, that's what people are going to say.
Hex map with a river.
Yep.
The pieces remind me that it's like the 504 game that was buried in all the 504 games that he did.
Yeah, it does. It looks like
harkens back. Is it the same artist? It's gosh,
the artist is Harold Liskey.
Harold Liskey, yeah.
Oh, I just was talking about him today.
Harold Liskey? Harold?
Yeah, he's actually designed a few games. Not very popular games, but
I believe you.
Well,
Harold had been doing worst games on Board Game Geek, and he was at the bottom.
Oh
no! Which one? You remember?
Oh, what was it called now? Because when you pull it up, it pulls up his
artist. Yeah,
all the artist stuff.
Yeah.
Wow, he's got.
Harold was doing a lot of art for Friedemann for the past few years. But
the game called Inca. It's from Queen Games. It's ranked 19,094.
That game was not good.
Lock it up.
Inca with a K, right?
Yeah, Inca with a K.
Yeah.
Like ANKA.
I thought that game was all right.
Well,
maybe I'm thinking of something different.
Your site ranking it, I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's users ranks. Right?
Harold did Puerto Rico and San Juan and Castles of Burgundy and Power Grid. That's some hefty. Title.
Oh yeah, his portfolio is deep.
Rank 2 above Tumbling Monkeys.
Okay, this is a different game than what I thought. This is a different Egyptian style. Oh no, it's an Incan style. What was the Egyptian game from Queen back? The same.
Oh, I don't know. They made several, I think.
Yeah. Well, FIAM is a fine game. There you go.
FIAM is fine.
I would normally look at it maybe with the art, but I really like what you're talking about here. I gotta check it out.
The art, yeah, they're not going to win anybody over. I think these days, not many people.
I love
you like minimalistic Egyptian style hieroglyphics.
Yes, I see. Harold Liskey also designed Agora, which was more like a Bora.
Oh boy,
a Bora.
Worked so hard on that one, didn't you?
I didn't. It was a short walk on a long pier. I didn't have to try hard, but yes.
Has anybody played Tuscany yet? Castles of Tuscany.
It sits right here. We skip it every week.
You skip it every week.
Skip it every week. We're like, we should play it.
It's so breezy. It's so breezy.
Yeah.
Compared to Castles of Burgundy, it's way easier.
Oh yeah, I just played Castles also, and I really enjoyed that one.
Well, that's one of the best games ever made.
Yeah,
I hope so. Lance.
Devin didn't like it. Some of the filling up the turns, how you had to like rotate all those things in between turns.
Yeah, there's a little bit over upkeep.
Yeah, and he was like, too much upkeep for me. So, but other than that, it was very enjoyable.
It's interesting to listen to your the group you're with, their comments, like coming in 2020, like we're gamers in 2020, and you didn't have to go through the 20 years to get to where you're at like the pinnacle of like game design right now. And like, oh, it's all right. You're like, it's okay.
It's fine. Yeah.
I mean, it blew us away.
If a game like Castles of Burgundy had come out like in 2000,
20, yeah.
Oh
god, yeah.
We would have lost our minds.
Yeah. Of the 5 good games that came out back in 2000.
Oh, of the 30 games that were printed.
30 games a year time frame. Yeah.
They had a game out in 2000.
Yeah, well, that's right. What else have I played? I really like Tuscany, but I feel it's I don't know if if I'm playing well, I'll still lose just because of the way stuff happens, Do you remember the dinosaur deck building game, the Arthropod T-Rex game?
Yeah, Arthropod. Yeah,
Arthropod. That game is pretty cool.
yeah. There's a reason.
That game is really neat.
Yeah, yeah. They came back to Kickstarter with it.
Yeah, and I think didn't the company get sold or the game got sold?
Yeah,
or something?
because there was a long wait for some reason, and then they came back and because there was an expansion you can never get. Like nobody was selling it. Nobody.
Was that the robotic dinosaurs?
I think so.
Yeah, that was
Yeah, and then they finally put that in that deluxe reprint or whatever. It was just like Snowdonia. They just put everything that was in there, and
yeah. But it's an interesting game, and it's like asymmetric dinosaur.
Yeah, I thought that was
deck builder.
Pretty awesome. Never bought it, but I did think it was really good. Let's see.
Also played Santa Monica. Anybody play Santa Monica?
How about not?
Yeah, it's a nice little game.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's eminently forgettable.
Yep.
So
I wanted a little bit more.
It's just good and forgettable. I say good and forgettable.
Yeah, it's like that was neat. I never
feel like
have
that
to
game-
play it again.
I feel like that game has been done before in some way.
Yeah, I mean that's. I mean, excuse me for being the curmudgeonly piece of crap here, but I mean that's like most games that I play.
Mm.
It's just like you feel like, okay, I pulled that, I pushed that button, I moved that over here, I got some points. Okay, I mean, maybe you mixed up the theme, you changed the theme a little bit on me, and you mixed up the order in which I had to do it. But I mean, yeah.
I'm going to disagree with you on this one. I think the game
course
is
you are.
fine and it's good, but I think that theme and the artwork will attract people that other games might not.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
Yeah. No, the artwork is awesome. I love it.
No, theme and artwork are always going to be massive parts of the equation as to whether or not something is. I mean, if you make, this is the worker placement game, but you make it about collecting leaves in a some sort of biodome or something, people are like, okay, whatever. But if you say, hey, this is my worker placement game, and you're collecting them from space pirates with asteroids exploding left and right, you're like, okay, you might have me on this one. I mean, it might fundamentally be the same game. It's just
but you said it was forgettable. I'm saying that that's the sort of game that might attract people. But since you said that game was forgettable, what games came out this year that won't be forgettable in, let's say, 3 years?
Yeah.
Anything.
Dwellings.
Which one?
Yeah, Dwellings.
Dwellings
will be around in 3 years.
I think.
Three week shelf life max.
Yeah.
But everybody was talking over Tom when he was making his point. Tom, say it again.
No, I said we were all sucking up Peter. Peter, our review drops Sunday.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
Uh-oh. Scary. Did your heartbeat just go?
Are we going? Are we like, ooh, where are we?
There's no way Tom dislikes that game. Come on.
There's no way.
Yeah, I know.
There's
I mean, Dwellings is going to be a game that's going to they're going to be able to hammer on expansions and new factions and things like that. That game is going to be eminently expandable.
So Luke Laurie has 6 expansions already in his head.
Wow.
And they all fit in
Better
the
hope it
current
gets a good Dice Tower review.
Wait, what?
They all fit in
You
the
said this last week. That's total bullshit. I really
really, because I actually finally put everything away in my box, and there isn't really room.
No, they fit in the box. I have an idea of how to make it.
There's 6 cards, guys.
Yeah, I know. They're like,
yeah. Here's scenario card 1.
No. Okay, so it's one of them is Heroes of Eldervale, and you get a champion, and those are on special cards, but those cards can all sit with the rule books. But they're awesome because you're playing a champion. I mean, you're playing you level up.
So you're not getting a new miniature. You're just getting
from zero to hero.
Well, I have an idea of how to fix the miniature problem, which is probably going to make some people happy, which is we ditch the sound bases.
Ah!
Oh.
No,
I was actually going to commend you on how ridiculous that is, but it's so awesome. It is so ridiculous. It's everything we'll complain about every other game, but it
So-
is so cool.
Thank you for saying that because there was a lot of hate on that Kickstarter for those sound
They
bases.
don't have it. That's why
Kickstarter,
they
you're
don't
gonna get
have
hate
it.
no matter what you do.
But you could not.
They don't
you didn't
have it.
to buy those, right? You didn't
You
have.
could,
to.
you
So that
could,
was
you,
the part-
on Kickstarter, you could say, and each backer gets 1 gold doubloon. And they'd be
Oh.
like, geez, now I got to back it twice so I get 2 gold doubloons. Ah.
So, and just to
Who's sitting around
last
thinking
point,
there's not enough
I would-
content in the game?
What was that?
Why are we even talking about expansions? Is the game out of? Did people? run out of
because
content?
the thing is that you're asking people are still going to be talking about it. Yes, in 3 years, because they're going to be like, here's the brand new giant expansion of the
Right.
underworld or the whatever, and you're going to add like a brand new board and this, that, and the other thing to it, and people are still like, yes,
Yeah. Yep.
adding even more to it. That's why
By the
people are
way,
gonna be
I
talking
agree
about it.
with you. Now give me another one.
That will be a remember on 3.
Marvel United.
That was a joke.
Yeah, I agree at Marvel United.
This is a game that will be forgotten.
No, that we remembered.
Oh, remembered. Okay, I thought you were talking about games.
I
I
actually
just think there's
people
very
will
few
still-
games that come out over the course of the year that we really remembered.
Just because it'll take 3 years to paint all those minis.
I think Calico will be that game. It will stick around.
I thought about that. That's a good choice.
Yeah,
I
I, think
really
everybody
like-
just have it in their collection. It's like having Azul in your collection. Does anybody talk about Azul? But there's people who just play Azul, like like they just do. Like they
So it's an interesting question, right? Because I really like what they did in Calico. I really liked this year when I first found Isle of Cats, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know that any game can, it's like I love Isle of Cats, but now I don't know if what game could possibly last because there's so many games that come out so fast. And
Super Fantasy. This game has a chance. Super Fantasy Brawl, because I think it plays so well at conventions, but they don't have conventions. It's not going
Without
to
conventions, that game's dead on the water.
right. That's what I'm saying. Without conventions, it's dead. But if you have conventions, it's going to kill every time. People will be looking forward to playing at a
Yeah,
convention.
but don't you think, Jeremy, that's interesting to compare Super Fantasy Brawl to Dwellings of Eldervale?
The Calico? No.
No, to Eldervale.
and they were on Kickstarter at the same time.
Both super produced games, but Super Fantasy Brawl feels over the top and unnecessary. While Eldervale feels okay.
Okay, if we were to get into that conversation, Super Fantasy Brawl is an absolutely ridiculous title just by the gameplay alone, what it's doing. But
It's a
when you
stupid
open
title.
the box, you're just like, this is not needed at all.
I agree. That's what I'm saying.
Like, everything is not needed. Like you could just take this, like it's the one case of like
I won't ever,
you know,
I won't ever
everything down
forget that
everything.
because they were on Kickstarter at the exact same. They launched the same day as Dwellings.
Yeah.
They had like 150,000 before we were out of the game. They had animations where the minis came to life in the animations. I was like, oh crap, what the
Oh,
heck
they
is
do really good Kickstarter trailers, but
They
I'm
do
telling
great,
you, the game is not that great. It's okay.
It's fun as all hell, man.
Which game are we talking about? I'm sorry. I'm not,
Oh, that's so fun.
which
Super
game?
Super Fantasy Brawl.
Super
Super
Fantasy
Fantasy
Brawl.
Brawl.
It's so fun. It's such a simple.
Haven't
it's
got my
such a
copy
simple
yet.
game, but the cool part is when it's a combat game, it's also just about scoring points. So it's not like, hey, I just kill these dudes, game over. Like it's
Mhm.
it's a
Way
it's a
overproduced
combination.
though. It could
Is it
be in a box.
Tactical combat minis.
Right.
The minis are insane in that game, but the box, when you open the box, so there's like factions. They put factions in the trays, like so you have these big minis and like little faction trays, but there's like 20 game trays in this gigantic box behind me. Like I'm like, are you kidding me? This is not even needed. And everybody
Show one of the game trays.
oh, man, I have to because it's ridiculous.
It's I
Ridiculous.
like game trays, but this goes too far.
This is like too much game trays.
I was
talking
I had
about Mr.
I had
Game Tray.
trays
Yeah, I
envy
haven't played mine yet.
because we were getting ready for our Dwellings video, and I was asking Noah, "Where's my animation of the game trays?" And he's like, "Well, I'm working on Super Fantasy Brawl." I'm like, "Oh, I see how it is. You're doing their game tray videos."
Well, yours are
Oh,
better.
wait a minute. I'm sorry. When I was asking you about, I was like, just tell me how I can get a Dwellings of Eldervale mat, and then you're like, oh, don't worry about it. We'll figure something out. Then last time we were here, Scott just said, oh yeah, I did. Oh, don't worry, Scott. I'll send you one. Just let me know what your address is. I'll put a $20 bill in with it too.
I think I forgot to send you my address.
This is just
Yeah, that's a lot of trays, man.
Yeah, show the one with the monuments in it, though.
This is one color of 1, 2. There's 3 teams.
Oh my gosh, that's absurd.
Absurd.
Well, and here's the deal.
it's
You get an
absurd.
expansion. You get an expansion box that doesn't fit in the main box. That,
No.
Yes! Worse.
I hate
fit
that.
in the box it came in.
Yeah.
No, come here. I'll show you.
There's one of the expansions has those same trays in it, but the base game is so packed you can't fit it in there.
But it's also
perfectly
different
packed, too. Like, by
size
the way, it is
tray.
perfectly packed, but like that is ridiculous. You can't put the expansion in there. Yeah, it's totally.
Yeah, just get rid of the game trays.
Yeah, you could.
But
That
that's
is
when
sacrilege.
you unlocked it. You're like, oh, this would be cool. It's a cool solution. And then you get it. You're like, oh my goodness, it's ridiculous.
So here, this is the expansion, right?
Yeah.
That you get. I think it was free if you backed it on the.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. It was super cheap back, by the way.
So
That I
and
agree.
then in here is this, which has all the stuff you need for the expansion, all the minis and everything, and the cards and everything. But there's no room in the box to put this in, so you're
You
forced
gotta
to keep this
Keep
small
the
box.
stupid little box. Yeah.
But
You can't even slide it in the side. You can't like, just put the minis in there, put them in a bag or something. Like
You guys
there's
are
no
making me
room.
feel like
There is literally every square centimeter of that box is being used.
Whoa.
Oh my god.
How many
I
people
also
are
think
here
that
now?
the, hey Grant, I got your game today. I also
Richard.
I also think that the upgraded components are not as easy to read as the tokens in Super Fantasy Brawl.
Yeah, definitely. I also just think the actual like the walls and whatever the things they have, they just like stuff like that just doesn't need to exist. Like it really doesn't. It just doesn't. I love it. There's some games you will excuse anything if you're having a good time. Those two, man. I honestly like. I'll tell you, Peter. Like, so I'm unboxing the game. Peter, I'm unboxing your game, and I pull it out, and then my son is getting ready to go to bed because I usually just everything that comes in a box that day I like to unwrap it and just put it together and then put it away. And he's like, Dad, what is this? Just like dragons and all this stuff. And I was like, check this out, dude. And then I open up and I turn. I'm like, here, pull the tab out. I'm like, here, watch this. And then it goes off. And he's like, I want to do all of them.
oh man,
And I was like, let's do all of them. So he put it on there.
that's cool.
That is like, oh man, that's just such a cool thing, man. It's such a cool thing. That's so fun.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
That's great. That's great to hear that.
Yeah. That was just super.
Because there was definitely at least like 5 checkpoints in the process that we felt like, are we sure this is are we actually doing this thing?
Touch and go on it. Like, dude, are we really doing this? Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say that my solution was going to be to redesign the base game trays and actually create an area where the sound bases are and just make a small separate sound base box that does have to live by itself. So if you own the sound bases, you do have to put them over there, but everyone can get the updated tray. But now after hearing you guys all with the Super Fantasy Brawl, I'm like, we got to make the dwellings box bigger now.
Gonna get the pitchforks after you do that.
Just use it as an example of what not to do.
All right, I'll think more about this.
I mean, like for any other Kickstarter, it shows you how to make a flush box, but they used every single inch of space in there. But yeah, oh gosh, man, that's terrible.
Yeah, I got questions about more games because I know we've only come up with 2 that you said will stay around.
Oh,
Do what?
2 games that will be remembered
I'll say
2 games that will be remembered what?
this year.
From this year.
From after 3 years
They
from
got
now.
re-
Are we talking about
2
the
games from 2020 that will be remembered 3 years from now.
Well, we're coming up with a list, and we've only come up with 2 so far.
What were they?
Alrighty.
What are the 2?
Wow.
Elder
Well,
Vale
Fraga
and
could put
Super
Regnum.
Fantasy Brawl, but I don't know about
No,
Super.
Elder Vale and
Calico.
Marvel United.
Calico.
No, Marvel
Calico.
United.
Is this your-
Marvel United.
Calico,
Marvel United.
Praga will definitely be around.
What about Arnak? Arnak is like super hype.
Yes,
They have to-
Arnak,
they have
because
to
they
make
will put out expansions for that.
They have to
That
make
will continue to be played tons.
Dune.
They're going to put out
Dune will
another
be.
Dune.
deck of cards every year to keep people
Dune.
playing that.
Dune has been pushed back. They wanted it to be released in December. Now they're saying it's going to be January.
For Glory. For Glory
Grotto?
from Spielworks is going to get laid. I think that's going to be. It's a 2-player only deck builder. It's going to have its own built-in niche. They're going to expand the heck
What's
out
the
of it.
theme?
Yeah,
What's
but
the
I don't
theme?
know
hey,
about
guys,
that,
we're
but
not-
Fort might.
We're just talking
Fortune.
about the popular games at this point in time. We need to talk about games that have those legs.
The legs.
Like, for example, you talked about the Arnak. That's really popular right now, but we're not talking about the popular CG games from a couple of years ago.
Did Sanctum make that
Adrenaline
list of
was
3
really
years?
hot.
Did anybody
No.
talk about Sanctum
all.
anymore?
No.
Wait, okay,
They
so
didn't
you
do
want
it.
to talk about the games from 3 years ago, 2017, that we no longer talk about?
That'd be fun to look that up. Like, what
That'd
was
be
the
interesting to look that up.
2017,
Wait a
2017?
minute, I just want to stop here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hey, Troubles came out. In
There's more people
2007.
on the show than watching. I know. We've heard
Ah!
this before.
So there's 14 people participating.
There are 47
12
people
viewers.
watching us live right now.
Woo, big
Whoa,
time.
what's your high? Do you know what your high is?
We had
Probably
we
47.
It's pretty high, Scott.
That's
we,
pretty
we
high.
had we had 60 at one point, like a long
What's-
time ago.
What's your highest amount of people on the show at once? Is this
This is
breaking
it.
Right
it?
now, I think.
I
This
think
is
it
it.
is.
This is it. Yeah, for sure.
What
This is
about?
the
But
full-on
everybody
conference call
seems
right
to
now.
be going
This
crazy
is a
about
full-
ether fields. Will ether fields be still?
I
talking
got
about
Ether
for now?
Fields. It's pretty cool, I have to say. I really dig the first part of it, and I'm super
Awaken Realms
interested.
knows how to make their games an event. I'm really curious to see what's going to happen next week with their new anti-Kickstarter site.
ISS.
I can tell you right now, based off my video that I posted a Kickstarter critique on it. It's got over 1,000 views, which for my channel is insane. In 2 days, like
I'm not talking
buzz-
about the game. I'm talking about their new.
Game Found.
Yeah.
It'll do
We're playing with
great.
them,
It'll do
right?
gangbusters.
All I need to do is if I can push 2 buttons and buy a game like Kickstarter, then it'll be fine.
Their fans will follow them anywhere.
Yeah.
There was a big discussion today, though. There was a couple interesting discussions about the game. I will get a chance to play it coming up. I know, Tom, you guys played it, right?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, how'd you feel about it?
I really like it a lot. As a human being, I don't know how many campaign games I can have in my life.
Okay, moving on.
What about
But how was the game?
as an animal?
Oh, it's hilariously fun.
People don't even care about that
Story.
stuff anymore. They just
The typical, I like almost all their games.
Yeah.
You know, they have that same, they're sprawling, they're huge, they're different than anything else out there. Good story. That voice acting was incredible in the act.
Yeah, that's what people are saying. Like,
Wait, they did a
Jesse
voiceover
said-
act?
He said the voice acting is just absolutely amazing.
Why didn't they do that for Ether Fields, man? That's a ton of reading.
Well, Etherfield's also, Audie, if you notice, the writing is not as good as Tainted Grail. It's a different team, unfortunately.
I didn't finish Tainted Grail.
So I was going to say that when you guys were talking about which one's last, I love the writing, the way Tainted Grail felt.
Oh, the Tainted Grail writing is great.
I mean, it's great, but I noticed that I got a couple of games in, and then I was already kind of not that I meant to, but I was kind of already on to something else.
I want to, you know what? For some reason, I
don't
feel
know.
like the other campaign stuff they got coming, whatever that is in that second wave, like for some reason, I just think it's gonna be better than the other stuff. I don't know why. I've told myself that. Like whatever that other campaign they got, like I feel like
Did you
something.
finish the main?
Oh,
No,
another,
I can read the chat. You're wrong.
Did you
what?
finish the main?
No.
How far did you get?
Oh, I am right, Tom.
Oh, listen, that's not what I'm saying, Rado. What I'm saying is normal human being can only play 1 or 2 campaign games. They can't play 50 at one time.
Yes, normal human beings are only going to be getting 1 or 2 of these a
That's
year.
what I'm saying. So I'm
yeah.
saying a new game. I don't know. I'm playing through Etherfields right now. I don't know that I can also play through other ones.
No. Yeah, but
That's
if you're only
what
going to
I'm
buy
saying.
2 a year is a long time. So
Well, if you buy Ether Fields, do you buy another game in less than a year?
Yes.
Like it just shipped, right? And
Yeah.
they want you to buy it tomorrow or next week or whatever it is.
That's my question. Who's buying all these campaign games? They can't be
I
Well,
people
I think
every
the
Tom,
issue
I'm
is
in a community.
they're not
I'm in
being,
community
like-
groups all day, every day. Yes. The answer is yes. The answer
They're buying
is
them, they're
yes.
not playing them
Twice a
yet.
month, 3 times a month.
Yeah,
And
so
there's-
people are
and you
buying
have
them,
to buy
and
them.
they're not playing through the whole campaign. So
Nope,
if
they're
you make
not.
a
Guilty.
campaign game, don't bother playtesting the second half.
Big shortcut.
oh, snap.
That's a dangerous game.
It's a dangerous game.
That's
It's
right.
You know,
true. It's
that-
true. Every
Take
game you
notes,
played, I've
Pete.
got
You
it.
don't have to bother with the second half.
So
Yeah.
you know how here's an interesting story. You know how Detective got nominated for Spiel des Jahres, right? Or the Kenner Spiel.
Mhm.
Did anybody play all those missions and see
Nope.
the ending?
Played about 4.
Anybody get to the end of that game?
No.
No.
And nobody in this room got it to the end of Detective. Richard,
No.
did you?
No, I never. I only played the.
Wait.
There-
The portal one.
There's some very horrific things in that game
Oh,
that no one has talked about because no one's playing it all the way through.
Oh, you mean it gets really dark?
Oh, very dark.
Wow.
Well, like
Real
what?
dark. No,
The
I've
game's-
never heard anyone talk about it except one person.
So just very basically, how dark? Like how dark are we talking?
You kill people.
Okay.
Well, like
There you go.
is it in the line of duty or what?
No, you're a
No.
corrupt cop.
Yeah,
You
you're-
probably kill
Oh.
people to cover stuff up.
Killing people maybe isn't necessarily dark. I mean, if you play Blood Rage, you kill tons of people. I mean,
But
what
to
kind of
nominate
killing?
it for a sort of family style award.
Well, that's
Kenner
true.
Spiel, I don't think is family. It's
No,
I don't
it's
think
still meant
anybody
for
really played
family.
through the whole 12
Yeah,
missions or
yeah.
whatever it
Spiel
is.
is family.
I
Wow.
mean, if they had known, and there's torture.
ow.
I mean, like you.
I mean,
if
there's
you,
China. It's Chinatown, the video game.
You okay? And I don't want to talk bad about Detective. I think Detective's amazing, but I don't think people played it all the way through.
No, I
Get
remember this
repetitive.
when,
What is it? 5%
um,
of the world playing all these campaigns all the way through? I mean, I had to struggle to get to the end of Charterstone. We actually didn't finish it. We just read the books,
And that's a short campaign compared
and that's
to
a short one.
I
Yeah.
think 5% is actually high.
Honestly, the only campaign game I finished in the last 3 years was Journey into Middle Earth. We played all of the ones that are available now, but I've got Tainted Grail and haven't played it yet. I've got Charterstone and haven't finished it
I
yet.
played through all of season one and half of number 2 of Cthulhu Death May Die. I just couldn't stop playing that game.
But is that campaign?
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
well, it's
It's a
got
bunch of
seasons,
missions,
but you
right.
play through the whole season. Yeah,
Right.
and then I played through. I would say
I know Clank Legacy. A lot of people
Fire.
finished.
So
Arena of the Contest. I played through all of that that campaign that you have. There's different ways you can play it.
I thought about this when
Yeah.
I think it was, Rob Davi used to talk about how much to put in, and when Mice and Mystics came out and said, well, there's like 12 scenarios or Robinson Crusoe did X number, I thought to myself, like, you have to say like 12 because if you say 6, people, oh, that doesn't have enough.
Too short. Yeah.
Look like
too
it
short.
doesn't have enough.
But nobody ever plays that stuff. I mean,
Like-
Tom has a very
have enough that it looks like a buffet plate that you're so excited about. You think you're gonna get
yes,
all of it.
Okay,
Good
so
analogy.
when I opened the box for Etherfields, instant mental reaction. That's all the minis I get.
Mm.
I was like, oh, holy shit, all these cards. Like, because there's like 1,000 cards in the box.
Okay, so my second thought was that's a lot of cards. So that was like my two first thoughts when
It's
I
a shed
opened it
load of
up and
cards.
I lifted it up. I lifted up and I was like, oh, that's really like. I was like, these are beautiful, but then like my thought was just like, oh, that's all I get. Like, yeah, it was weird. Like I just,
Well, they sold the monsters as a separate pack.
right, which they should, but
Yeah, you could get a lot of minis if you got the whole thing.
yeah,
yeah,
you
it's
got
almost
and then
very
the Monsters
unnecessary.
Avalon thing has a lot of minis in it. So yeah, I was like, oh, okay. But then Tainted Grail had, it didn't have like a ton of minis in it, but it just another box where I was just like, Nemesis had a lot in it though. That's the thing. Nemesis has a lot in it. So
I'm gonna be controversial here and say I would prefer highly detailed artistic tokens versus gray minis. I'm never gonna paint a single. I'm never gonna paint a single mini.
You just
Tom and I talked about this
I know.
a couple of months ago.
Very controversial.
Why
Show.
do these have to be painted? I don't even get
I'm
that.
out. I'm kicking
Why
me
do they
out.
have to even be painted? Why can't they just be beautiful looking the way they are?
They don't intrigue me in any. Now the sun
They're
drop.
little
I love
boring
the sun
lumps
drop.
of gray. They're crap. They're actively worse than standees, which have beautiful art on them.
If you look at them from one direction, yes.
Did you
They're
get pre-washed
standees.
ones? Like they're just pre-washed?
Are
not-
you getting up and circling the table like a shark?
Oh,
I do.
Well, okay, yes.
Tom has a painter on staff.
Well, by the way,
Exactly. Yeah, Tom
He's
lives
got a
with
paint.
a painter.
He just hands them to
Raised
Vernon.
and trained a painter.
It's
Gray minis
Vernon
are
is like
why I
this
did
painter.
color.
no. My daughter's painting now.
Oh, he's got a family of painters. There you go.
Well, here's the deal. If anybody, if you get a bunch of gray minis and you don't, you want to paint them, just like Scott, you were just saying the sun drop stuff. It is really
The sun drop
easy
stuff
just
is
to
stunning, actually.
Well, no, it's really simple to add a shade
Yeah,
on
I just-
any mini.
Yeah.
But that would require me to go buy a paint and spray paint them and then ink them.
Never gonna do that ever.
Not gonna do it either.
I used to just do a wash thing on them, and that was fine. I did that for Kingdom Death, and I did it like over
I mean,
2 or 3 days. It was
the only
done.
one I
Never gonna do
considered
that.
painting was the Imperial Assault because I wanted the Stormtroopers white. I maybe would have done that. Maybe.
I
But
started.
I'm not gonna do the painting of the minis. I mean, that's the thing. It's too much.
My Imperial Assault is half painted.
But I mean, aren't we getting to the point where minis can now come with the wash right out of the box?
Yeah, the sun drop.
Does it cost that much more
The
for
sun
the
drops.
publisher?
But every
35
single one
bucks.
of these things now, they have an option like for painted ones. Like it's just that you don't ever hear anybody like boasting about their pre-painted ones. Like Dice Throne
Street
Adventure
Fighter did it.
I got the cool mini or not pre-painted. Remember that? Yeah. What was that?
Well, I
game?
have to say,
With the
Arcadia
chibi
Quest.
Arcadia Quest. And
So
it was
Jeremy-
phenomenal. Whoever painted those are amazing.
So Mission Catastrophe has color minis, but I will tell you that's never been a topic. No backer has ever said, "Oh, thank you for doing that." And I do think that like if I had made them gray, probably no one would have said anything either.
Right.
But
No.
they'll have a better experience on the table, whether or not they realize. Like that's unfortunate that it hasn't never been like, oh.
So
well,
are you saying you had just used different color plastic than gray?
Yeah,
And
Well, once
was
we
that
put a-
significantly more expensive?
it is definitely more expensive because
It is a not
Yeah,
insignificant.
the colors are more expensive.
no, it's a big deal. But the
Okay.
problem is, so Chris Strain knows this too, because if you launch and you don't have it at start, they were going to get there, and every backer feels like maybe we won't get there, then they'll freak out on you.
Yeah.
So then you either have to launch with it and go, all right, we're going to make enough that this is going to be worth it, or you have to boldly not put it in there and never intend to go there
Oh,
because you just
yeah.
can't afford for that misconception. It's the same thing.
Moves.
You go cardboard and then you go to wood. Everyone will still want the cardboard. They'll be like, "No, the cardboard's great. I want both the wood and I want the cardboard now." You
Yeah,
can't
I had that issue with the
well,
Queen Plexi pieces for Copenhagen.
Who keeps both sets of
I
components?
wanted the cardboard.
I
Does
swear to
anyone
God,
keep
it's
that
one of
here?
the-
What's that?
The one we talked about earlier this year with the acrylic standees. That's the move, man. I'm telling you, it looks
Yeah,
beautiful.
It's
It looks
good.
so
Yeah,
beautiful.
those are nice.
And they just
Well,
done.
I'm
like,
asking, does
like, they're
anyone
getting
here
better
keep-
and better? Those things are freaking
I
slick.
will if I run out the first game I play, if I run out of the wood or whatever the advanced tokens are, I will keep the other ones so I don't have
Well,
if
that's the
they're
problem with
unlimited.
it. They're not putting enough tokens.
Yeah, they didn't put
With,
enough in.
with Crusaders, I kept both the plastic and the wood because I switch it up. Sometimes
Yeah, I'll keep both if they fit in the
Keep it-
if they fit in the
crazy.
box.
I
Then
chuck
why not?
all the crap.
I
I'm
throw away
actually
card.
kind
I
of
throw away all the cardboard.
I
Yep,
have the
throw it
Beeple
away.
source. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
It just
That
feels like
Beeple
a
source,
waste, like Elder Veil. Was,
yeah, I have
although-
these Beeple source ones. You got them too? The ones, the upgrade ones?
I have sort
Sure,
of
so
some.
then I got all the other
regrets.
wooden ones. What am I supposed to do with those?
What am I supposed to do? I don't like.
I have some regrets of the fact that we made 3 different sets of resources. It might have
Two would have been okay there.
Two would have been fine, yeah. But I really wanted to partner with Meeple Source.
Yeah. So I bought those. I waited for months because they were like available months ago. I had the bags in there. I'm like, oh yeah, I bought those.
That was really annoying, Peter. This bag showed up, and I was like, "Oh, that means the game's coming next week." Nope.
Nope.
People got the
6 months
Maple
later.
Source, and then they got mats, and the mats were sitting around for a month to 2 months.
Oh, what's it like to get a mat?
I don't know. I haven't got one.
Oh my
Hey,
god.
hey Lance,
Is there
I
a
work
mat
for
for
the
the
company
game?
and I
Never
can't.
Yep.
seen a mat. Never
There's
seen
mats for the
Life.
games. It was an add-on if you missed
My
it.
life.
Peter, you
That's
didn't
it.
that.
What game is this for?
I'm going to change that review.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
don't.
I'm gonna get into the mat business.
Richard, do you have that 2017 list?
What? Oh, what do you want? 2017?
Yeah. What do we remember from 2017?
Spirit Island.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's still
Yeah.
hotter than any.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All day.
Sagrada, I think, had legs.
Yes, it does.
And this War of Mine should, but I don't think
They'll
the
No.
industry was quite ready for it.
Real hard.
I think it's
I still-
remembered, but nobody
I-
wants to play it.
I think
Solo-
that's a
solo
I think
gamers
that's
wanna
a-
play it.
honestly, when I hear that stuff, that's just reviewer talk. Honestly,
So
What's that?
so-
No, I think nobody wants to play it because it's a harrowing experience.
Yeah,
It's
but-
not
I-
a goofy,
it's a,
lighthearted
it's
fun
actually
time.
a very
game,
big
though.
solitaire game for people who play solo. They love it. So it just is. It's for that crowd.
Or you're
War-
talking about War of Mine.
Yes.
This war of mine. Yes.
Sure. Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah.
it has
you don't
it had a
control
lot of
any
legs.
characters.
It's a campaign I actually finished.
I think that's
Anachrony from 2017.
Of course.
Seventh
only.
Continent.
Oh,
from
I will say
2017.
Anachrony is still being talked about because their Kickstarter is stupendously late for the expansion they did.
For what?
Anachrony.
It's
there's a lot of
actually
companies
in
doing
people's
that
hands.
right now.
It's in people's
I
hands.
will say
It's coming.
though,
Really? Because
Yeah. It's on the other side of the pond right now, but people are showing pictures of it now. And I'll tell you what, when you see how big the box is, Super Fantasy Brawl, watch out. It's ridiculously huge. It's
Photosynthesis is 2017.
Oh yeah,
Anybody
Quest for
get
El Dorado as
giant
well. I
boxes,
think
though?
definitely has legs.
Wasn't Gloomhaven 2017?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
maybe
May want to mention that one.
Okay,
Well,
this is a
people
good
mentioned
year.
it the other day.
17 is a good year. Quest for El Dorado is on there. It's still freaking good.
2017 is up there for one of the best years
Azul.
ever for gaming.
Azul.
Of course.
Yeah.
I think 2017 may be the best year. It's a pretty
Wow.
strong
Right?
year.
Best year ever.
Best year ever?
It was
Close.
Hey, keep listing the games. Keep listing the games.
Azul, Gloomhaven,
Clank in
Spirit
Space.
Island, Century Spice Road, Seventh Continent, Photosynthesis, Gaia Project. Everything else is not. Maybe Pandemic Legacy Season 2.
Maybe.
Sure.
That was some people's game of the year.
That's like a top 100 game.
Yeah, but it didn't sell, I don't think, even a fraction of the first one.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah.
But I mean, there's a lot of great games that came out that I liked from that year too. But I think I've always said 2012 is the best year, but 2017 might be better.
Yep.
That's our topic next week. Everybody come back. We're gonna draft the year. Everybody get to draft the year.
We're gonna pick a
They
year.
will
Everybody get a
follow the
year
game.
and bring it to the table.
Lance will do a blind
14
draft where
people
we
in
figure
here.
out who gets to draft first, who gets the top pick. We're gonna do some ping pong balls.
So the original
Let's see
question is,
here.
what came out this year that's going to have legs?
Yeah,
Yeah.
3 years from now.
Well, 3
And
years,
so
3 years is too short.
This has been a rough
probably.
year, though. I have to say, it's been pretty rough.
Well,
No,
I
they're
mean,
great
for a
games.
lot of reasons.
Yeah, no, I mean it's not just
It's understandable.
There's
So
not
my-
enough
there-
conventions to have a chatter about a game. Like, so even if the game was great, like we just said Calico, I bet you everybody would know. I bet you there's people who still don't know Calico that would love Calico.
Never heard of it.
Because if it came out at
Yep.
a convention, like it would have
Yeah.
came around in July, that would have been right in the middle of the season. They would never have that game in stock. Never,
Yeah,
not
that's
a chance. They would be probably back on Kickstarter
You-
right now for Calico. But
So here's a question. So, you know, a lot of publishers went forward with releasing games this year. Do you guys know many examples of people that were planning to release something in 2020 and said, no, never mind, pandemic, we're going to hold it?
everybody pushed.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Everybody in June had stuff coming out. They pushed. Once like around Origins, once that kind of like people were uncertain, Gen Con, people just started pushing stuff back. And like,
Yeah.
I mean,
So there was a lot of that. Yeah.
yeah, there was. It seemed like
Shane
there
wants
was
to
a
say
lot.
Well, a lot of it was forced too, because a lot of that stuff got backlogged in China because they were shut down for a month. So the Chinese New Year extended from 1 month to 3 months. So a lot of people that would have had SM releases simply couldn't get them in time because the factories were backlogged by 3 months.
There's a ton of games that
This
came
game
out.
right here?
I had no problem making a top 10 for the year.
Yeah, there's still plenty.
This year wasn't hard at all. It's
Yeah,
well,
but when-
hard to cut it down.
How many games came out this year?
Probably, I would imagine less than last year, but it didn't seem like it.
Hmm.
It's a good question. I don't know
Didn't
how many
feel like-
games.
It didn't feel like a flood this year.
No, but I'm sure there was
No,
still
but
more
Aldi,
than.
I think that's because they were released throughout the year rather than these humongous waves.
Yep, that's true.
Like I
And
said,
that's-
they got
and
would
pushed
have
nothing-
to
minded
different
that
spots.
Keep going.
And none of us got Essen games. I got 0 Essen games from Essen. I got my first Essen game yesterday. It was Arnak.
I got kind of lucky in that department, but yeah, yeah, I just got lucky in that department. But yeah,
Well, there's 43 pages of games for 2020 according to the site, and
Okay, well that's
that's 100, so that's over 4,000.
4,430.
But wasn't there like
for those?
But of course, not all of those actually made it. Some of them
Right,
are mislabeled
yeah,
and stuff like
yeah.
that. So at least 3,500 games came out this year.
okay.
But that's a lot less than
That's still-
last year.
Is it? Let me tell
Wasn't
you.
last year over
6,000, right?
6,000?
2019 to 2019, no expansions, has 47 pages. So that's
Oh.
only a few more pages.
It's only 400 less.
Yep.
That seems like it feels like there was a lot less than the
It
year
feels
before.
like
Telling you,
way
I went
less this year.
through Pete and did the numbers a couple weekends ago. Was looking at all the games. I played as many new games this year as last year, and I thought it was just as strong of a year. In fact, Euro game wise, this is a stronger year than last year.
Wrong year, the Euro game.
Yeah,
was.
a lot of those haven't come to the States yet, I don't think.
Yeah. And I was gonna say, and they all came out right now.
SM
they
was
all
heavy
came
Euro.
out right
Yeah.
now.
Oh, yeah, well, they normally all come out in October, but that
Yeah.
means, I mean, America doesn't see them until the next year anyway.
Yeah.
The
Everything's
big
pushed a couple of
Kickstarters
months.
are being delivered though. There's a lot of big Kickstarters that are landing.
But this year's got plenty of big hitters. On Mars, I don't think is going to disappear. It's not going to be terraforming Mars, but it's not going to go away. Dune Imperium is going to definitely have legs like Clank does.
Because they're gonna put a whole bunch into it. Like they're gonna put a lot into that one.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing that could kill Dune Imperium is if the movie kills it. It's literally.
Yeah.
And that seems unlikely at this point.
Yeah, Dune's
I
unkillable.
rewatched the old Dune.
I like the old Dune movie.
I did too.
I'm the one.
I
I'm the
love
one.
the old Dune movie.
I
What's
like
wrong with it?
too.
I thought it was great.
I will kill him.
Got like a fan out of it.
Yep.
I thoroughly enjoyed the old Dune movie. I rewatched it. and I
Oh,
was
we're
just
getting
like,
away from games though.
no,
Everybody
stop.
agrees
Yeah,
the old
stop.
Dune is
Stop
awesome.
talking
Anyway,
about
back to 2020.
Pandemic season 0.
Yeah, Pandemic Season 0. I mean, nothing's going to have the same impact the first pandemic did.
I haven't heard anybody talk about Pandemic Season 0 other
just
than on
came
this
out.
show.
Because we're
It
living
just
in a
came out.
pandemic. No one wants to play it.
Yeah.
It just came out, Lance.
Yeah, it's only just now widely available. It would have, I mean, if the year hadn't gone the way it did, it would have been out available in August. And everybody would have finished it by now. But
Wow.
instead, everybody's only just now getting it.
Some
For me,
people are
I could
still
never
finishing
finish
the
those
season
darn
one. So
I think campaign games have kind of taken over legacy games, right? I mean, it's like, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying
Kinda.
people can't
Well,
make
Legacy
a,
games are
can't-
campaign games.
people
Just short
can't
ones.
make a I'm not saying people can't make a legacy game that people are, but the whole you're gonna rip the cards up and write down the board and that whole thing, I think that window opened and it's still open a little bit, but it's
Well, that was never a thing. I mean, it's not like it ever took off. It was only ever a handful of games.
I think there's 12. It's
Yeah.
a really small number.
Yeah, because they're fucking hard to make,
Yeah.
and they
Yeah.
give you a lot of backlash.
Was Clank Legacy this year? Or was that last year?
That
No,
was last
last
year.
year.
That was actually my favorite game from last year.
I haven't played it. I guess people really love Forgotten Waters, right? Or is it?
I do.
Forgotten?
I like
Yeah,
that.
that was
I like
fun.
that game a lot.
That's one
Oh
of my
gosh, the
favorites
app
of the
in
year.
that one. Oh, the reading. Oh, it's
The voice
so
acting is amazing.
Yeah, but I mean,
The
but
voice
does it have
acting is
legs,
so
or does
good.
everybody feel like, oh, we played it a few times, we kind of seen everything there is here, and move on?
Oh,
Rado, there's a shark in it.
yeah.
Period.
Okay.
Done.
Done. Game of the year.
It's long. The scenarios get long, but they break it up in halves.
Mm-hmm.
So you can be like, hey, like we're here at the 2-hour mark. You can stop here and then kind of like hit the bong like an old school book. Like if you want to continue, hit it, burp, and hit the tape again.
But I would say, Rado, and this is, I love the game. It's in my top 5 of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Are people going to be talking about it in 4 years? I would say no, because of a couple of things. One, there's so many pirate games that come out all the time. And 2, people are investing in voice acting a lot. So Forgotten Waters is great because of the story and the acting. You're playing it for like the adventure and the story. But as more people like invest in those types of games, are we going to talk about one from 3 years ago? I don't think so.
I think that's going to become a new norm. But it's
Yeah, I
also
do.
like it's also like those games also are high premium games as well. Because like that game is like the MSRP is probably like what $80 if it's MSRP. So
I think it's like 65.
okay,
Yeah,
but
I
I'm
think
just
it's
saying,
65.
is it 65? I mean, it's
Yeah.
like that's a pretty high premium game, you know, like so that kind of prices people out, and that's because that has that amount of stuff. And I would say if it's a Kickstarter game, there's even going to be a higher price on that they have to hit to even have that in
It's
there. so,
$50 on Amazon right now.
yeah.
Mm,
Now,
that's
now it
six-
is. Yeah.
It was a
Now it
60
is.
it was a 60 MSRP.
60,
59.95.
60 MSRP.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I stand corrected.
Still on the high end.
All right, everybody. Have a great night. I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
Done.
See y'all.
Tidal
Go on.
Blades.
Yeah.
Tidal
Listen,
Blades. I
What's
think
he
it could
arguing?
be. Tidal
No,
Blades could be one we'd talk about a few years from now.
Fortunately, I don't
Which
think
one?
so. It's
Tidal
good.
Blades.
It's good production, but I
think?
think the game has a few problems that will keep it from being amazing.
Unless they keep coming, unless the next, put like this, it's a good game. If the next whatever they're doing, because it says it's like a chapter-ish kind of thing.
It's a world. Yeah.
Whatever that next one is, if it's better, if they listen to some of the feedback, it could stick around. Like it could really hit. But it's only going to be a trilogy, I think, at most. So you never know. And also, James, he may not finish that. You just never know. You never know.
Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting title, though. It's a really good title. I thought it was going to be a freaking disaster. And then he asked me to play it. He was like, dude, I think this is a really good game. And I played it. And I was just like, you're right. Because I thought the solo would be kind of half-hearted, half-assed. And they put a lot of work into that game.
It's interesting, this topic, because it's sort of, when we decided to form a new company, we decided to make games that we would try and get the most out of, have a fun experience, have a fun ride with our community, but then recognize that games have a lifespan that's shorter than they were before, so that unless one hits and it's like everyone needs to keep playing that, like be okay with that one's done. Let's get the next one going, because I just don't think they have. It's very hard to get one that would last.
Like, how do you? I mean, the thing is
it's 10 out of 4,000 games.
Do you design a game? Like, you have the right mindset. It's like, do you design a game that feels like it feels like you should be playing it infinitely replayable, or do you just say, hey, because there's a deck of 120 cards that aren't the same, that just automatically makes it feel like you're
feels like it has a depth. Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you, I'm like, actually, no, it doesn't. Like, it really doesn't, because sometimes you feel like those cards are just like, this is a +1 and this is a +2. Like, is that really that exciting? Other than the card artwork is nice and different.
Right.
It's that's a thing. That's the thing I think about. But a game like Pioneer Days, I was thinking about that when I was looking at Lance. I was like, oh, Pioneer Days, because they have 5 different decks. And each one of those decks plays different. You shuffle them together. You only use 3 each game. And you shuffle those together. And each deck has like a kind of a theme structure to them, like what they do. And I was just thinking, like, even a game, like, you could shoot for that, or you can have a game like Oceans that uses every card is not the same other than the first 12. And there's 90 other ones. And I'm like, I don't know which one. Like, there's definitely it's an interesting choice as to what kind of goal you have as far as like
is Forrest doing his laundry?
Yeah, he's doing laundry. I was noticing.
He's watching games. He's watching games. I just saw him load up a box of games.
No one knows what Forrest is doing. I don't even know if Forrest knows what Forrest is doing.
I am currently setting up a room so I can have a green screen, a devoted green screen area, because right now, I'm
good
super
job.
tired of having to do green screen and then take it down, and green screen and take it down. So I'm hopefully devoting an entire area that will be just a studio where I do green screen stuff. The Kickstarter critiques blowing up,
Oh yeah,
it's blowing up.
For me, it's blowing up at least. I mean, 1,000 views in 2 days tells me that's big money for me. Small potatoes for Scott, but for me, that's
I never should have said anything.
That's not 2,500. That's not 2,500.
I really regret saying that.
This isn't going to give me 10,000 views in 7 minutes. I'm not going to bother.
And here's the thing.
Hey, Scott's got
even 10,000 is a drop in the world of YouTube.
When he's on the Fort Wayne, Indiana City Council, he'll still be saying, "Yeah, but we don't get 10,000 views here, do we?"
Is that like
he
a
moving his still?
That's what I want to see the Grinch costume.
But it's too hot. So hot.
Hey, did you finish that video for that guy?
I did. It got
you did. You posted it.
Oh, no, time out. Tell the story.
Well, he asked for another one, and he wanted me to watch me get dressed in the costume.
Oh man!
He said you can have your clothes on. And I was like, okay, cool. But yeah, I ended up like climbing under my Christmas tree, and yeah, I got paid $60, and I got the free costume, and it's awesome, and I'll have that forever. It's an
Hold on.
Time out. What are we talking about?
I think I found Forrest's video on Pornhub.
Wait, time. Shush. Did you get another $60 when he asked you to do the more video, or what?
Well, no. he was just like, hey, can you also do this? I was like, yeah, because literally it's just me getting dressed. It takes like 40 seconds.
You're trending on Pornhub, Forrest.
Also, well, for another $60, well, for another $40.
Lightly grip the base of your tail between your thumb and your finger.
Forrest, if he offers you a lollipop, just say no.
Forrest has a whole universe for board gamers now.
I also like that you preface this by saying, yeah, it got kind of weird, as if it wasn't going to get kind of weird.
You couldn't get out of there. Got kind of weird. Had to make some weird choices.
Didn't surprise anybody.
Had to hang loose for the night.
Yeah, this China businessman.
Oh God!
I'll tell you what, I would much rather have it than what I got today. I gotta skip the rules video today, and the rule book was 32 pages, and I'm just like, holy shit! I'm like, I'm terrified.
You need to charge by the page that you're skipping.
Yes, I do, Richard.
What is the skip the rules video?
Yeah, what is it? Yeah,
Oh, it's just how it's his version of how to play videos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I try and make them quick and dirty.
What do you charge for that?
Well, it's $100, but I mean that's just part of my Fiverr. Right now, I've actually found somewhat of a niche. I've been burning the candle on both ends. I got 3 separate science experiments going that I'm going to document. But I bought some new Target games. That was the Neil Patrick Harris game for $60. I'm going to see how those do over the holiday period. I found 10 games in my collection that are older school mass market games. None of them have any how to play videos on. So I'm going to get skip the rules on all those up before Christmas. Like big, like Bandu and stuff like that, where they just Blockus Jr. does not have a skip the rules video. And I'm pretty sure I will have the number 1. I'm already number 2, but mine looks way better. You laugh, but those are evergreen videos. Those are the kind of things that are going to, those are going to make me money. And then I bought a bunch of really crappy.
Hey, how about you get the laundry done? So you
Well, I can show you my kill closet. This is where I hoard
any of those
Kill closet.
I call it.
I would like the record to show. I have been in that man's house and I've seen this place. This is pretty awesome.
Well, yeah. Let's see if I can get it. This is. I don't know if I'd say awesome, but it's. Yeah, I don't. This is really hard. Where's it looking at? So yeah, this is just. It goes all the way back, and it's nothing.
Nice armpit.
Is it like an unfinished round? Kind of thing?
Games. I look at the games Tetris in this area right here.
My God.
This is going to be the green screen area.
I feel like I'm watching a snuff film.
I feel like we're straight up, in a bunker somewhere.
Wow.
Millimeter, baby.
Lance, why did
If you just pan down a little bit more, it puts the lotion in the basket.
It's like that.
Why are you zooming in on me? Remove the spell.
It's focused on you.
Wow.
It's going to look sick. As long as it doesn't rain. If it rains, it doesn't work at all. I can't shoot it.
The rain, this entire room gets wet.
Is that a base?
No. Actually, water starts running down the wall that runs across the floor. So I got to be careful.
I'm very excited for you, Forrest. When I got my full 100% 365 devoted room for filming, it's just life-changing. So I'm glad you'll have one. And with the green screen, you won't have to look cheap and crap anymore. You can look as good as you want to look. That's great.
And I wouldn't have even thought to do it if it wasn't for all the advice from you and Jeremy and everybody else. And so thank you.
So are we done talking about 2020 games? Did I go too late? Did I miss most of it?
Yeah.
Oh, we were.
No, it was just starting.
Yeah, it was just starting.
All right. Yeah. There we go.
You got any other games you want to talk about?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I tried to play Vanguard.
Uh-oh.
And
Didn't work
I
out.
put it in a box and sent to Shay. So it will be covered, just not by me.
Hey Lance,
Why-
can you change
why,
it back to the other? Can you change it back to the gallery?
It is gallery on mine.
Oh, is it? Okay.
No, it's showing big screen on mine.
You gotta hit
You have to
the.
do it in gallery on your own.
There it is. I was tired of staring at Aldi.
Yeah.
Don't say that.
Have you, hey Richard, did you play Red Cathedral?
No, I would love to. Kira said like Kerr like told me 6 weeks ago they'd be sending a copy out, but it never showed up.
Oh, you know what? I have that copy then.
You son of a bitch.
I do. It's that copy because I have. This is the one. This is Kira's. All right. I'll let her know and then I'll
too late.
No. I played it this week. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it for the Solo Sunday this week, and then I can send it on if this is the only one she has.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
Yeah. If
That
this
explains
is
it
the
then.
only one there is, she may have them now because I think it's released officially. So.
Yeah, it's been released officially for a while.
Yeah,
I believe in Europe.
Yeah.
No, I would very much like to. I suspect it might make my top 10 of the year.
I think you're really gonna like it. I just wanted to figure out see if you had played it yet.
No, I would have if it weren't for you. Apparently. But we know who Kara likes best.
Oh boy.
Aw.
I just smile a lot, man.
You do have a killer smile. It's true. No one can say no to that smile.
Let's see. My wife does. What are you talking about? Oh, we can't make those jokes anymore.
Zing.
We can't make those kind of jokes anymore. All right.
Has anybody got the Pharaoh of the Architects to the board yet?
Yeah. How's that? I've never played that game before.
The new one?
It's
the Pharaoh of the Architects?
Or
Speaking of
Cleopatra.
ridiculous.
Cleopatra.
Produced.
What is it? What is it called? Cleopatra, something of the Architects. Some of the I thought it was something of the Architects.
Hey, no, I don't know. Like,
Gosh, now that you said it, I
I'm
can't think of
actually.
it.
No, you remember that thing? It's got like a full temple.
Society of the Architects. Yes.
Society, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a subtitle.
I know Tom's played it, and he said it was too over-architected.
Oh, bummer.
Yep.
The Architects over Architect Society of the Architects.
Yeah. Oh, that is kind of organized.
Tom,
I
please hold
don't
up. I
understand
didn't
why
even
nobody
notice.
else has done that cool thing of splitting the deck, flipping one half, and then shuffling it all together. I thought that was the coolest thing, and no one has done it since. It's too bad.
You can go on to Tabletop Simulator right now, and if you're waiting still, like, because After the Empire from Gray Fox Games is going to be delivered relatively soon. Nice laugh, Shane.
Yeah.
But we tested the workshop. It's available if you want to play out After the Empire on Tabletop Simulator.
Hey, actually, why didn't you mention Reavers as a potential one that might have legs? I think it could.
If we release the expansion, it might give
That's
it
what
some
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I
the
think
expansion has to. Yeah, the expansion has to be there.
Well, I think Josh said we're gonna try loading the expansion up and like privately test it out before we publicly show it to people. But because like he said,
it's good now. I don't know that I'd say it's great.
well, I love Reavers. I like it better than Champions. But
oh, definitely.
Never played Champions. Thought Reavers was decent, but I always tell people, like, when you get a game like that, it's like the expansion is so important for that game. It's just no, I'm serious. Like, it's just so important for that type of game. Like, he said it himself. Like, in order for that game to have legs.
Well, yeah, but okay,
You
but
have to
you're,
get that
The only reason is because it didn't set the world on fire out of the 4,300 other games that were released that year. Right? So,
But people like Reavers of Midgard. They were looking forward to that game, right? So then the game comes out. A lot of those people are at least interested in buying it.
It's
true. Time was on, but then the expansion.
Are we talking about just hardcore gamers? Because those are the only ones that are really buying and playing it.
Yeah, I mean,
like, if you look at my sales of Champions, I sell and I'm going to have sold 40 times the amount of copies I've sold of Reavers. And I don't think Reavers will ever even come close.
But do you think it has legs when you add an expansion?
I think if I add the expansion and it takes Champions from where it was to where it went after we released the expansion, then yes.
That's exactly what I'm saying. You create legs by saying, holy shit, this expansion came out and it does this. And then people go, all right, first of all, I need to go ahead and pick that game. I overlooked it. Or they'll say, shit, I'm going to add this expansion. It makes the game a lot fucking better. Then
we just want to do a lot more like with that, because we think that a lot of games get released and when they come out and the reviews are like, if it's a 7.5 or better, right? Like, it comes out and it has 1,000 ratings and it's a 7.5 or better. In the past, a lot of times it would have been like, well, we only sold 3,000 copies, move to the next game.
Yeah.
But we want to start focusing on trying to release expansions for those types of games because they can give them a whole new audience and breathe an entire new life into the game, you know, and two reasons. One, it's a lot easier to make an expansion for a game than it is to make a brand new game. And two, it gives us the hindsight that we don't have when we make the initial game, right? Like it gives us the opportunity to go back to the initial game and tweak and fix things that people have given us feedback after playing it out in the wild now thousands and thousands of times. We can actually hear the feedback from people and go, you know, if you go through the comment section on Board Game Geek for any of these games, you usually see a recurring statement about, like, if people don't like something about the game, you can go through and go, oh yeah, okay, well, here's this game, and every 10th post is somebody complaining that this is the problem with that game.
Right.
So as a publisher, you get to go back and go, oh, well, we screwed that up, but it's not dead yet, so let's release an expansion and, you know, fix that problem and make the game better.
Yeah, I'm big on that. I think one example for me was Rurik, Dawn of Kiev, which was a really high-rated game anyway. It was well-rated anyway, but they had a couple flaws in that one. And I remember even Stan saying to me, he was just like, that was like the best thing, because I got to go in there, change some little how things were played out, and, you know, put some things in the rule book that got rid of the ambiguities. And then he's just like, and then I finished off the design. And that's the best way he said it to me. He's like, I finished the design. So all that little expansion stuff he added, when that stuff comes out, it's going to make the game even better. And people are it's going to have that full thing. They could have made two, they could have separated. I think people said that to him behind closed doors, like he could have just separated them and probably had two little runs of expansions, but it did well. So it did very well for a reason. So yeah, I just wonder how that works business wise for extending a game or trying to plan for an extension of a game.
Forest in like some Harry Potter closet now, or what?
Yeah, it's under
that is
the studio under the stairs.
This is where my studio is going to be. It's underneath the stairs in my basement next to my laundry.
Wow.
Person under the stairs.
I crouch a little bit over.
Well, you don't have any Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi is blocked. You might have to drill a hole for a wire.
Forrest, it looks pretty small. Can you fit in there with your costume on?
Look, this is where I'll be standing. So this is the standing spot. I'll have a green screen on this corner right here. I'll have a little thing right here to set
the lighting is perfect.
Well,
what happened to the other room where you had the table?
What I'm going to do is I'm going to get some stick lights. I'm going to get some lights that will stick right here and that will even out the lighting a little bit better. But there's just enough room to shoot. And I can actually shoot from a pretty good angle. Like I can prop it right up here. The green screen can be behind me. And I think it'll actually look better because it'll look like I'm looking at the camera a little bit more instead of looking at my iPad. Hopefully.
Also, yes, that's very important. Put the camera at eye level, not above or below. And yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's actually going to be really good that you're standing. Almost nobody does. But I think that immediately gives an energy and engages the audience quite a bit more.
I say you don't use a green screen, and you say and you call it like Forrest's Murder Corner.
Yeah.
And it's like,
have the light.
Are we going to learn a game?
A single bear.
Yeah.
A single bear light bulb swinging. Incandescent light
And then
bulb.
you just turn it on.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing right now. It's just one light bulb. I would watch.
Every time
you pretty much got it.
It says night night, and he turns the light off.
My wife puts up with a lot, and I love her. Puts up with a lot of shenanigans.
Oh my God, Forrest.
Well, like since
what was
I'm
wrong
doing
with
this
the
a full
current
time,
one?
I'm trying to do it as a full-time gig now. It's just like I'm putting 80 hours a week into it. Like it's
why would you do this? Why did you decide on doing this? Like instead of where you were, just as a whole.
Okay, so I can walk you through it. So where I was right in front of my board game table. Actually, I can't. There's so much stuff on the ground. I can't even just. I can't get out right now. But there was essentially I had to move the green screen and then like prop it up every single time I shot any video with my backdrop.
Okay.
Because I like having the background, and so this is just hopefully gonna make it so I can put up my green screen once and be done with it forever.
I feel like you bought the wrong green screen.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
the ones
totally
that-
do.
What about the ones that like go from the bottom up and you hook them on, like so it'll just go down?
Yeah.
Or like I think mine is like one of those sunscreens where you just and then
Just
it like
pull it down.
gets into a thing and then it's got you never need to iron it. It just pops right
It's like
up.
a projector screen, right? Where you pull it
Well-
out of a like a.
I'll be honest, I bought it. I honestly bought the cheapest one I could find just to see if the segment was going to stick around because I didn't want to invest in it. Because like every time I ask my wife, it's like, hey, I want to go spend $60 at Target, or hey, I spent $60 on Amazon card games. It's like it just feels like such a big ask when I'm not working and I have other things to make videos on. It's just I'm starting to see these little cracks in YouTube and the statistics and what has a niche. So one that I'm working on right now, I'm super excited about, is a top 5 Clue spin-off board games. Now, all those words are going to be in my title, and no one else has a video about it. And it has insanely large large market appeal. It's getting typed all the time. And I think if I could get that video up there and then I could do one for, say, Uno and Skip-Bo and Phase 10 and all these huge mass market games that have, 30, 40, 50 spinoffs, I just go to Board Game Geek, I read off the description, I'm going to put up some fancy pictures, and I think there's a huge potential niche for it. It's the same reason that I'm doing Skip the Rules videos for Blocku Jr. and a bunch of other old school games is because nobody's doing it.
Give me one of those titles, and I'll tell you how many hits I got on Board Game Geek last month.
Which one?
Give me a title.
The Clue ones. Clue, Secrets, and Spies. It's going to be next to nothing. But that's because my channel is so different because I'm not, most of what I get, most of my views are still the mass market stuff. Like it's starting to even out more now, but I feel like I just need to lean into it more because I see that no one is putting out this video.
But
why can't I be the guy to put out this video?
But
And it's going to end
also
up with,
you can also get the hits just because it says Uno. So
Yes.
it's almost like when you say Catan, like if you make what was it? Shut Up and Sit Down did like a video on like games that are like Catan or something like that. Something like where they just did it where it was like, if you like Catan, you would get these games instead or something like that. If you do that with another game that's like still people buy a shit ton of, and that's your title and that's what you hashtag and that's what you put towards, like it's possible that you can get hits on it. I mean, people still argue that most people aren't playing Uno right. So I mean, it's a thing. It's an absolute thing.
You're not playing it without screening matches or what?
Dude, the end of an Uno game with the draw stuff is so stupid. Everybody just plays it, but whatever. It's a thing. It's a thing regardless. Or you just make stuff about Sushi Go, like you play a whole bunch of different ones and review those. He picks different stuff. That's Forrest.
well, here's the other thing. I'm starting to see like this game, I'm digging it out. This was in my kill closet. I was never going to play it again. I make a Skip the Rules video on this. I will have the only Skip the Rules video on this for eternity, most likely. And it's just going to sit in people's basement. They made millions and millions of copies of this, most likely. And they're just going to float around, and it's going to be an evergreen video, like forever. A lot of the games, a lot of the videos
people are going to see.
are not evergreen videos. This is an evergreen video, and I need to start looking at it like that.
Okay.
I gotta tell you,
Secrets and
Forrest.
Spies got 194 page views in the last 30 days.
What did?
The Clue Secrets and Spies game he's talking about got 194 video. 194.
I'm breaking up. I think I just broke up. I can't be in the kill closet with the camera.
I'm just
What?
saying, like, spend your time on
You should
games
call
that
it
actually
that.
will.
We're live in the kill closet.
I'm just trying to
But here's
convince.
the thing.
I'm
No,
just trying to
here's my
convince you
line
to
of
spend your effort. Like you're spending hours and hours on this stuff, right?
Yes.
Pick the games that have views.
How many does Monopoly have?
Exactly.
Nothing.
Exactly.
Nothing.
Thank you, Shane.
No, I want to know. I want to know. I'm not.
We're
I'm
the
not
number
saying-
one hit on Google for Clue Secrets and Spies. We got 194 hits. 194.
Okay. But here's the thing. I'm not going for Board Game Geek users right now.
No, I know.
With, like,
This
a
is
lot of
Google. This is Google. I search on Google. BGG is the number one hit for Clue Secrets and Spies.
Yes, but I'm not
109
specifically. The video is not Clue, Secrets, and Spies. It is the top 5 spin-off Clue board game.
That's why I
Like-
wanted to know how many people looked at Monopoly.
Bingo.
On
Top 5
BGG.
Monopoly spin-offs. That's going to be, and then I can do the bottom 5 too.
You're not listening to him. He asked you a question for like the 5th time.
I don't
How
know.
many
That's the
times?
question.
No, Lance, I
I'm
like it.
looking
I
it
like
up.
where
I'm
this
looking
is
it up,
going.
Shane.
I
I'm
like
looking it
it.
up.
I like it.
No, we have one version. We have a page for every single Monopoly variant. I'll tell you the total from the last 30 days.
Thank God you've done
Because
that.
that's important. I'm just saying, Forrest, here's the only thing here's my recommendation to you. You listen to everybody else, listen to me.
Okay.
Pick the top hot games on BGG and just do this. Put your effort there.
I'm doing that with the
You did
Kickstarter.
the ISS Vanguard game and you got 1,000 views in a day. So it just proves my point.
But here's the thing. With those videos, the legs are not going to be as long. What I want to be able to do is build up my audience and build up how much money I'm making behind the scenes that I can actually focus more attention on that stuff. But by putting
YouTube,
up,
you need
so that-
thousands of views to
Scott,
even
no,
make
no.
a dollar. You need
Well, here's the
thousands of
thing.
views to even make a dollar.
Yeah, you should go to the murder closet idea if you're looking for money.
I'll leave it there. If you think there's value there, to make the dollar.
No, Scott, here's my line of thinking. That ISS Vanguard video.
Of course, it'll work, right? Like if you do that thing, the lights out, like just it'll work.
I like this idea a lot.
I really
I mean, you'd have to have like some sort of like, just like, like
here's what I think
somebody
you should do.
screaming behind him in the distance or something like.
Wait.
Yeah, it's like
Lance, there's just a random.
The murder is
somebody yelling out, "I want to go home! I want to go home!"
No, we're gonna play another game.
No,
What you do in the murder closet is you get 2 copies of like the hottest game, and you completely destroy. You completely kill one. People will go nuts because you're destroying it.
Oh my gosh, that's brilliant.
You need a gimp.
that guy?
You need a gimp in the background.
Dragons 2, who
Just think if you did some GIMP stuff in the background,
Yeah,
that
you gotta- if
Chinese
you have a
guy
GIMP,
would be asking for all kinds of videos.
If you have a gimp hanging in the background, I guarantee you'll get views.
Dude.
That would
and you
kill.
have to never address it either. Never.
No! Yeah, just pretend like it's
just
not there.
let it hang there. Maybe spin them on the way out. Lights out.
Shane, Vanilla Monopoly got 8,000 views in the past month.
8,000.
That's free parking for the murder. Lights out.
I'm looking generically now.
Oh shit.
Yeah, man.
Scott, the main thing for me is I agree, and I absolutely am making I made a video on Vindication today, which already raised 200,000, and I'm going to do that. But the way I see it is that if I make these videos now, ISS Vanguard, that video is going to be getting 0 hits in 2 years. 0.
You're right.
This Punchline, how to play Punchline, it's
Also
going to be
0?
getting hundreds of views.
Never heard of it.
One hit.
Never heard of that game.
This is an example. I could grab some
We
other
could actually set up over/under betting lines for that.
If there's not how to play Punchline.
Nobody's playing those games.
We could do that. We could actually do that.
There's no way they're playing those games.
But Forrest, here's the problem. Nobody needs to be taught how to play Pictionary.
We are having an intervention.
You are wrong, man.
We're having a content creator
That's what it is right there.
Shane, 134,000 monopolies.
Here's the problem. Is it because Pictionary's been around for so long that everybody has learned how to play it. The first person who opened up read the rules. They taught somebody who then taught somebody else. No, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong.
I can't search on YouTube, but go see if Pictionary already has a how to play video, and I bet you it'll have at least 50,000 views.
Rado, you're
Yes,
muted.
because that's
You're muted, Rado.
That's the world. That's the world doing it. I mean,
but I can be the world, Lance. I can be the world.
So let me get this straight. You put this thing you make the video, and then you get 50,000 views and make maybe $5 off those views.
No, but the thing is, I get consistent money every single month. And if I can get 1,000 of those videos that are all consistent, I will have myself a stable foundation to then start doing
$1.75 every month.
Hey,
so the top Pictionary YouTube video has 337,000 views from 4
years. No, I
ago.
found one that has 437K from 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's
what there's two, and then everything else is
437,000. There you go.
But here's the deal. It's already out there.
from 10 years ago.
But I'm finding the games that don't have it. Don't you get that? Bandu does not have one, and I'm posting my Bandu video.
You can't even buy Bandu, can you?
Go watch my episode where I do the behind the scenes and I talk about the experiment, because I'm doing these experiments to see what works. buying new Target games, buying these crappy Amazon $6-7 games, and I'm going to have all those videos up before Christmas, and everybody's going to open them up.
I would say there might be some value to doing like like Target, like just doing Target content. Like that would be an interesting thing. Like you do all the Target games. You just buy one.
So just so you know, Bandu has
Tom's
5, 6, 7, 8 videos already.
Yes, but exactly how to play the game. Yep. They have like mine looks clean, mine looks clear. It's gonna have a nice thumbnail, and I'm gonna tag the shit out of it so it gets bumped all the way to the top. Because that's exactly what type in Blocku Jr. today, and I'm number 2, despite the fact there's a whole bunch of videos below me. And I'm gonna
First of all, it's Blockus Jr. You can't even pronounce it.
Whatever.
You know how many searches by keyword there are on YouTube? Does TubeBuddy tell you that?
Now there's a how to play. There's a how to play Trivial Pursuit from 3 years ago with 20,000 views.
20K. That's consistent money every month for that person, and it's only going to keep growing. I'm finding these games, and if I get enough of them, I'm going to have a foundation.
The one problem for us,
or something like.
The one problem that you haven't thought about for us is your
What's
business.
that?
Your business model is to make videos for games that nobody else is making videos for. But the problem with that is that my new business model is to make videos for the games you are making videos for.
Oh,
well, I was about to say that. I'm going to make the videos to go after these videos.
Okay.
Just go to Google.
So, okay.
Oh, motherfucker!
After your video.
Christ!
Yeah,
I didn't realize I've been muted for the last 20
Oh,
fucking minutes, and that's why no one's listening to me.
I said you
as
were
I'm
muted.
shouting at you all. Probably has 500,000 views.
Jeremy told you.
Oh, no
Rodney
wonder I've
Smith
enjoyed
did
myself
Monopoly in April of this year. It has 250,000 views. It's his fastest growing video of all time. Regular Joe Schmoes who are looking how to play that, they've never heard of Rodney. It's not because of his star power. It's because it's fucking Monopoly.
Yep. That's what I said.
What's it?
Bandu,
Forrest is
baby.
entirely right to pursue this, provided he picks the correct ones. I don't
That's
know
the thing.
if Bandu
Caveat.
is the correct one. Blockus Jr., yes.
No.
Blockus Jr., he gets that video out. That will be a slow burn for him for the rest of his life. There's no reason
Richard's
not to
getting
do
it. Richard, you get me. I love
But
it.
no, time out. There's a problem with what you're saying. Two things that there's the problem with. First of all, you say like Rodney, first of all, that like he made his How to Play Monopoly 8 months ago, 245,000 views. How many of those views, and I'm going to say there's a ton of those views, are from him having the following he has, and they're like, really? He did a Monopoly video? Okay, I'm checking this shit out.
Yeah.
So, it isn't people that are random. And there's one that already has.
Dude, you're so fucking wrong.
No,
There
I'm
is
not.
a huge
He
market for
only
this
has
stuff.
20. He only has so many subs, so he's hitting
Exactly.
How to Play Monopoly, 1.5 million views from Gather Together Games.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that's the one people are going to click on, because when they find a game, they're going to be like, who's got the most views? Because that's obviously the one that's
You
good.
seem to be thinking Forrest plans on making his entire fortune off of one video.
No, what I'm
If
saying
he
is
gets a
that
small fraction of that sweet, sweet Monopoly juice for the rest of his life,
I
that's
also
his
want to point
guaranteed
to one
income
thing.
for very little work. It's just smart business sense.
I want to jump in before you get in there, Lance.
What's your nut? Like what? How much do you need? How much do you need a month to survive? What's your number?
Well, right now, it's totally different because there's no set number right now. We're doing okay financially, and actually, as pathetic as it is, childcare workers get paid nothing. Our bank account is actually going up right now just because we've tightened our bills. But I don't have a number. My wife sees how happy I am and how much of a better person, a better dad, a better husband I am, and she's happy with it. And I'm just incredibly excited about everything. And right now I'm just trying to make it grow. Like I'm not even focused on the money. I mean, I am, but I'm focused on what I can do to get better. But one thing I want to mention is no, Lance, you were wrong about that, because if you tag correctly, you can jump a lot of people.
You can,
yes,
you're not going to
Richard
go above the algorithm of even people like commenting, paid. Like there's so many ways. Like you are even in the algorithm if someone like downvotes your video a lot. Like,
yeah,
like
Okay. Here this is. I mean, and I'm not. I
they'll
don't.
go up.
I don't want to. I'm not trying to like. You do what you do, you Forrest. Go crazy. But I want to have it over on Scott. Write them down. Write them down, Scott. Are you ready?
Yeah.
As of right now, skip the rules. Unlucky number 13, Blockus Jr. has 2 views.
When are we checking in? When,
2 views in 8 hours.
a year from now?
No, let's just say
6
a
months?
month from now.
A month.
There you
How
go.
to play, how to play Ouija
Let's say
board
February.
big.
Let's say February.
By the way, Forrest, I want you to put. Okay, this is also your assignment, though.
No, time
You
out.
have
Time
to
out.
spam
Don't
the
talk.
group. You have to
Stop
spam
it. This
the
is
group
my
with it.
experiment. You can come up with your own
I
experiment.
think it's actually Forrest's experiment.
So let's no.
But you can take
We're
it
taking
from
it
if
over.
you want. I suppose that's fine. He'll still have the murder closet.
First Wednesday in February. First
Yeah.
Alaboom. We'll check it at the very beginning.
That would be February 3rd.
February 3rd.
Hey, it's my birthday.
Perfect.
Oh, perfect. Perfect.
Destiny.
Right.
We'll work out.
I
something.
will say right now.
What's the over/under number?
Oh no, I've got my guess, and then I'll go first because you never want to go first because I just turned 49. I'm gonna go talk to my wife real quick. So, I'm
Happy
gonna
birthday,
say
Lance.
thanks, buddy.
Happy birthday, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Get it.
I'm gonna say, because I don't want Forrest going in and clicking on it to get views either.
I only do that sometimes.
I only do it to hit milestones.
I will say 111 is my guess, and this
Oh
is
my gosh. No
Total?
way.
Man, I'm looking at a Ouija board video with 5.1 million views.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
How do you
well,
use
because
it
they
properly?
tried to summon the.
Why don't we just do an over/under of like 1,000 views?
Oh, under 1,000.
That makes it easier. And then, do you want to try to hit the target or what? I mean,
That's a hard guess because my Monopoly Junior has like, yeah, I would honestly go under. But I look at this as a long-term investment. I look at this as a long-term thing.
How do you think you're gonna have by that time, though? Like by that time, by
How many
February?
what?
Like how many views do you think you could have by February 2nd?
I honestly don't know. This is a whole new. I've only put out 13 of these videos.
Okay.
And every video, when I put out videos, it wasn't because I was specifically looking to fit the niche. That's why I'm doing a science experiment on it. I'm just curious to see if it's a viable use of my time. But I will go under 1,000. You know what? I'm going to go over 1,000 because of Christmas. I'm going to go over.
well, here, why don't you pick a number that you're going to go over, and we'll call that the bar.
Okay. 1,200.
You're going to be over 1,200.
I'm going to be confident and say yes.
Okay. No, you pick the number.
1,200.
Good. 1,200 is our bar. Is the bar.
1,200.
Sure.
So Lance is under. I'm gonna have confidence in you, Forrest. I'm gonna say over.
Forrest, you better spam this shit so hard. Like,
I'm not spamming it at all.
no,
That's the thing.
No, you're gonna spam this shit so hard. You're missing
Anybody
out.
wanna put in
You're
anybody want to put in a
Well, here's
guess?
the thing, Jeremy. I actually want to see what happens if I just let it happen cosmetically, because I don't want to spam the skip the rules video because that's
Organically.
just
Yeah,
it's so off brand.
Organic-
It's not
I like cosmetically.
Organically.
Organic.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
But-
what it works. That's words.
But
Anybody-
it's kind of fun and
anybody
fucked
else?
up at the same time, though. Like gaming groups love that stuff. They do. They love it, man. They love that kind of shit. If you need to
Where are you
check,
at, Jeremy? Are you over or under?
I'll do a Ouija board video.
I think under.
Okay.
The video and what's the time frame?
How to play Blockus.
February 3rd, 2020.
Blockus Junior. Somebody's already got Blockus.
1,200 views. Is the-
By
is the bar.
February 23rd?
February
Third.
3rd.
Oh, February 3rd, organic. Way under.
Okay. All right.
No
Wait.
way. No way. I hope.
Grant, what do you think?
If we're playing closest to pin, Forrest, you ain't anywhere near it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say under, but it doesn't mean that I don't believe in you for it.
You don't believe in the project?
Yeah.
Or you do believe in the
Oh,
project?
I do.
What do you got, Rado? Under or
believe
over?
Oh yeah, totally under. There's absolutely. It's great to shoot for the moon. He's not going to hit the moon or the stars.
Yeah,
But the
it's
important
just
thing
over.
is that video will be, as he said, 5 years from now, still reliably getting 200 views a year. And if he has in that by the 5 years from now, if he has 2,000 videos that are all reliably getting 200 or 300 hits a year, he can retire. On his, at least based on my understanding of his finances.
I mean, 200 hits a year is like 5 cents.
No, that's
all right. Here
it's
we
not
go.
as
Let me
simple
go
as
dig
that.
up some
Pretty,
numbers.
yeah,
No,
it's pretty garbage. Yeah.
I'm gonna go dig up some numbers. I kind of want to know some stuff. Continue.
I think he has to do like 10,000 videos for 200 hits a year.
I'm on it.
At least
is that
200 video getting 200 hits. If he has 2,000
10,000
200 hits a pop, that's almost 500,000 views a year.
Yeah.
And let's see, what is that income going to be? That's going to be something. That's going to be something like 20K or something like that.
Yeah.
And that is a win for Forrest.
Oh yeah, I got the second.
Forrest retires if he's making 20K passively, having to do nothing other than just make sure his channel doesn't get shut down for the murder closet.
Copyright strikes.
Yeah.
Man, the murder closet.
Copyright strikes.
Okay, so here's my breakdown. I had 31,000.7 views over the last month, and I made $141. So I think because I get mass market game money, I think because from what I've seen of some other comparable channels, because TubeBuddy shows me a lot, I think I get paid more for mass market views than I do for just hobby game views.
I think you need 600,000 views a month to get $2,000. 600,000 views a month.
That'd be cool. All right, but I'm looking at the numbers on some of the other mass market stuff that I did, because I think that'll give me a good barometer.
You're at 30,000 right now.
31, yeah, 30,000.
You just need a 20. You just need a 20 exit.
20 exit.
20 times more, right?
Oh.
To get. Is that right number? Did I do the math right? Yeah, 20. That'll be 600,000 views a month.
All right. So my biggest skip the rules video is Monopoly Junior. It has 521 views, and for that 521 views, I've made $1.13.
Yes.
Is that its life or what?
That is its life. Okay, so yeah, this looks depressing. Look at this now. But that's why it's an experiment.
Well,
that's why.
So,
Forrest, who needs reality?
That failed so bad?
Who needs reality?
Why has that failed?
Do the murder stuff, so don't demoralize it. I want it to...
So, Forrest, why has that failed?
I don't know. I got to look at some. I don't know. I think this conversation, like the 1,000 views, is so many for me. I look at it more
That's
like
$2,
Richard
right?
gets me 100%. If I have 1,000 videos that are all getting me 25 cents a month, that is what I am working towards. And this is one of those videos that will get me all these mass market skip the rules videos are the kind of videos that every single one I do is going to get me 25 to 50 cents every single month, pretty much. Once they get more popular, I think. And that's my line of thinking, I guess, for now. I don't know.
Forrest, can I ask you a very basic thing on YouTube for a second?
Yeah, what's up?
So do you only get money if you turn on ads, or you have to turn on ads and then you get money for the watching of the ads? Is that the deal?
Yeah, I monetize everything automatically, and yes, it's only if they watch the ad or click on the ad, stuff like that.
If you're relying on that automatic, you're really hurting yourself.
Yeah.
YouTube Red also works too.
Yeah, I don't even know.
If a YouTube Red subscriber payer watches a video, the creator gets a percentage of that. What is it? $18 a month?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Based on time.
I think something like 15% of my YouTube income is from YouTube Premium viewers.
Huh.
So they produce a hell of a lot more than ad watchers.
Did they change?
And over time, there are going to be more of them because
Oh, yeah.
YouTube is doing everything they can to convince everybody that you can't stay away from our ads.
Sure.
So Forrest, you said you had 500 for Monopoly Junior. Audrey McClelland, who only has twice as many subscribers to you, has 250,000 views for Monopoly Junior.
And that's my thing. Monopoly Junior was a skip the rules video I put up on a whim.
Mm-hmm.
not realizing that there was already another video for it.
Yeah.
It was just like, hey, maybe this will be popular. The ones that I have, the ones that I'm pinpointing are specifically, there is not a video explaining the rules and clearly labeled as that.
Right. But I mean, several of the ones you mentioned, I mean, does anybody buy them? Is the question.
Can you buy
Well,
that
that's the thing. They're in thrift stores and they go in and out of print as well. Like
you could go look at the Amazon sales rank.
Yeah, I think
And
that's
then
what you need to do.
derive
because you
your-
need to
derive
be,
your-
Well, that's
you need to be
actually-
making videos for the top sellers at Walmart, the top sellers on Amazon. That's
Yeah,
where
I
you will.
agree.
That's where you will have your success.
That's experiment number 3. I actually went to that's the one where I went and I spent $60 on mini card games. I got one that's like the number 8 on Amazon. I got one that's like from that same company, but it's a Christmas game. But I know they already are mass marketing the hell out of it. So they're going to make tons and tons and tons of copies of it. It gets opened up on Christmas morning. I'm going to be probably the only person with the skip the rules video on it. Heck, I might even have a review up on it. And boom, that's what I'm trying to go for. And honestly, I think that experiment of the 3 I'm doing is probably going to be the most successful because I'm not just looking at it from an in-coin point of view. I really like to see if I gain subscribers from it.
I don't think so. I don't. I mean, the people you're chasing after don't subscribe. They come. They need to learn how to teach their kids to play this game, and then they walk away from you.
Not like you're like
your
not doing
subscribers
like
won't matter for this.
closet stuff, like where kids are running around everywhere and you got dinky music. Like you have people who are just looking for the answer, how to do it in 2 minutes, how to do it.
Like my son watches a lot of Among Us videos, and I noticed that those creators are like, we noticed that 85% of you are not subscribing, and they try and do that message at the beginning, like subscribe, but no one's going to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If anything, saying that is just going to say, well, I was going to subscribe, but not now.
Well, on those videos, I don't actually think I asked for a subscribe. What I'm trying to do is I'm testing on the skip the rules videos. I specifically say, like, right as soon as we get towards the end, I was like, hey, if this helped you out, please consider liking and let me know in the comments below where you're from, because I find that sort of thing fascinating. Because that, I think people are much more likely to, just be like, oh, I'm from Berlin, Germany. And then I can say, oh, thank you very much. Was the video helpful? And then I can get myself maybe a little conversation going right there and, tickle those algorithms a little bit more.
Here's another question for you, Forrest. I mean, because you are trying to go, I mean, you're trying to avoid what Scott rightly suggested earlier, just find the hottest Board Game Geek games and cover them before everybody else.
Yes.
The only and that's the closest thing you have to a guaranteed path to success, and you have almost no chance of success because that's what everybody is doing.
Right.
So I think you have a longer shot, but you are also going off into uncharted territory.
But here's the thing, Richard, I'm doing both. The Kickstarter critique is doing exactly that. I covered Vindication today, which has $200,000 in day 1. I got ISS Vanguard. I'm going to start looking at preview pages for hot Kickstarters and commenting on the preview pages in advance. And the other thing with this Kickstarter critiques is I'm forming relationships with a lot of these publishers. Like the people who do Nemo's War, they're like, hey, we want to get you on the reviewer list. We're going to share your video.
Oh,
and
that's
it's
great.
like, wow, a lot of potential avenues are opening up as well, because if I form that relationship, then maybe I'll get the hot games and I can do
Well,
that.
then, if you were so successful with that as an example, it circles back to Scott. Why put any effort in anything except that? Since that's proven success as opposed to experimental success.
Basically,
Because as you put it, everyone's trying to do that. I'm going to be trying to do different things. Like, hell, my behind the scenes stuff, I love doing that, and that's getting a positive reception. And I don't think anybody's doing it quite how I'm doing it there. Like, I am showing everybody how the sausage gets made, and like I love doing that. Like, I plan on doing something on how to edit on iMovie. Like, I'm gonna try a bunch of different tactics and see what works. Like, once a week, I check out a Kickstarter outside the board game circuit, and if I can start getting some traction there too, like I am really trying everything at this point. Because you're right, Richard. There are so few paths to being you or Tom or Man versus Meeple that I'm trying to pave my own way.
But as you can tell, all 3 that you're speaking of are totally different products. Like, they're just different. So
Yes.
I always tell people, like, when you're making a channel, like, who the fuck are you? Like, let people know who you are. Let them know who you are. What is your channel? What type of games do you cover? What is your top 10? And then once people understand the gist of what your channel is, then that's up to you to like, make sure you're consistent with that. Like, and I see you're just trying, you're finding it again, right? Like you're trying to like add these things. That's great. Just make sure, like you stick with it and like praise people for, watching your videos. Like if it's a series, like you're going to do the murder closet, make sure people are, thanking them for watching it. And, I don't know, just make it fun and gimmicky. Like people will appreciate that. I would just say what you're going for, just make sure that's what your channel's going for, and, just go all in, go all in on it. And then if, cut it at a natural breaking point. I don't want you to invest so much time in something that doesn't return to either views, income, and fun, like actual fun, like above everything. Like I want you to enjoy what you're doing. But if it's about getting bread, like there's a way to get bread. Like there's just a way to get bread. And like you want to talk about that kind of stuff, there's a way to do that. And it's just whether we want, like the stuff you like to do and what you want to do. Because that's really what it boils down to, man. I would just prioritize the fun based on what you're talking about right now.
Here's the thing. I'm in a very fortunate position. I find this fun. Like I love running these experiments. I love crunching the numbers and being like, oh shit, that didn't work. Why didn't it work? Should I invest time into it? Like I got so many things I want to try. It's fun to me. Like, I don't know.
And I also feel like like if you're not even covering the new hotness, like cover games that were, like you said, like it's a 2017 game, like cover a really good fucking 2017 game. Some people go to YouTube and look for recents, like they look for the recent posts. They don't look at the old posts. Like Dwellings, when you looked up Dwellings initially, when I was just like, oh, I haven't played this game. Well, John Gets Games comes up. It comes up, I believe, first. Well, the rules aren't the same. So, like, there's not exactly the same. So, I did that for Title Blade. Same thing. Rules aren't exactly the same. So, if you got something recent and it's good when they click on it, like, that's all. I just feel like that's the move. Like, just finding those good titles that have a good reputation. Like, there's a channel that literally just does Spirit Island. I swear to God, these guys have such great content and they still just do fucking Spirit Island videos because it does well for them. Like they're just good at it too. Like they're knowledgeable, they do it well. And then they did a Too Many Bones series. It's like they're two things, but they do such a good job at it that it's hard not to watch. And they have fun and they have the different ways they cover it. Man, I mean, find whatever it is like I said, find whatever it is that you really get fun response. It's fun and get a response to it, man.
That's what I'm trying to do, man. That's the Kickstarter critique. Anybody who's watched those can clearly see I'm having fun. Like I'm letting it rip, and like yes, I'm trying to do exactly that. Do you ask people what you like they want you to cover? Because how do you get people? No. Like if someone mentioned something in the comments, I will cover it. But other than that, I covered a beer pong game yesterday. I do the big ones because they need to be done and they're going to get me views. Like this Vindication one that's up, it's going to get me views, and I do those. But I mix. I don't have a rhyme or reason really.
Yeah.
Like I did Sea Rovers because Van's a boomer.
Here's an idea. Here's an idea.
Killer job on it too, man. It was awesome.
Thank you.
Here's an idea for you. Try this. Just try it for a little while, maybe. Call it the last 48, and it'll be a content that's around a couple Kickstarters that are ending in the last 48 hours.
Last 48.
There you go. That's good.
Right. And then you go to the Kickstarter page, you cover like 3 of them because you don't need to go through everything like over and over again. You can just scan through it and be like, give it each one like 5 minutes and just cover what you think is cool. They unlock these things, like this is something that seems interesting now because they have all this shit, or they're really close to funding and this is a cool idea, like that kind of thing like that. And
that's a great idea.
Like
that is a great idea, but it doesn't sound fun. Like, there's the thing.
To me, that sounds fun too, because it could be a game that sounded like, you kind of covered because you were being silly, and then it gets close, like it's like 23 backers away by the time you film it, and it could, it's kind of fun, man. Like, it's fun. It's not like you're gonna go back to Darkest Dungeon and like, oh my god, I hope they get to 4 million. It's or it could be. You could throw that in the mix. But the other.
But here's the thing: I don't know necessarily if I still don't know if the video is actually. I just like to dig more into actually breaking down the Kickstarter page. Like, I find that fascinating. Like, how are they doing shipping? I think this should be placed up here. I think it was like with Sea Rovers, like the fact that it was a Dice Tower top 10 most anticipated. I would be pounding a drum saying, check this out. Like, I would have that on the main page because that draws people attention. It's like little things like that. I really love over analyzing. And it's less about the game for me, honestly. It's more about just the page itself.
Do you have like a video that like explains?
No way.
In your because I've actually watched these, but I'm just saying, do you have a video like that just says like, "Hey, this is how I look at Kickstarter pages"? Like, it's just a video, like you said, behind the scenes.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I just no. I mean, the whole segment kind of just started on a whim. I mean,
Right.
it's just throwing shit against the wall.
Yeah, we talked about that like right before you started. So yeah. I don't know. I just feel like there's videos there. You got a couple of video ideas.
You know, kicking off of what Jeremy suggested, if you're doing them anyway, and right now you're just kind of being slapdash about it. Oh, this one kind of struck my fancy. I'll do it whenever I do it. If all of your critiques went up in the last 48 hours, regardless of when you filmed it, you put it up in the last 48 hours, and you very loudly shout in the title and your thumbnail, 48 hours left. Watch this now.
Mm-hmm.
And create that kind of urgency that, I wasn't going to, only 48 hours. Maybe I should watch it.
Yeah.
And then you just do what you're going to do anyway.
Yeah. And as a creator in the last 48 hours right now, we're desperate for getting content out there right now.
Kickstarter, you just say like Kickstarter roundup for the last 48. Like, you got to make it so it says Kickstarter, some way. And then you have to hashtag it with Kickstarter, or like Kickstarter, then hashtag Darkest Dungeon, then hashtag, like just random, some of these things. They have to match up with what you're saying in the video though. But yeah, man, that's a thing I've always tabled. But yeah, it's something that you can, I think that's definitely kind of fun. Like, it's really fun.
Yeah, you don't have to change anything about what you're doing. And also, it's, as was said, a good tool for the runners because they're trying to get that last 48 hour when everybody gets their reminder to come and check. But the number of times that every publisher has heard from, I only just found out about your thing 2 minutes after it closed. So I could see that being something people would want to subscribe to you for.
Yeah.
All right, it's done. Next week, I will get one that's like in the last 2 days, and I'll doll it up and I'll see that. But that's another thing. Like, I kind of like doing them at the beginning, because then, like, I have 4 or 5 people have said, I really use some of the stuff that you put in there, and seeing you actually scrolling through the page in real time kind of helped me realize.
Why is that any different in the first 48 hours opposed to the last 48?
People
need your help more in those last 48 than they do in the first 48.
The last 48 is so intense, and you actually are like now talking about the game. Like, now they've shown their hand, because people who are like close to not funding are going to show their hand. And then the people who are funding, they have their hand spread. And you could just be like, even if you do it like I used to toy with this one idea, like you would do all in. You would say, hey, like, I'm going to rate this one an all in, a base pledge, or $1 or no back. Like, you just kind of like rate them, and that'll be your rating scale. Like the last 48. Like,
that's good.
And by the way, Cassandra, if Forrest doesn't follow up on this, you need to
gotta do it.
Snake all this out from right underneath.
I struggle because what's it called? Forrest has got such a strong personality, and I feel like a lot of his videos showcase his personality, and like these Kickstarters are great for him.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think my personality would shine quite as great as his does, because it's a little bit more laid back. I don't think I could give it as much energy while still being me that would draw as many people to it, which is, I think, one of Forrest's strengths.
There's a guy, I just want to, I'll find the name for you. He does.
I will say one thing, Cassandra. if you go back and check out like my first videos, it is dry as paint. So it is definitely something that you can develop. I mean, it's a tool you can work
I'll be
on.
completely honest, Forrest.
Because I
Forrest, I'm going to stop you. I don't watch your videos because I hate watching your videos because of your personality. It really is a hard thing for me, and so I'm not going to attempt to develop a personality that I don't like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Damn, Forrest, she just said she doesn't like your ass.
Damn.
She said, go back in your fucking dungeon.
No, I want to watch a series that does that. Basically, I'm going to tear this fucker apart.
Don't worry. If you were to rate content creators, it would crush. Trust me.
I actually have been thinking
At least
about
for
it
a month,
because
it would. At least for a month, it would crush.
I actually have been thinking about how there's been some content creators where I'm like, you know what? I want to go back on there and say, all right, let's do this. Let's do a reversal. Let's do it 360 just for a second.
I actually started a new segment called Re-Reviews, where I'm planning on going back through a bunch of my reviews, and if people enjoy them, and re-reviewing and really very critically analyzing myself and what I did and how I've grown, and then looking at the progression of the video. Was it popular? Could it have been popular? Where did I screw up? Like I'm trying all sorts of stuff, but I mean,
I bring value for your audience, though. What does that say to your audience? Like, what does that say about your channel?
Yeah.
That when you get done with that video, you would say, that's what I love, which is above everything. But also, like, that's what my audience comes to my channel for. Like, that's the key. I mean, it's like, otherwise, even us at MVM, like, that's the reason why you don't have as many active subs. Like, regardless of whether you have a lot, you still need active bodies watching your stuff. Otherwise, you just have a whole bunch of shit. Like, you just have a whole bunch of people.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's what I have.
Like having a whole bunch of games and not playing them. It's like you could have 5,000 good games, 5,000 games, but you're only playing 150. Like, you need to have this active group of people that are talking about your stuff and watching your stuff and recommending your stuff. So it's like you got to represent those people so they activate for you. You know, they spread the virus that is Bowers Corner. You know, like, that's what you want. You want to infect the community with your content, and that's part of it, is making them active members for you.
Well, here's the thing.
Represent them by giving them the content that makes them go out and talk about your channel.
Here's the thing. I don't know I don't know who these people are because I have so many different balls in the air. Is it convention coverage people?
That's
I don't know.
No. Okay. So this is why I watched you. This is why I watched you religiously for a long time. One, because you have a great personality. Two, like, you just review good, like, you review shitty games and you do it with passion. and you find good games within the shitty games. And you also are not afraid to toss games out. And I think people had fun with that, like the in or out. That shit was hilarious. It's fucking hilarious. It's great. Because you mix them in there, like it'll be new hotness and some game that you had from back there behind you, and you throw them out. People love that kind of stuff. You can even revise that kind of content now. It's just, like I said, you have to start defining, like, this is what I'm going to give to you. You're my subscribers. You're my 6K subscribers. This is what you're going to expect from me. I'm going to try some new stuff this year, and you can even, that could be a video, like, hey, this is, 2021. We're going to be trying different things. First of all, I want to know what you want from me. I've had this channel for X amount of years. I've been loving what I've been doing. I've been trying this thing in or out. I've been doing this and that. If, I want to, do this for you. I want to change up this channel. I have more time in my life to give to you. What do you want? And these are the things I'm working on. So then you just say what they are, and then you kind of give a quick blow, and then that's it. That's it. Yeah, man.
Well, I actually made a video today that was literally talking about all the stuff that's going on, except I didn't ask.
Don't cry.
I'm really kicking myself for not doing
it. Don't cry, you say it. Take care, Richard.
Bye, Richard.
Bye.
Yeah, man. I just feel like that's the thing. You have to shape your audience and then say this is what I am, and like I said, a new fresh you. Like if it's a new fresh you, then
Well, that's exactly what I'm doing. Like
That Kickstarter
I saw
critique
the
is
numbers on the Kickstarter critiques. Every single one of them's getting me 3-4 subscribers.
Yeah.
Like the bigger games, every single one, 3 or 4 subscribers. Bard's Song, Darkest Dungeon, ISS Vanguard, and so I see that. So I'm doing it every day now. I'm going to do a Kickstarter critique. That's the goal.
But
so I see what people want. So
But
Scott's
also-
right.
but
Scott
also
is totally right.
I was gonna say, but
Forrest,
also,
I did not mean to be mean to your personality.
Oh no!
Yeah, she did.
I took nothing from it at all.
Yeah, she
I
did. She
know
said,
I'm an
"Fucking
acquired
Forrest."
No,
I
just
gotta
like,
watch one more second of you.
Yeah.
on video. It's really hard when people are just so energetic. I am just like, oh my god, please just calm down a little bit. I'm trying to watch you and relax, and you're screaming at me.
Yeah. Oh, I completely get it, Cassandra. No hurt feelings whatsoever.
no, Cassandra's like, as soon as he says, "Oh, hey there, matey," she's like, "Oh my god!" She just can't even do the intro. Oh my god!
I've watched a couple of them, but they are definitely. I've got to prepare myself. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna watch one of these.
Oh my god! Oh man, Forrest, man. When I first saw him watching, he's just such a fun man. He's such a fun dude, man. His convention coverage is just second to none. It's ridiculous. It's so
this next year, I'm gonna crush it if it
Oh
happens.
my god! Okay, so he used to walk around with his sponsor on like a partially ripped cardboard and like sticker it onto the cardboard.
Yeah, that's what
Like
you had to
it was
do.
like Grant. It wasn't like he took like a cardboard box and like maybe like cut this flap off. Like cut the flap off, like I'll cut this side off the box, whatever. No, it was just like he ripped the box and like, glued the papers of his sponsor on there.
Like he had to let everybody know how strong he was.
But that,
He had to let everybody know how strong he was. He could rip the box. He didn't need scissors.
dude, yeah, he had this thing, and it was like, what was it, like TMG and like a radio station? I can't remember what it was. I was just crying, laughing when I was watching these videos. And then at the end of the night, he sits down, in his hotel room, and he just gives like a rundown of all the games he saw that day. And it was real quick. Like it was quick hitters of each game, the ones he was the most interested in. And I was like, that's fun. And one thing he always does is actually ask questions, and he gives good follow-up questions that you would just ask instead of letting somebody run on with a 5-minute demo. Like he almost makes it more engaging other than just, I'm going to sit here and listen to you the whole time. Like it's something about the way he just knows how to connect with folks. And that's like, it's like a wheelhouse for him.
Well, it's also that's a muscle. Like I've been
it is.
I did 1,000 interviews at conventions. I mean, I've had practice.
Yeah, it's tough though, because it's like that is such a wheelhouse, and it can be a wheelhouse for your subs right now.
No.
Yeah, it just sucks. Yeah, it definitely sucks because that's a big strength.
Yeah, even if you are annoying.
Oh man, and
That's fucked up.
The questions you would ask at the end are fucking epic, man. Oh my god.
The questions at the end are my favorite.
The questions at the end were fucking epic. I loved it, man. I loved it.
I tell you what, the questions at the end do not go over well in Essen with the language barrier, though. Let me tell you, not the best.
All right, what did I miss, funny people?
Dude.
Nothing.
Forrest is
everything.
We just had a very deep discussion about Bigfoot.
Lance, everything.
What about Bigfoot?
It's too late because the conversation's over.
It was discovered. For real.
Bigfoot lives in Maine, man. We figured it out.
Oh, speaking of that,
Bigfoot lives
did you
in Maine.
hear HBO Max is releasing their whole 2020 movie thing like for a month for free? Like Wonder Woman, King Kong
All that
versus Godzilla or whatever the hell it was.
Well, I did
Kombat's
see
in there somehow.
Huh?
So I did see that prior to the fact, because they're releasing all those big movies like Wonder Woman and stuff like that, they've canceled the free trial option. Like you can't sign up for your 5-day free trial. They're just like, yeah, we're not doing that.
I don't blame them there.
I don't blame them on that one, man. Oh, so
How many people did the free trial for The Sopranos?
They have all the DC licenses. So like, like I've been watching Stargirl, which with my daughter, which isn't bad, you know, which I think was like a UPN thing or something.
Yep, it was a UPN.
So I just found a mouse house made out of Donald Trump $50 bills they've been chewing for years back here. Like it's a giant mouse. Like there's no mice now, but you can tell it was a giant mouse hole, and it's like all these Donald Trump $50 bills chewed up.
So I'll tell you kind of a horrifying story. So
where are we going tonight?
No. So when my kids were in Little League, when my son was in Little League, I would always sign up to be the manager of the team because you never got enough people that are willing to manage the teams. But I would always sign up just so I can make sure that like, you know, my kids didn't wind up with some shithead, you know. And so I would so they give you the stuff, and one of the things they give you the batting helmets, right? And so I had the batting helmets, and I kept the batting helmets like in the garage, just like with all the bats and all the other stuff, the bases, everything else, right? So one day I headed out to like go load up the stuff, and I looked down, and inside one of the batting helmets they have the foam casing or whatever. I look, and instead of the foam being around it, it's all ripped up and chewed up, and it's just this big giant pile in the middle. And I was like, oh Jesus, you know, and I was like, what the? I was like, oh, mice must have got into it, right? So I took it and I brought it outside, and I was gonna throw it out. And then I brought it over, and I was like, and I was reaching into like, I grabbed like a big handful of it, and I dropped it, and I was taking it out, and all of a sudden I saw there was all these little tiny baby mice inside of it that I had just picked up, and I had dropped down, and they were all like squirming around. I was like, oh crap. I was like, what do I do? You know, and I was like, I didn't want to like kill them, and like I must have scared the mom away or something like that. So I picked each one up, and I, as gently as I could, I put them all back inside the helmet, and I put all the foam back in, and I went and I put it back in the exact same place where I'd left it, and I just left it there. And then I went, and I just didn't bring that one helmet with me, obviously, and I left. And I came back like after practice or whatever for Little League, and I went to go check it out. And like, and trust me, there weren't any dogs or cats in the garage or anything like that. Everybody's gonna think it was that. And my wife was with me, and both my kids are with me, so there was nobody at the house, right? Like literally, like the mice the mom or something must have kicked all of the because most of the padding was gone, and all the babies were gone. So I could only assume that like she had taken the babies and taken them somewhere else to like hide them or something, because she didn't think the place was safe. But I was like, man, that was like the freakiest thing in the world. I was like, that's weird. There's some wet gooey stuff inside this fatty. I was like, oh no,
oh, that is so gross.
It's 9 squirming little baby mice. That's what I'm holding on to. Ugh.
I think I would have dropped it, screamed, and then ran away.
That's the right reaction, probably.
Yeah.
But anyway, that was my baby mice story.
That was a beautiful story.
Yeah.
Anybody want to tell these stories about small animals with their children dying? I had a great one. I got one for you, Lance.
I'd rather not hear about like pets dying. I know. I don't want to hear about. I don't want to hear about because I'm going to have to euthanize one of my oldest dog here.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Yeah. No chance, huh?
No, she's like
they said they were hurting, but he was hurting pretty bad.
she's like riddled with cancer, and one of her tumors like burst. So it's just she's So I could do it later today, but I'd rather not look back at my 49th birthday as the day that I killed my dog.
Yeah.
So I got her some. I got her some good pain meds from the vet, and I'll take her on Friday.
Yeah.
I was gonna take her today, but the vet didn't get back to me on time. I was really mad. I finally turned the corner on it. I was like, she's never gonna get better, even if she's kind of alert right now and she's kind of eating and kind of herself. Like she's never gonna get better. This is a decline, and she's already nothing like the dog she was. So I need to say goodbye, and I need to do the right thing. And I made that decision, and I called my vet, and they were like, "Oh, she's on lunch right now. Can I have her call you back?" I was like, "Yes, please have her call me back. We've decided it's time." And then like a couple hours go by, and I was like, she still doesn't call me back. So I call her, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, she's been really busy today." And I'm like, so then she finally called me back, and I was like, "Yeah, so we made a decision. Well, we can't do it today. Can we do it tomorrow?" And I was like, "No, we can't do it tomorrow. It's my freaking birthday." And then I'm like, now I'm feeling selfish too, because I didn't mean to bring everybody down, but I'm feeling selfish because it's like, oh, I don't want to do it on my birthday. I mean, it's just like, so part of me is also like, maybe I should just do it on my birthday because it's the right thing to do, but I don't know.
I think it says a lot about you, Lance, that you don't want to kill your dog on your birthday.
There you go. +1 on that one. There you go. It's your day with your partner. This will be the last day with your partner. Why not have it, right? Enjoy it. Celebrate it. Celebrate together. Celebrate.
Yeah, it's just gonna suck.
It's gonna fucking suck. Enjoy that day. Enjoy the fuck out of that day. Dedicate your 49th birthday to this beautiful dog this partner you've had for a long time.
Yeah, nearly 14 years.
Yeah, that's your partner.
Yeah?
Yep. It'll suck out loud.
Yeah.
Oh well.
No, it's your partner.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah. Shit, man. Oh boy.
I remember I read this interview. I read this interview in a magazine from Jean-Claude Van Damme of all people, right? And it was just like the video was all over the interview was all over. I think it was in Details magazine, if any of you remember Details magazine. So Details, the magazine before Maxim, right? Yeah, it was just but I remember it was like, so I remember I was reading that, and he was talking, and the guy the guy was interviewing him, and at the exact same time, like, Van Damme had a dog, this like black lab dog that was really sick, and he had to do the same thing. And I remember he like said something. He was like, you know what, he's like, all my money, all my success, I would trade it all on this day for one more day of running down the beach with her, like being the young dog that she once was. He was like, I trade it all just for one more day of that, but I can't ever get her back. I can't ever get that back. And I've always thought about that. It was just like a total throwaway line in an interview, but I've always said, man, that really says something. And I was like, and I thought about that today, and I was like, man, if I could just spin the wheel back even a year for her.
Yeah, my dad is a dog trainer. He like trains all these dogs, but his first dog, Sarah, she was around when I was a kid, and she made it to 16. It got so hard for him that the last 4 months, I think she had some similar stuff or whatever, he couldn't even keep her. Like, he just could not handle it. Like, he could not mentally handle it. Like, to watch his dog deteriorate. But he wanted my grandma to keep her. And I was just like, what are you doing? He said, Jerry, I just could not handle her. All these other dogs, all dogs everywhere. The dogs, they all sit for him. He's like dog master. And he's like, I just can't. It's just, I can't. And then when she died, I mean, my grandma was like, he was just inconsolable. It just was not crazy. It's your friend. It's a connection. It's a part of your life. It's a part of your life. People are seasons. Your dog, shit.
So the
dog
very
lasts more than most people in your life. Like, it does. It just does.
the very first video review I ever did, it was for a website that doesn't even exist anymore called posy.com. It was a contest, and they said do a video review of a board game, and then and they gave away prizes, and I think I took second place or something. But in like the first minute of the video, I introduced my daughter, who's in a high chair next to me, and then I say, "This is my first dog, Reggie," and I pick her up, and she's just a year old in that video. I watched it again today, and I bawled for like 5 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah, it was just like, huh. That was like, and I was like, holy shit, really? I did my first video was like 12 years ago. Like
That's
I was like,
awesome,
yeah, I was like, I mean, yeah.
Wow.
So I went back and I looked at that, and it just sucks because she's just she's nothing like she used to be. She just lays on the couch and hurts to move and
yeah, I know. That's brother.
There's a really young me holding a little puppy.
Oh wow.
She still has that exact same collar on.
Oh my god.
It's much less purple now.
Who's the level 4 warrior holding her?
Yeah.
The level 4 berserker with +1 scar battle helmet up there.
Look at that guy. That guy's
Level.
freaking hardcore.
Got the level 1 head scarf.
Not a single gray.
Yeah, look at that. Like, there's no gray hair.
Nowhere. Oh man.
Can't see it anywhere.
Oh my god.
And she is all gray now. I mean, like she's got almost no brindle coat. She's even got big bushy gray eyebrows now. Yeah.
Man,
it just sucks.
Yeah.
Just sucks.
Unconditional love, man. Dogs are just.
Oh yeah, they just give and they give and they give and they don't ever ask and.
Yep.
And they just yeah, but anyway, then thank you, Lance, for bringing everybody down.
Oh,
feeling awful. Peter, I was like, Peter leave? No, Peter's just vanished into the ether in the back. What are you doing now? Is that like
there he is?
What are you doing, Forrest?
I am slowly but surely cleaning out this closet, trying to make enough space to do the studio. But it's like really hard to navigate through this basement because there's like literally probably hundreds of board games right here.
I went upstairs to talk to my wife and I said, Forrest is crazy. And I started telling her a story and she said, you be nice to Forrest. Just let him be happy. And then she said to me, remember when you ran into him at Gen Con and I was with you? I was like, yeah. And remember how happy he was that you came over and just talked to him and you guys just hung out for a while? And I was like, yeah. He's like, well, yeah. So just be nice to Forrest. And I was like, all right, I'll just be nice to Forrest. And he's still
fine.
I'll just be nice to Forrest. What is that tub with the blue top on it? What is
that? This is how you save money right here. This is a laundry detergent. We buy this stuff in bulk. This is a giant tub of it. You just get a squirt of that. We save probably $100 a year on laundry detergent.
Wow. Where do you get it? Like at some place that sells it to businesses?
I don't know. My wife started getting it from some guy, and
from some guy,
some guy on the back of a truck. It's probably safe. I mean, you're a little itchier now, but
I just go to this pier, and they're just in these jugs. And there's a guy.
None of you guys have skin irritations, you can tell.
And the funny thing is, there's that guy, and he's in a Zoom meeting saying, "All I have to do is sell a number of these tubs to make it."
I'll start doing videos of them.
There's no one else doing these tubs, and if I could just get it on the tubs,
10,841 more bits.
I like that guy. Oh wait! I don't think I know your name. What is it? Chris, what's your Kickstarter? Asking for troubles.
It's over in like less
that one.
I know. Why couldn't we come up with Forrest's like 48-hour thing last week when Chris and I,
Right. When's it hit? Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh shit! All right, tomorrow night. So you got
Well,
one.
hey, how about this? You can do it. You can do it for his pledge
Bye,
manager.
Grant.
Good night,
Grant,
everybody.
it was good seeing you, guy.
Happy birthday, Lance.
Thanks, Grant. I appreciate that very much.
Yeah,
That's true. I
have a good
mean,
one.
we both got pledge managers that are going to be collecting afterwards, so that's still of value.
Hey, you know what's, and I don't want to. I'm not gonna say who, because I don't want to throw shade on anybody. But like, so, like a long time ago, the why can't I talk? What was the giant Kickstarter from? Excuse me. I can't even think. Same people that did Super Fantasy Brawl. Why can't I think of the name of the company?
Games.
Mythic. They did Darkest Dungeon, right?
Yeah.
So they reached out to me and they said, "Hey, do you want to do a video?" And I was like, "Sure, I'll do a video for the game." And they're like, "Cool." And I was like, just I'll do a video, just and like, "Oh, do you want to charge us any money?" And I was like, you know what? Normally I would say yeah, but you know what? Just as long as you just get me like a full pledge of the game for free, that's cool. I'll be fine with that. They're like, "Okay, well, we'll get a prototype sent out to you." And I was like, "Cool." And then I didn't hear anything for like literally until there was like 2 days left of the thing. And so they reached out to me and they're like, "Hey, sorry, we should have gotten back to you a long time ago, but we still want you to do a thing, but we want you to do it for the pledge manager and we will launch that."
Yep.
Fine, whatever. Cool. Awesome. And they're like, "Okay, well, we're going to get a prototype sent out to you." So like a week goes by. And then they're like, "Okay, so so the prototype right now is being held by somebody." And they're like, and as soon as they're done with it, they're going to send it out to you.
Boy.
I was like, "Cool. Awesome." Yeah. As soon as they've done their video, they're going to send it to you. Cool.
Yeah.
They posted their video like a month ago. And like, and it's just like, and I'm whatever. It's like, I was coming in with nothing. So just zero expectations. So I can't really complain, but I'm also like, why are you still waiting for? I see that they did their video. I mean, it's like plus the two things where it's like one, it's like they did a video for the Kickstarter and then they did a follow-up video that came out like right after the Kickstarter was done. And it was just kind of like, so are they just sitting on the prototype? Are you? I mean, if you're not going to send it to me, fine. Just I don't care. Just this, but I don't know, shit like that. I really hate non-communication. I just like, and I realize there's this innate feeling of like people don't want to hurt people's feelings and things like that, and I get that, but just
I think one of those big things and that's still an issue with publishers right now, is that like communication is just so important. It's like some of these content creators, even the bigger ones, like you just don't feel valued. It's like you're throwing money at the wall, or you're throwing these at everybody. There needs to be some kind of organization, and that's your benefit. That's to your benefit.
When are we going to get our first real like person doing TikTok videos about board games?
TikTok.
I tried. And I do.
Wait. Isn't Sarah doing TikToks?
You say Sarah like I'm supposed to know who you're talking
Sarah
about.
Surratt, like board games in a
Yeah.
minute.
Oh,
Doesn't she do TikToks?
There's board games in a minute.
Pirates Parlay does TikTok, man. They've got like 10,000 subscribers or something like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's actually a couple of TikTok people.
Well, I mean, it's only getting shorter, right? The attention span of the audience is
Yeah.
only getting shorter and shorter and shorter. Pretty soon,
Well,
it's
I
gonna be
will-
like,
I will say
like
that
a video needs to be 2 minutes long. You get 2 minutes, and you better
Now-
grab me in the first 7
Now,
seconds.
I don't know.
Otherwise-
Is that true for board gamers though?
So, but here's the thing.
True for me.
Okay, so Sarah's doing the 1 minute, which I find is a little tight on a game for me, right?
Yes.
But so then I decided that for Cardboard Alchemy, we would give away a game signed by the designer, and I would do a 5-minute video saying not how to play, but just like why you should pay attention to this game. I find it actually very hard to do that in 5 minutes because I always want to talk over the stupid 5 minutes. I have to edit the hell out of it to get it back down to 5 minutes. And then I wonder whether or not I really covered it the right way, or people tune out after 1 minute anyway. So I don't even know yet. To Forrest's point, I'm still experimenting with what I would want to get out of it. Like how much would I want to invest in a video? Chris and I have talked about this. If you see that the video is 40 minutes, you're like, nah,
Right.
because
But I watch them if they're 15 minutes. I love the 1 minute video. It's an elevator pitch. That's all I need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me an elevator pitch and then I'll dive in myself. I don't need 15 minutes of
I think
teaching the game.
best would be you do. Now I don't know how to do this, but I've seen the the YouTube ones where you have like, I think Dan King did this for a while. He did like a 1 minute and then he had an attached.
It's called Allegro. It's a 2 minute Allegro, and then he does.
Yeah, that was an interesting
2 minute
idea.
version. Yeah, what he does is he does a sort of a BGG explanation of the game. He says some of the actions on a turn. He doesn't say all of them. He says some of them.
Yeah.
And then he says and then kind of like how you score points at the end, and then how he feels about the game. If you want to find out more, click on the link. It's very, very simple, but it's also cut really well to the core of what the game is. And then that's it. It's almost like reading the box, showing what the pictures are that explain what you see on the back of the box. And then I'm out. It's good. It's very good.
Devin does a 1 minute thing where he tries to tell you, give most of the rules, overview of rules in a minute. And then he'll do 30 seconds at the end of if we liked it, if we didn't, what he thought about it. It's amazing. I can't do that. Devin, my partner, Devin.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, and he talks so quickly. I edit them for him and I'm like, oh my God, I can understand all your words, but I sometimes listen at double speed and I'm like, whew, those are.
Yeah, I love that. I just want the information quick, give it to me, and then I'm out. The stuff I like watching is more stuff like this, conversation or feelings of playing games and stuff like that. I don't want to be taught the game for 15 minutes, especially since I'm a tactile learner.
Yeah.
That means nothing to me.
You would have to be moving pieces and
I gotta have it in front of me.
I get what you're saying. Because even when I watch Roddy stuff, I'm not staring at this. I'm almost like I'm actually I actually set up the game and I'm watching him do it, and I'm doing the actions physically that he's doing. So I go, oh, okay. And then, I just have I know when I'm doing Roddy's videos and I'm watching them, I'm doing them different than other people because I can tell there's less rules. Sometimes at game night we do it, and then I do the actions in front of people. We do all kinds of stuff. There's different ways to digest that type of content. And I just don't feel like board gamers are stuck on the same thing that the entire internet world is, because some people there's a lot of gamers that like every fucking rule, every single, because they'll be like, if you don't, you'll go to your comments and they'll be like, but what if this happens? Wait, so then what's the tiebreaker? Wait, so do you just tie? And you're like, you want me to go through the 5 tiebreakers?
Yes, they do.
If I'm doing a rules, I do.
They don't want to read the rules.
I didn't say that. But even for put like this, even for a Kickstarter preview video, if you got 5 tiebreakers, debatable.
There was a really funny the Quacklope guys did a video for Mission Catastrophe, and someone went on and said, you used that room 2 times and you're not allowed to use that room. And Jesse's answer was, did we have fun though? And that was all he said to that comment, which was great.
That's what I say for every sponsor live stream. I'm like, you can come in, you can watch, you can correct me. I'll have a chat window up where you can correct me. But all people really care about is if we're having fun. That's it. That's really just people want to see if you're having fun. If the game is fun, that's most important. You have fun at game night and you fuck up a rule, right?
Yeah.
You're like, oh, we played this game wrong the whole time. That rule, whatever, right? Oh, whatever.
Yeah.
Like we play Red Cathedral, we messed up this rule. We rolled 1 dice. We're like, well, fuck, we had fun this far. We'll just change the rule now. We're good.
I played this one James Ernest game where I was teaching it at a lunch game, and I fucked it up so bad. I screwed up a major rule. And we got about 40 minutes in, and everyone's like, oh my God. Like they were just like, this is like, throw this, flip the table.
Now, do you guys find when a rule book doesn't really when we mess up playing a game, that's one thing, but when a rule book doesn't explain something specifically, do you find that really annoying or?
Yeah, super.
Yeah, if I can't read the rule book and understand how to play it properly, I'm like,
yeah.
So then how about if the designer comes back with, well, just have fun with it instead of an answer?
No, that would never. I would never.
Okay.
I had this one
only
play
job.
where, you guys ever played the 2 versions of The Walking Dead? They were one was based on the comic book, one was on the show.
Yeah.
Yep.
The one on the show sucked.
And I heard that like both were bad. But I remember one day I was finally playing one of them. I'm pretty sure it was probably the bad one I get where you move and then the zombies get spawned like right after you. After you keep moving, they keep spawning like right behind everything you do.
Yeah.
The whole point of that was just that drama of if you walk around a teammate, you will create the zombies. So we're playing, and the guy who's teaching it to me is not spawning any zombies, and I'm like, something doesn't seem right about this. So I go to the book.
There's no zombies in the zombie.
I mean, so I go to the book and I go, I think we're doing this wrong. And he's like, listen, this is the way I want to teach it. It's the way I've always played it. I'm having fun right now. Why are you wrecking it by going up and looking up this actual rule right now? And I was like,
how dare you?
I was like, what? Well, I don't know what I want to play it with the way the designer said to play it. So then I went on BGG and I typed, look, the designer says we printed it wrong in the book. It's supposed to be this. And he looked at me like, he's like, you're just wrecking it. I just want to have fun. And you had to go look up what the actual rule was.
But you did, Peter. He was playing it wrong his whole life. You fucked it up.
I mean, he didn't have any zombies spawning.
You know
it was
what?
awful.
You were right. You were right. You were wrong. Like, he ruined that guy's fun. He was playing it wrong, and he was having a damn good
He was having a fun time.
He knew no better.
I'm the only one here that played the game 4 years before we playing it wrong.
Doesn't that suck, though? Like, doesn't that suck? It's like, there's another thing. It's like if somebody told you, like, this was one of their favorite games.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of my favorite games ever. And then you play it and you're like, dude, you're playing this wrong. Like, not a minor rule, too. Like,
I forget.
You're like,
I forget what the rule is,
man. Like,
I forget what the rule is, but it's in Troyes or Troy or Trois, whatever. But there's a rule, and I forget what the rule is, but it had something to do with like using a die and how many times you could use it or something. I forget what it was, but I remember I played it, and I played it a certain way. Went to Con of the North. Somebody was setting up the game, said, I need another player. I said, I love Trois, I'll play. And we started playing it, and they were playing it completely wrong. And I was just like, no. You need to play it. This is how those spaces get activated. This is how you can activate your card or whatever. And they were like, no, that's not true. It's like this. I was like, no, I guarantee you it's played like this. And then they were like, no, you're wrong. And I was just like, can I see the rules, please? And then they were like, no. I was like, no, seriously, just let me see the rules. And then they finally handed it over to me, and I paged and I found it. I was like, see, here's the rule. It's like, this is how you activate the spots, and this is how you use the dice there. And they read it and they're like, huh, yeah, we don't play it like that. Yeah. I don't know what I was supposed to. I don't know what I was expecting. I didn't want them to be like, oh.
I mean, no, that's the same thing, Lance. It's the day that I realized that I'd rather play it like I want to play it the way it was designed to be played, rather than play in a house rule universe where I don't know actually what game we're playing.
So that's a terrible thing. So when someone plays a game, and let's say it was even their first time playing a game or second time, honestly, like if he was like, oh, I played it this weekend and I want to show it to you. Right. And they'll be like, all right, so we got this game. This is how you play it. And this right here, this happens right here, but it's a stupid rule. So we're going to house rule it. I will not play that game.
Yeah.
I actually had a guy say that during the game. I said, we got to play it by the rules. He was like, I don't want to play it. I said, I will help you put it back in the box. I will help you organize and put this back in the box. We have to play by the rules. He's like, well, I don't like it that way.
I saw a post on BGG where someone was like, we're going to redo Elder Vale, and this is how we're going to do that. They've played 6 times.
Yeah.
They've got it, like, we're going to undo it. And I was like, I can't even look at that post. I mean, I want anyone who has the game to do what they want to do. I don't care. I'm not there anymore.
Yeah, but it's like they never play tested it, dude. Like they never play tested it, dude.
Right. I think it was like an area control thing where they decided that more than one person should be able to dwell a hex. That like undoes Luke's design, and the whole thing just unravels from that. And I'm like, okay, that's a different game. So you want to play a different game? That's all good. I don't actually mind. I don't want to
know
play
what?
that.
It's just like this Everdale, all these Kickstarters, they just don't play test them. They're like middle, they just don't. They don't. Give me all these minis. They give me the row sounds. No gameplay.
I've had people contact me directly.
You know why I won't let that shit go? Because it's awesome. I don't care what anybody says. It's like the best fucking toy. It's awesome. Oh man. I'm such a big kid. I love that kind of shit.
Yeah.
I mean, because Kickstarter, that's why we did it. Because
I know. That's why I was like,
deluxe
people say it's
version
ridiculous. I'm like, well, they could. You gave them enough money to do it. It's awesome. Enough money to consider it, right? Let's consider this.
I mean, I was on a post. I think there was a post where someone said they didn't like the. Trying to think if it was.
Oh wait, time out. First of all, Peter, you're a fucking liar because nobody has ever posted anything ever negative about a board game ever. Well, they thought that they would like something else. Nobody has ever. It's always been just totally like
it's totally positive every time.
Positive.
I know. It's just
positive vibes
like,
only, bro. Positive vibes only.
Oh, I remember what the game is now. Hold on a second. Everdell. So it's another E game.
Yes.
Someone said that they felt like immediately after the first play that they didn't like the fact that in the deck, you might not get to a certain building. There's a little bit of RNG in the fact that the Everdell deck has, you might run into the bird you want or the squirrel you want, or you might not.
Right.
So they were immediately going to divide all of the types of merchants so that you could draw from whatever you wanted and thereby get a much better engine faster. And I was fascinated by that because I was like, don't you think that that the reason why the deck was like that is to have this, you might get it, you might not get it.
Might not get it, right.
Don't you think that's cheating?
I just was kind of flabbergasted that someone would want to undo the thing. Like I think it was a second play. I think it was a first play, maybe.
Well, I think sometimes, and I find this is a thing. Like just like what some people don't like dice rolls, right? Like a dice roll determination. It's because they don't have control of everything. They don't feel like they have. Like so you have to tell them how much mitigation is in the game, right? Yeah. Or people don't like confrontation because they like to know that they don't have anybody stopping them from to creating their plan, Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like when there's certain games, and like if there's not dice, if there's a big deck, the big thing is that, well, I may never get. Calico has that. It's like, well, the deck's so big of these tiles, I may never get what it is. So it's all luck. And I'm like, there's also a part of games that you have to play the game the way it is. Like you have to figure it out along the way and not necessarily go, well, I'll just play this strategy and win the game. There's different types of games that way. You know what I'm saying? Like
I had that with Expansity because you draw out of a bag.
Yes.
You might get a commercial tile or you might get a residential tile. And someone was like, well, I'm only getting residential tiles. And I'm like, then you play it as it comes to you. You adapt and you try it out. Like, okay, I just get residential tiles. That's going to be my strategy.
Right. It's like, okay, if I see something that gives me 2 points every time, well, I'm going to get them 2 fucking points every time. Might be 2, 4, might be 2, 4, 6, 8. Well, I'm going to spam the hell out of it. That's what's coming out of the bag right now. Like, and that's the thing. Some people are so dead set on this thing that works or knowing what the end goal is exactly that anything that disturbs that is just like, well, I can't,
Well, there's an article that Seth Jaffe did a couple years ago that said, "Are we coddling gamers now?" Like there used to be when I was younger and I was playing Acquire with my family, I'd get beaten up. I would get, they would crush me, and I would learn the next game to do better, and I would lose a lot of games, but then I would come back and I would figure out what are they doing, how am I going to get there? Whereas I think that there is something now where it's like.
That sounds like a classic Seth comment, just so you know. Having worked with the man for 3 years, that is a classic Seth comment.
But no, it's
kicking and screaming. Will Seth Jaffe be dragged into the current world?
But it did get me thinking about whether or not, because his article was like pointing out that, when you play a competitive game that's 4 players, there will be 1 winner and 3 losers. And that the current state of games is trying to make those 3 losers feel as good as possible.
Yeah.
So that they want to play another game, whereas we used to not worry about it.
Right. Like
Yeah.
you got to just beat people down, and like you just beat people down. Like there was no like, we'll make a catch-up mechanic that's so good that makes everybody really excited, which is actually a good thing though. Like if you have a good catch-up mechanic, it makes everybody feel interested.
What about a mustard mechanic?
Colonel Mustard.
Oh my God.
We got the top 5 Clue spin-off board games.
Your top 5 Clue spin-offs there, Forrest.
Oh, I don't remember. I wasn't even paying attention during the damn
You
video.
know what? You know what was a really good Clue spin-off? D&D Clue was a really
That
good
was
game.
cool. I saw that.
I gotta do a mini rant on Clue though. All right.
Okay, first of all, D&D.
Tread lightly.
No,
Tread lightly.
here. I'm going to say this. The thing that was cool about D&D Clue was that you actually like had an adventure and you fought monsters and things.
No, I definitely want to play D&D Clue.
Yeah.
But as far as the base game goes, you know what mechanic they tried to put in there to fix it? So they put now when you roll 2 dice now. And that when you roll the ones, when you roll a 1, you draw a card, and the card there's some actions you can do now. They basically shifted it so that rolling snake eyes is not bad.
Okay.
Because you generally get teleported. But I guess rolling, 2s is still like now that's shifted to the worst.
Okay.
There's the ones are okay.
So here's the deal with Clue is that like the thing that I never understood. Why did you get all those little plastic and metal weapons and means of death? I mean, other than just to take it and say, oh, the wrench.
It's fun to hold the lead pipe and the wrench.
Yeah, the wrench in the conservatory, other than to put it there. And I get that the fact that like when you accuse somebody, you took their pawn and you put them in the room. So you actually did transport them, and you could actually mess with people that way. Yeah. It was a part of the game a lot of people didn't realize. It was like, oh, when you realize that, the guy who's playing Mr. Green is getting really close to like, he's just got to get to that one last room so he can make us think, oh yeah, I say Mr. Green did it it isn't me. Yeah, I know, but I need to like make you a 7,000 spaces away.
Yeah.
But it was like, and then the secret doors, because you could just go back and forth, and then, you to ask questions or whatever. I remember it wasn't until like my 4th or 5th play of losing to my older brother in Clue and learning how how I was always making the wrong guess was the fact that he was actually guessing the cards that he had in his hand. It made me think that like, nobody's got the revolver. It's got to be the revolver.
Dude, brutal.
Yeah.
My stepfather used to.
That's brutal.
My stepfather used to make games a little bit more interesting by always changing one
by
thing.
Bringing a real gun to the table.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Mm.
I guess this goes to the house rule conversation, but what he would do in Stratega.
You play Russian roulette. me and your grandpa. Your grandpa ain't here no more.
He made
All right,
so that in
Peter,
Stratega
go.
there was movable bombs, and in Clue you could lie one time. Basically, he just introduced something that would spice it up.
Okay.
That one lie completely threw us off. Like we were all like, "Oh crap, was that the moment?"
Yeah.
I did a recent like it wasn't supposed to be a really super long video. I've been doing like these little RPG videos on my channel, and I did one earlier this week about house rules in D&D. And like there was 2 things like that I found interesting. One, that like the house rules that we implemented in our D&D group when we were young and playing AD&D and first edition D&D and things like that were like we incorporated more healing spells for clerics, and we also like there was a couple things. And we did that, and the fact that clerics could switch a spell to a healing spell at any time. So like they didn't have to like take all healing spells. That's all clerics did. Like they had spells, but they never used any of the other spells. They could, it's like, oh, I got all these cool spells like hold person and
that's a normal rule, isn't it? They can switch out for cures.
That's a 3rd edition rule.
Oh, okay.
So back in the old days, you had the first level spells, they had a healing spell. 3rd level spells had a healing spell, and then it was like 5th level spells and 6th level spells, healing spells. You didn't get a healing spell every single level, so it was actually really, healing was tough to come by. And the idea is that if you play D&D, this is turning a long conversation, but when you play D&D, like the focus wasn't supposed to be on combat; it was supposed to be on exploration. That was the whole idea, was that you were gonna your
adventures,
your adventures, and you were exploring the dungeon, and the combats were like few and far between, and they're supposed to be deadly and exciting, and so like having you didn't need a ton of healing. Well, the thing is everybody loves rolling dice, and it's a lot more fun to say 6 orcs are in a room than you enter the room and it's full of cobwebs and dust. You see the leftover remnants of a blacksmith's table on the and like people would explore that. When you're 10, you're like, yeah, I want to throw a troll in this room, and they can fight a troll, and that's what you want to do. So we incorporated all these rules, like, and then 3rd edition D&D came out, and they had incorporated most of the house rules that we already used in a 3rd edition D&D. And we were like, so it wasn't just us, right? It was like, I thought that was cool that like organically over time we were playing a version of D&D that we house ruled to be almost like 3rd edition D&D in many respects.
What edition are they on now?
They're on 5th edition, and and of course, like there's the looming, what's 6th edition D&D going to be?
No rolls, just talking.
There's a ton of RPGs that have no roles whatsoever. I mean, it is just narrative storytelling with everybody at the table. I mean, you use cards to select certain actions and for example, Fiasco. There's no dice in that game.
Yeah. That silent RPG, the one that's silent apparently. I just heard about something like that.
Well, there's a game and it's really good. It's called Dread, and it's and you play like a Cthulhu based game or like a horror based game. And the thing is that every time you want to do like an action like that doesn't seem like that would take some sort of skill of your character to do, you have a Jenga tower and you have to take a block out and put it on top of the Jenga tower. And you're thinking, okay, well, so what's the big deal? Well, the thing is that if the Jenga tower ever falls over, whoever's taking the action, they die and they're out. It's you're fighting Cthulhu and stuff like that. So at the very beginning of the game, it's really easy. It's extremely simple. It's like, oh, well, I want to hotwire the car. Okay, well, that's simple. Okay. But then all of a sudden later on, you're like, well, I'm going to try to beat the Shoggoth to death with a golf club. Okay, well, as you can see, and the tower is already going like this. Go ahead.
You may want to rest.
if you ever
Pump the brakes, hey buddy, you might want to rest.
I mean, and it makes for a fantastic. I'll run a Dread game next time at BGG-Con or something, because it really does make for because it's mostly storytelling. It's everybody at the table like talking and having a character and getting into character and just enjoying themselves, and then it's just this Jenga tower sitting in the middle of the table. That's all it is. And it's just like, and there's tons of RPGs out there now that are completely and totally without dice and just all about telling stories.
Watching RPGs on YouTube and stuff like that, I noticed I don't know if they're doing it for cameras or if my groups and stuff just play differently, but I'll see players say stuff like, oh, I walk into the room and I see this and this and the GM's just going, oh, do you? And I'm like what's going on. You can't just make up part of the world, but I guess
that's okay. So if that could very well be lots of things, but like Dungeon World and Powered by the Apocalypse type games, they are based on the idea of like incorporating the players in the world building. So it's like, oh, well, you find a strange magical amulet. And then like when the player says, well, what does it look like? You say, you tell me, what does it look like? And they're like,
Yeah,
and then the player like, will say, it's like, oh, it looks like this, that, and the other thing. And it's like, oh, cool. And then people will say like, and that's like you involve the
but
players.
that just feels like the GM didn't do their homework.
Well,
Like
most of those games, those Dungeon World type games, they have a
It
lot.
just feels like there's no purpose to anything if it's being made up on the spot. It's like I was trying to create a game one time where a random story generator would happen as you go along. But I realized that you as a player, if you realize the story you're playing is randomly generated, you don't care about it.
Right. Yeah.
But if it's thought of ahead of time, if you know there's a reason why there's a ring in this cabinet, then and somebody's thought of the whole story behind that ring, even though you might not ever find out about it, for some reason you care more.
Well, and I've talked about this a lot in some of my videos, but there is like for me, I mean, I've gotten to the point where I have a framework for my adventure, but I mean, I am the reed flapping in the wind. Like I just, I know exactly where I want the players to end up and how they're going to get there. But as far as the storyline to get them there, I will change it, and allow them to like, there's a huge amount of,
where's Chris right now when you need him?
Yeah. What, who?
You warm that up, Chris Cluey.
Yeah.
You want to warm up that conversation about players?
No. It was funny. I last time we played D&D.
God, I missed that one. Oh, that was great.
The last time we played D&D, Chris was, because Chris is in my D&D group. He like I gave him like a death puzzle. Basically, they were trapped in this room. They had to figure out a way out, and there's all these symbols and things, and they figured it out, and it was good. And then we got done, and Chris is like, he's like, that was a really good puzzle room, Lance. I was like, thanks. And I was like, but what's the but, Chris? But in the future, I'd like, and I was like, you can just shut up right now. I said, because, anytime you want to run a game, knock yourself out. You can do it however you want. Last time I checked, it says Dungeon Master, not just like,
doesn't say Dungeon Assistant. It says
Dungeon Assistant. Yeah. No. I mean, Chris. I mean, I don't know. Not Chris Cluey, Strain. Like for me, it's like, illusion of choice is the most powerful thing a dungeon master can give their players. It's like, yeah, I mean, you give them. It's like, oh yeah, you can go in the forest, or you can go hit the trail over there. You can check out the mountains if you want, but they're all gonna lead to the evil cult, no matter what. Doesn't matter where you go, the evil cult's waiting for you. So
I mean, I do the same thing. You have to be flexible, right? I mean, I'm running a Star Wars one right now, and I've written out the whole thing, like from start to finish, if it's a series, right? Yeah. So I know all seasons, what's going to happen at the end of those and stuff. But I've added NPCs and their little stories, and they can interact with those all they want. So I thought of it like, like Breath of the Wild. Now there's like one main story all the way through, but you can pretty much do whatever you want all in the middle of that. That's kind of how I play it.
Yeah, one of the absolute best pieces of advice I ever got was after I had like made this entire world in like campaign cartographer and like like 100 different locations and 100 important NPCs and backstory and all this stuff. And we got through the entire campaign and I was like, and I showed everybody my notes and I was like, it's like you didn't even like touch about half of this. And one of my buddies, Jason, who's a DM in our group a lot, he goes, after all this time, he said, haven't you realized you could rewrite the wheel of time, but your players would much rather just go into a room and beat up some orcs and take their gold. I mean, it's just like no matter what you do. Or in Star Wars,
they still just want to go into a tavern and shoot some stormtroopers.
Yeah, sometimes you give that to them.
Yeah, it's just there's a I don't know. I mean, if you just like with most things, it's like if you think about playing RPGs too much, it's like there's a there is a social contract between you and the other players, and you all understand that the game master, dungeon master, whatever, has a story they're going to tell, and you're going to get from point A to point B to point C to point D, and whether that takes 2 months or one session or a year or more than that, that's going to happen no matter what choices you make, no matter what you do, you're going to get to the point. And so and everybody just has this willing suspension of disbelief that, oh yes, we're not on rails, we can do anything we want. It's like, no, not really. I mean, the rails have branches and you can go and choose this, that, and the other thing, but you're still on a rail and it's still heading in one direction. And I don't know. I mean, I love board games, but I'd rather play D&D any day of the week than
That's the hardest part for me with like Gloomhaven and stuff like that. Is I have a D&D group every other Sunday. D&D is better than Gloomhaven.
Oh yeah, I mean it is.
And any other campaign game. I mean, it's just too much freedom. You can't write that in the board game.
Yeah, I mean, you have to rein players in every once in a while. I mean, I'm not gonna, somebody's name might rhyme with. I can't do it with Chris Cluey because he's got alliteration. I can't do my Chavis trance joke. But yeah, no, D&D just it's some of the like my before I was 30 like greatest times of my life were sitting in my parents sitting in my buddy's basement playing D&D on a Saturday from noon until 4 a.m, and just nobody had anywhere to go. It's like you're so happy when you didn't have to work. It's like, do you got to work? No, I don't have to work. I can go to Andy's basement and I can play D&D for 12 hours. It's gonna be amazing.
It's been 4 hours making a character.
I've got a case of soda. I'm gonna be bouncing off the walls when I get there.
Now, did y'all play Gamma World and Top Secret and stuff like that too?
Top Secret was such a rules clunky game.
Dude, it was awesome.
Oh,
the percentile system, that was killer.
The percentile system was garbage.
I loved it. Man, all you had, somebody behind crates. Oh, that's minus 10%.
I love the idea of Gamma World. The fact I just wanted to level up faster because I wanted more combos to happen.
We had a D&D
I
game.
love the fact that Gamma World's first adventure was based in Fargo and Moorhead. like that was the very first adventure ever.
We had a crossover between D&D and Gamma World that a guy used to run, where it was set in the future, but things had deteriorated so much that it was almost like a D&D world, and the artifacts were like from Gamma World. Most of them didn't work, but it was interesting. It's pretty cool.
Well, the best D&D that I ever played was this guy who ran. I forget what the campaign's called. If it's Ravenloft or whatever it is, it's sort of like it was more of a vintage time. It was more of a 1920s kind of feel or whatever. We were all playing, and he didn't let us see any stats. He just sent us an envelope in the mail before the campaign where we had like a couple of pictures. We chose what we wanted, then we sent it back. Then he crafted the characters, didn't tell us any of what we were doing. Then so like the character that I got, I was this guy who got triggered based on certain paintings. Like I would go into a serial killer mode and kill people when I saw like paintings that had death in them or whatever. So we're going on this ship. We all get on the ship, but he had done a twisted, weird backstory for everyone. So we get to this moment where I think the dining rooms, I see a painting, the lights go off or whatever. Some people are dead. I have no idea if I did it. It was really interesting because I didn't have any stats. I wasn't paying attention to the stats. I was paying more attention to like, what am I doing right now? How do I feel? And he made every single one of us think that we did it, or
That's fun.
part of it. It was really wild. It was like, oh, this is the kind of D&D I want to play. But it took him a long time to craft that kind of stuff. That wasn't like we could go get that whenever. When that was over, we were wishing we had more of that, you know.
We
He had
used
to
to
do a lot of
Good.
he do a lot of whisper. Like the thing that got a little bad for that one is, I think there were like 7 players, and if someone wanted to go off and I want to go this way and I want to whisper to the DM for a minute, we would have a lot of time where we had to like sit and wait for like so and so to have a conversation, and it was a little bit intense for that.
Did y'all ever play Champions, the old RPG?
Oh yeah,
that was great.
I didn't play that one.
I was thinking about like old RPG systems. God, what do you mean? You made me think of one. Oh, I remember we played GURPS Horror, and this guy came up with, and he made our characters for us, and it was like a classic like haunted house type adventure thing. I remember like he made and he handed out the characters, and I don't know if he handed them on purpose or we got them randomly. But I remember my character was like this like we there was a dinner party we were all going to. We all had different reasons as to why we're going to the dinner party, and of course, like, you know, like evil hijinks ensue. You know, and it's like super obvious that it's like a werewolf or something, and we all know we're playing a horror campaign. But of course, like my character had like, he was like this aristocrat, like you know, just, you know, guy with an ascot. And then one thing that was cool about my guy was that he was the only one that had a gun. He was like, and he had like, because he was a marksman, and like he would go to the club and I shoot my target pistol, you know, and stuff like that. And I remember like it was like after a little bit, like everybody was like, it's a werewolf. There's a werewolf. It's a werewolf coming in. It's killing people. And like, but of course, like the entire thing, because like his disadvantages were like he was like skeptic and something else, and I was like, you people are crazy. There's no such thing as werewolves. And it's just like, then just give me the gun. I think you guys are getting way too serious here. I take all the bullets and I threw them out a window. You know, it's like, you're gonna hurt yourselves.
So that makes me think of Boot Hill. We liked Boot Hill.
All I know is I remember loving playing that character, even as the werewolf came crashing through the window and ripped out his throat. I was like, he was probably the most surprised. Oh, I guess they are real.
I love messing with players. I had them once wake up on a ship, and they were like, how do we get here? And there was a little kid, and they immediately, like somebody said, kill the kid right now, kill the kid. And I was like, whoa, don't kill it. And they're like, every movie we've ever seen, you wake up and suddenly there's a kid you don't know. That's an evil kid. And it was not an evil kid, but it was hilarious to see them freak out about it.
I was at Gen Con in '82, and they were playing a tournament where the adventurers started out naked, like in cells. And that was the whole premise, you know, was to get out of the dungeon alive, you know.
Mm.
And I think they made it into a module, but I'm not sure. I never saw it after that.
Okay.
Gangbusters, Star Frontiers. We always tried different ones. Always came back to D&D and Top Secret. You don't like Top Secret.
Well, it was just a clunky system, right? I mean,
Hand to
and
hand is cool.
also the thing is that one of the things that people don't realize why D&D is so popular is that it is really easy to make adventures for it. It's like, I'm going to take a piece of graph paper out. I'm going to draw, you know, like I'm going to draw 7 rooms, and then I'm going to put hobgoblins in each of them, and I'm going to put some treasure in there, and boom, I've got something that's going to take 2 hours to play. Whereas Top Secret, it's like, okay, well, we got to go to Germany, and then we're going to have to investigate, you know, we're going to have to look into, you know, like why exactly the gold shipments are being dated and stamped with wrong destinations. And then we're going to go and we're going to check on this. I mean, it's just certain systems, they require a lot of work for the person, which is why like store-bought versions of that stuff, like I remember I ran Top Secret like case files that like I was able to purchase, you know, because like that was just easier to do, obviously. But I mean, Yeah.
I spent a long time making a top secret. It was like the Bond movie where he was at the ski resort. What was that? For Your Eyes Only?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a pretty fun. It took me forever to make, like 6 months. But I had the whole ski resort, the town, everything.
Yeah, I mean, the James Bond that's what we're looking for here. The James Bond RPG was pretty good.
They released that when I was at that Gen Con. Steve Jackson.
I don't know if it's Steve Jackson or not.
I was thinking Steve did it. The Car Wars, we were into that.
Yeah. Car Wars.
The little clamshell, the original.
Yeah. I remember that was
those little clamshell games were cool. And they did a whole series of those, didn't they, on Kickstarter not long ago? They re-released it.
Maybe.
Something like that.
They released a bunch of them. Like I know they released they re-released the like the Illuminati version in the clamshells. Like you could buy it all as a big box. I remember I picked that up.
Yeah, James Bond 007 Steve Jackson games. February 84.
Must be complicated to get an IP that's overseas.
Yeah.
Especially one that big.
I remember playing Dr. No, or no, Dr. Yes, that was in Dragon Magazine.
Dr. Yes.
Yeah.
I haven't had a lot of experience with RPG systems other than D&D. So I don't even know how many there are, but it seems like it's a hard thing for me to try and figure out how you be innovative in that space.
Top Secret had a good hand-to-hand. It was like action selection. You know, you might have one person be a wrestler and the other a boxer, but you picked your action and then you matched it up on a chart. It was pretty cool.
Peter, I was asking you about RPGs earlier because I've got something pretty innovative.
Oh yeah. I mean, because I there's been some people who said, hey, what about a Dwellings RPG with the lore? The world's already got all the stuff in it, and it's interesting to me. But at the same time, I don't know enough about the systems that have been used. I've heard of the Fate system, right, and I've heard of a handful of systems, but it's hard to figure out.
That's interesting. That's actually I designed with his blessing. I designed a Scythe RPG with Jamie Stegmeier's. He was like, yeah, let's see it. Let's do it. And I even videoed it for him and stuff. And at the end, he was like, man, that looks a lot of fun. But I realize now I have no idea how to sell RPGs. I was like, all right, well, took 4 months to put together, but good to know you know that now.
Yeah, I'm actually that something I would definitely watch to see what their thoughts on it are. Would be like a Renegade series on going into RPGs and whether or not that paid off or didn't pay off, or if it's still like a growing thing for them. Because it seems like a interesting pivot. I know it wasn't their only. I know that was a supplemental. So, and I know 2020 throws a wrench in all of those numbers, but at the same time, I'm just kind of curious, like, what was the thought behind?
Well, the production cost has got to be pretty low.
Yeah.
Starfleet Battles. Did you ever play that?
Yes.
That was cool.
My brother's still trying to get me to play it.
I haven't seen it.
Well, I got thinking about this a little bit because of obviously this year's been a totally different year. But whether or not people are making more out of, either a tabletop simulator RPG experience, or if they're doing Slack or or some kind of other RPG or Discord RPGs or whatever, I'd be curious to see if that's picking up or not. Because I mean, there was we were doing a lot of tabletop simulator for this game on Kickstarter, and people have been talking about the possibilities in tabletop simulator, what you could be doing ultimately with people. If you had a map that you're revealing at certain times and whatnot, whether or not it becomes easier or harder as a DM to work with that space.
Oh, it's harder.
Is it
I've
harder?
been doing it all year.
Huh.
I mean, I designed everything in Illustrator, which is not what Illustrator is for, but it gives me the total freedom to do whatever I want, right? Because I can draw a Rancor in there, and now they're facing a Rancor. But
Okay, quick, draw a Rancor.
But
hey, clock's running.
D20 has a lot of that stuff, and I found that after I started doing it in Illustrator. But D20 is really nice.
I was heard that, I mean, this is all just, here's, like, I don't know for sure, but I've heard D20 is not good. I don't know. Everyone seems to say that, and then everyone seems to use it. So I don't really know.
There's nothing else.
There's nothing.
Nothing else like it unless you know Illustrator really well. Because in Illustrator, I create my own maps. I was doing that anyway because you print them out and stuff for the game, the live game. But in Illustrator, I create my own maps, and then I create the covers for them so they can't see what's going on. I created their characters and little avatars and stuff like that. I mean, I can actually show it if you want to see it.
Oh, I suppose.
Well, it was interesting. We wrote these interactive adventures for Mission Catastrophe, and we were going to show a mini map of where the person was standing, and we were going to show the damage in the ship. And then it quickly dawned upon us that if the damage was going to be organic, we would be drawing like a ton of different maps that wasn't going to be sustainable for the amount of work we'd have to do on that, unless we automated all of those maps. And I can imagine that gets that way when you're talking about game state. You don't know where the players are going to be mid-game when they do X, Y, and Z, right?
So, yeah, I'm making stuff like this every 2 weeks. Oh, that's cool.
In Illustrator. Cool.
So, well, you're an artist, so I'm not going to tell you to go and do anything.
I don't mind.
That is cool, though.
But yeah, got Wookiee characters, Twi'lek Jedi, doing their thing. So I even made it so that these squares are the right size so that I can just draw a line and then see the distance of that line, and I know how far that is.
Running it on a PC?
Yeah.
So here, for as long as we're going to be bragging about stuff, I do ours. We run our game. Well, it's supposed to be every other week, but the other guy hasn't finished his campaign, so I've been running. I have been spending a lot of time trying to make sure that I have all of my ducks in a row to make sure that I can get like my things ready to go and done and whatever. But anyway, so let me share my page here. So this is Roll20. This is what I use.
Is that like a rule set?
It's a website.
Oh, okay.
It's what I would have used if I'd known
cool.
about it.
So this was so the cool thing about this about Roll20 is there's a few things that are cool about Roll20 is that so this was where the death trap was, these symbols, and they had clues as to which symbols they had to step on. They had to get from over here to over here, and so these tokens are all free to download. You can find them everywhere, and so then you have their hit points and stuff above each one. But here's the cool thing is that if I take one of these and I actually show what that person can see, like that's
Cool.
what that person can see with the light. So when that player is playing and they're playing it, this is what they see. They don't see the entire map.
Cool.
That's very cool.
Yeah. And so
and also it's completely dependent upon what kind of light sources they have and things like that. If they have dark vision, what they can see. If they have a lantern, what they can see. And there is a fantastic program called Dungeon Draft, which costs like $20, which is how I made this map. And like literally I was able to make this map in about 10 minutes. Now, this is not taking anything away from what Chris is able to do. If he spent the time to do it, you know, I mean,
like I said, had I known about Roll20 before, I was saying D20, I meant Roll20. Had I known about Roll20 before I did all that work and stuff, I would have been using this.
Look, there's sharks. They had to deal with these sharks.
So do you, how do you talk? Do you use Zoom or?
We just use a Zoom channel. They have, Roll20's got has a option. I mean, we just use Discord too if we didn't have Zoom. I mean, if there's any one thing. I mean, so they have no idea. Like in this room here, there's a bunch of ghouls waiting for them to fight them. In here, there's a demon spider that they're gonna have to fight. You know. So I mean, it's just like, and then if I zoom out far enough, like you can kind of see, like they already got through this area over here, and they saw this guy swimming around. But
so now is that, well, what's the deal with the fish?
Well, the shark.
Well, I know, but I mean, is it part of the? Is that something they have to interact with at some point?
If they want to, they've so far stayed out of the water, so you know they haven't had to deal with the shark.
That's, sometimes you just part of your master plan, you know. Like,
no, nothing like that. But no, like, and then so you have all kinds of maps and things like that you can do, you know, like that you have set up and stuff like that. Like, I mean, here's you know the keep that they stay in. They keep getting sent off for missions and stuff like that.
I can't imagine what it'd been like to have that when we were younger.
Well, the thing is that I would much rather be playing in person, right?
Right.
You know, but you just don't have the option.
That's cool though.
You know, so but I mean, here, let me find one of my old maps because they've gone through a lot of these maps. Like here, this is a good one.
My best friend's mom burned his D&D books.
Well, it happens. You gotta keep. You gotta keep Satan at bay, buddy.
I know.
Damn devil worshippers.
My mom put my Talisman version 2 out into the rain whenever
man. Yeah. I love those Game Workshop. I had like Firetop Mountain and a Talisman. Dungeon Quest is still one of my favorites.
So, like you can see the red up here. That's from people that have dark vision. So they actually like, you know, like or infravision and stuff like that. And then like, you know, different rooms, like, you know, so here's like so like there's a dynamic lighting overlay. So like if they open up that door, I can just take that door and I can delete it. And so that if I go back to here and I click on Osworth, this little mage, like, oh, you know, he opened the door. And so now if I move here, he can see through the door and see out into the room, that kind of thing. I don't know. Roll20 is people. There's a lot of different options out there. I once you get past the learning curve on Roll20, there's nothing better.
Did you ever get into Blood Bowl?
Of course, I got into Blood Bowl.
Figured you did.
When Warhammer when my Warhammer store was still allowing customers to come in, I was part of their I would be in their league, you know. But
I had a huge collection of minis and everything. The Snotling taking a crap in the opponent's helmet, that's like the best mini ever.
Blood Bowl suffers from way too many rules. It's the one thing it suffers from. The cool thing is that like the Blood Bowl game on Steam, it's like it's always on sale for super cheap, and you can play it, and you can play online against other people. And then the one nice thing about it is that like the computer just does all the rules for you.
Thanks for the invite, Lance. I gotta get going.
Have a good one, Chris.
Chris, have a good night, buddy.
Take it easy.
Cheers, man.
Go back, Troubles.
Yeah.
If you already back it, back it again.
Anybody still watching?
Well, people watch it after the fact, man.
I think it was second edition Blood Bowl. I had the molded foam boards that came with it.
Yep.
Yep.
That was good stuff.
Yep. I like airbrushed mine.
Attaboy.
I had a huge collection because I collected comic books, and I went to my local, comic game store and traded just a shitload of comic books for, and I had, I don't know, I had like 4 or 5 different teams, all the minis, and I did quite a bit of stuff.
It's one of those things where a lot of those games are lifestyle games, right? I mean, it's just like you've got to completely keep playing it and playing it and playing it and
then you need like a league, almost.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and if you can't find 3 other people that are gonna be as hardcore as you, I mean, how are you gonna play it? Right? Yeah, I don't know.
They were on a roll though, man. Games Workshop with the games in the late 90s. I mean, the late 80s, with Fury of Dracula. I had all those bookcase style games.
Yeah, what'd you do with them now?
I've still got a couple of them. Some of them I sold off. I've got 2 different Dungeon Quest sets. One set up with Catacombs and Heroes, and one set up just the base game. That's still one of my faves. I love Dungeon Quest. I don't know, there's something about it. You never played it?
No.
Dude, it's a cool game. What about you, Lance?
Wait,
Dungeon Quest?
Dungeon Quest?
Yeah.
Like the old one where like you walk in the room and you die, your game's over?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean I played the original and I have the reprint. I mean, but it's
like a 15% chance of survival. Says
I mean, I didn't like it because there was always that one guy who walked in 2 rooms, found a bag of gold, and left. He's like, "Oh, I'm out of here. I'll watch the rest of you guys die."
Got in and out, got money.
Which, whatever. I guess that's a path to victory. But
You had to make it to the Dragon's Lair.
I don't know. It's a good enough game, I suppose. It's definitely like a product of its era, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way that game would be published new now and get a following.
What did you think the newer versions were improvements on the older?
The combat system was too clunky, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Combat should be over boom, boom, boom. In Dungeon Quest, and instead of like, okay, pick your little action, now do this, now compare the 2 traits, see what happens.
Yeah.
That was not a good way.
I didn't like the new ones.
Yeah, I don't know. It's all right. I think my daughter and my wife played that like a few months ago. They actually dug it out and played it because they both wanted to play without me. It was like I wasn't even paying attention. They decided they're going to play Dungeon Quest. So
I'll tell you an old game me and my wife still play is Dungeon Dice. Have you got that?
Yeah, Dungeon Dice is a good game.
That's great.
I remember when when Dungeon Dice came out, and that was gonna be like that was gonna be the Magic the Gathering killer.
No, you're thinking Dragon Dice.
No, Dragon Dice. That's right. No,
Dungeon Dice is where you had you put them on the wall. You rolled you had Spoon Man that dug.
Oh yeah. Actually, now that you mentioned that, yes, and I actually recently played that with my son. So
that's a great game.
I still have my copy. It's way too simple. I mean, it's just that's
what's fun about
it. You almost never roll 3 guards to get caught. But yeah, I remember Dragon Dice. I had a buddy who had bags and bags and bags of Dragon Dice.
Right.
And it was gonna be the game that was gonna kill Magic the Gathering. And now people have. I mean, the problem with Dragon Dice was that it was too heavy to carry all your stuff around. Like if you have your deck of cards for Magic, it's like, oh, I got my Magic cards, right? It's just like I have my deck and I'm good to go, that kind of thing.
Now, TSR did a card based. What was it? Spell something or?
I think it's called, wasn't it Spellforge or? I don't know.
But they were trying to compete with Magic, right?
Well, everybody tried to compete with Magic.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why there's still one left.
Well, Magic's what inspired. Well, I was already working on Moonshot, but I had a buddy come out to Colorado. This was like in '95, and he brought some Magic cards, and we played Magic. And I was like, man, this is cool. It's like I can take this, except make it a historical setting, you know, and use some of the same type of mechanics, and that still is spilled over into Sea Rovers, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's well, we were talking earlier today. We talked about games that people will still talk about years later. You know,
Yep.
People don't talk about many. It was Spellfire, not Spellforge. Somebody was kind enough to post that or say something. So there. Now we have an answer to that. Who is texting me this late at night? Oh, my brother.
And back then you just looked at the back of the box and like, yeah, I'll give it a shot, you know. I'd look at all those Avalon Hill games. I bought like Breakout Normandy, and one of the first games I got when I was young was that the auto racing game that Avalon Hill did. It's like the Indy 500 SCA or something like that. It was, I used to sit for hours just by myself and play the solitaire version.
You might be the only person that knows that. Even knows that game existed.
I think people looking back on games is just going to be like people looking back on movies and stuff like that. It's going to be a time, you know, from their era. Like,
yeah,
Cassandra's generation wouldn't care about, like, you know, Animal House or something like that. I'm sure it's going to be the same thing with the games.
Right.
Yeah.
Tactics 2, that was an early game of mine too.
Maybe.
So maybe they'll be talking about whatever, that cat game you were talking about earlier. Yeah.
Dwellings of
Calico.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's also like movies, and you can pull from older things. Like if you have, you know, Forrest's children are gonna have strong memories of games that they played as children with him, and then they're gonna like keep going that way, as movies are like.
Yeah,
You guys
there's
watch
some of
movies that are old.
Yes.
I watch old movies.
I just watched a bunch of old ones, black and white ones too. Like,
I'm
really
watching
old ones.
I got Mysterious Island on right now from the 60s.
We just went through a John Wayne fucking kick last week. Yeah.
Did you watch The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance?
No, that wasn't one of them.
Dude, that's like the best.
McClintock or McClintock.
Yeah.
When does this become old man's channel all of a sudden?
I was up the cabin,
We're
man.
trying to, you know, inspire the young people.
Yeah.
You know, it broadened their horizons a little bit.
I feel like it's always been the old man channel.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And your invite can be rescinded at any time. Just remember.
And then it would really be the all male old channel.
Have you caught up on any movies, Cassandra, like that we talked about weeks ago? You seen anything?
I watched the Alien movies.
Oh, cool.
And
Movies? How many?
I watched 2, 3.
Good.
3.
Stop there. Don't go any further.
Yeah. Well, the first and second one both are killer. They're different, but I love them.
Yeah, and then I didn't watch many more because then I went home and we didn't do much. We didn't watch TV there.
Were you impressed? Did you like them?
They were good.
Okay.
I don't know. I would probably never choose to watch them again. But
They're
like
dated.
they are a little bit, but
Yeah.
they're just not my type of movie. But I thought that they still had a lot of good things. Like they were suspenseful. I was like, oh my god, that cat in the first one was just like freaking out. Where is this cat? Did the cat get eaten? And so it still had some good things there, but it's like when I watched the Ghostbusters movie, I watched the original, and it's just like that's a dated movie. It doesn't hold up as well, especially with the remake. It's like, oh well, if I'm ever to choose to watch one of them, I will always watch the remake.
Oh God. Oh no.
That's funny.
Oh no.
I can see that.
I mean, I can see that when I was, when you run into someone who hasn't seen Star Wars, you're like, oh my God, it's amazing. And then you show it to them, they're like, that was dumb. I don't know what you're talking about. You know, I get that completely. It's like if I'm trying to convince my son to watch Goonies or Back to the Future, or let's watch The Princess Bride, or let's watch anything that I care about. He's like, no, I don't have any reason to watch any of those. You know.
Yeah.
The audience has changed. There are certain movies that just wouldn't fly today, like Blazing Saddles, just wouldn't go. You know.
Yeah.
You know, okay, so people say
I'm
that.
laughing because punching that horse.
I mean, it wasn't a racist movie. It was about a racial subject, but it wasn't racist. And I don't think a lot of people
But
see.
here's the deal.
You know?
People say that. They also say things like, they also say like, oh, All in the Family couldn't be on TV now. It's like, you know what? All in the Family could be on the TV right now. You know why? Because the reason All in the Family worked, first of all, the thing was, it's like, yeah, Archie Bunker was like a bigot, and he was a loudmouth and kind of an a-hole. But the thing that but the thing is, even then, he the reason why he never won, he was never shown to be right or be the smart guy or get one over in anybody. He was the bigoted moron that got shown to be stupid time in and time out. I mean, it's like if you did a show like that and just had and you had a guy that had stereotypical ideas that were horrible. I mean, you couldn't go to the length, but you could have a main character just be the churlish idiot and who always got his comeuppance every single time, and people would still watch it.
I don't think it could. I think they get canceled.
Well, I don't think anybody would touch it with a 10-foot pole, but I think if somebody, I think you could do it, but it would just be tough to get people to be interested in actually doing it, like advertising and things like that. Yeah. Well, what are you gonna do?
Forrest, what you got going on
right now?
You're out of your closet.
Are you buying another jug of laundry detergent?
I am right now. I'm actively, one of the other balls I got going to the air is I'm trying to categorize all my 3,000 videos so that like the cards that pop up in the upper right hand corner will actually be useful. So if you go to any one of my children's game videos, there'll be a little card that says check out more children's games, and I'm trying to get that set up before Christmas to see if it's going to be worth pursuing over the holidays. Yeah, I'm going literally just scrolling down through videos and clicking on ones right now that would be good for homeschooling situations. And I'm going to share that in the homeschooling group and be like, hey, I was an educator for 10 years, and these are some of the games that I really used in the classroom, and check them out, this playlist, and just throwing everything against the wall to see what the hell sticks.
y'all are inspiring me. I'm gonna get my studio set up, start making some videos.
Do it. It's addictive.
I'm gonna do a Ouija video first thing.
I'm
serious. I'm serious. I already scoped one out on eBay. I'm gonna buy like a vintage 1960s Ouija board.
Do it. There's a market.
But now, I can't play like Led Zeppelin music in the background. It'll get flagged, right?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, if you don't plan on making any money, if it's just like a passion thing, you can put whatever the hell you want there. They just won't let you monetize it.
I'm all about the money. I'll just have to find some creepy free music.
Has a whole bunch of music now for free.
I want to do Kreskin's ESP game too.
I'm sure that'll get
That'll get the views.
Hey, I was hypnotized.
You're gonna give
by-
Forrest a run for his money in his Bandu video.
Yeah,
Stay
you
off
just need to
Bandu, man.
take all his videos and just go, nope, mine
This is
now.
going up tomorrow, and this is gonna make me a lot of money one day.
Yeah, because I've never heard
What
of
is
it.
that? Was it like Jenga or something?
Bandu is actually a really cool stacking game where the basic principle is you get 5 beans. And these beans, so every time at the beginning of a turn, you take a piece out of the middle and you hand it to the player on your left. You say, all right, you're either bidding to put this on your structure, and if your structure falls over, you lose the game. The last person left wins. Or so I say, oh, we're bidding on keeping this. And if you bid on keeping it, you pay a bean, and then it has to go upwards. Or you say, oh, we're bidding to put this. So it's like a crappy piece. And then people pay to not place it. It's a really simple stacking game. It's actually pretty dang good.
Been out for a while, or?
Oh, yeah. I think they've reprinted this quite a few times. Like if you go to any thrift, you go to like 3 or 4 thrift stores, you'll probably find one.
But what does this mean?
I literally had never heard of it before this chat.
Big deal. It's a big deal. I'll check out the Wikipedia and see if it's going to
Feels like it feels like Jenga meets No Thanks and some other. It's interesting.
Do they still make Barrel of Monkeys? You do that.
Played that as a kid.
I'm sure they do.
No, they don't. Or they do, but nobody wants it.
There's other people out there who might, Lance.
Yeah.
Well, you also got to realize that the game like this, that's language independent, I'm sure it's probably printed in other languages as well.
Yeah, probably.
To be printed in other languages.
I can dream. Bando will put me on the map.
Sub search. I'm gonna get a sub search game.
We don't want to take your dreams away, Forrest.
I'm just throwing everything against the wall. Something's gonna stick.
Yeah, see, we don't want to take that away from you.
I'll find
Maybe we do.
Lance does.
Or your
Lance always
optimism.
does.
It's so good.
Lance is a fucking killjoy.
Again, as my wife said, just let Forrest have his fun.
Yeah. Stop pissing in his shoes.
What's the earliest game you remember as a kid?
Like playing or just like
yeah, like
I don't know, I remember sitting in my garage playing Life and Monopoly a lot. And I would play all the characters, so I would play 3 to 4 different people, and I would just hop around and be all of them. And then I would win, but I would also lose. I don't know. Those were the main ones that I played when I was a kid. And then, I know I played, Chutes and Ladders and stuff, but that was too young. I don't have a real memory of that.
I had older brothers. We had all kinds of rock'em sock'em robots.
No, but I was an only child, so I
played Monopoly by myself too, Cassandra. I know that. I'm an only child. I played that.
And then card games, Mother and I would play Rummy, and mainly Rummy.
And mainly Rummy.
Now we played a lot of Rook growing up. I liked it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't this exciting?
Well, I need Forrest to tell me something crazy he's up to.
My mother, I went to my mother's house and I brought a whole bunch of games. She loved all of them so much that she pretty much put them all in a Amazon cart and is like, I can buy 3 a month and I'm going to get every single game we played. And I'm like, I have all of them, right? They sit on my shelf. If you wait 3 months, I could probably just send it to you. And she's like, no. I want them now. And so she bought all of these games and is like, I'm like, Mother, when are you ever going to play Trismegistus? Are you going to play that by yourself? She's like, no, but it was my favorite game we played, so I have to have it. And I'm just like, okay, I don't want to take this away from you, but
Trismegistus is a good game.
It's a good game, and it was super fun. But I'm like, who are you gonna play that with? She doesn't have any like hardcore gamer friends. So, and she's like,
Collector.
and I'm like, that's not a game that you just casually bring and are like, oh, this is your first game. Let's play Trismegistus.
Yeah, it is. Fuck them. Dump it on them. Fuck them. Sink or swim. That's how we started. Sink or swim, motherfucker.
But, and I'm just like, I'm not taking this away from you. You totally have it. It's got a solo mode, but I just thought it was hilarious that she's like, I love them all so much. I think I need to buy all of them. My mother's great.
What happened to you?
I'm also great. She passed
Oh.
it along.
Guess she told you. Bad.
It's interesting about the kid games. I remember I played Stratego. I mean, I remember playing Stratego for sure. But as you were answering this question, I was thinking about how when I got into the hobby, well, I mean, I've been in the hobby a long time, and when I thought about how to introduce other people into the hobby, I had my go-to games that would get someone in. I would usually play Betrayal if I wanted to, like we would put on like horror music and we would try and, like I would try and get them in on an experience like that. Or I did that a lot with Bang too because of the Western feel. We could easily just kind of have like that whole put on Western music and get everyone sort of into the mood. Sadly, big games of Bang tended to fizzle because of the length of time.
Yeah, the length of time.
Yeah.
That killed me because I was like, this is such a fun game. I don't know why it sometimes does this, right? It just sort of someone gets eliminated early, everyone else takes like an hour to get, to get to the climax, which was unfortunate. But it was a good entry level, if you didn't mix in the expansions. The expansions took people off and they what does this green card do? I don't understand. But when I was younger, I would wait. Because we just had Thanksgiving, I would wait patiently until I could pounce on some members of the family to be done with Thanksgiving dinner and move on to a game. If we could just get that game, I was like, who's gonna, and I had uncles that would, it was like a 50-50 shot if they were gonna be tired or want to talk and have coffee and not really want to get into a game, or if they would indulge me in this, let's play something. And then we had two games that were like go-to, which would be either be Acquire, because a lot of my stepfather's family played Acquire, and the other one was the dictionary game. If we were trying to get everyone in on it, basically what turned out to be Balderdash when someone decided, there's a video you should do for us, is introduce people to Balderdash.
Balderdash, yeah.
I mean,
I don't think anybody has done a video on Acquire yet.
I mean, Acquire is it's, I don't know that it stands up anymore because it's like I would try and get current game groups to play it, say, oh, this is great. You got to try it. It's so good. They'd be like, that looks like the most boring, horrible thing I've ever seen.
I like Acquire. I was looking at the videos earlier. They got quite a few hits.
Sid Saxon, baby.
Yep.
I'm sure if they did like an aesthetic thing to it, people get more into it.
Well, that 1999, isn't that the version, Avalon Hill, that everybody's after? It's got the plastic buildings and everything.
Yeah, I used to play. I mean, I just have the tile one, but the classy, thick tile one was always the one I had. And yeah, it doesn't look sexy to say, okay, so we're gonna play this game where, we're gonna be buying stocks and you'll be out of money after about a third of the game, but it's okay. You'll figure it out.
Sink or swim.
Right, exactly. I mean, it was worth it to me to try it and figure out how to win.
I'm trying to remember. Jeremy asked a question on like what's a game that you thought that was like a really great game that like didn't get enough attention, And Forrest, did you ever play that game Golden Spike?
Golden Spike. I don't think so.
I'm wondering if that's the name again. Golden Spike. That was
1869, the Golden Spike.
Nope. God dang it, that isn't it. I think it was in a. I think.
Last Spike.
Last Spike. Yes.
Yes, I have that right in front of me from university. We played that about a month ago. That game was great.
Last Spike is phenomenal.
Yeah.
So good.
Is it like a rail game? What's it like?
So you have to basically it's kind of a chicken game. It's like so you cooperate and build a railway from St. Louis to Sacramento, but different routes are available. So as people build portions of the railway, you can start. It's going to be worth a certain amount of money, but you want to be the last person to turn over the last tile that connects cities to get the most money. And so there's this weird it's do they have enough money to grab that tile, because the tiles are varying prices and things like that. And so it's tough to explain, but you can teach the game about 5 minutes and then it's just amazing. It
is.
It is, and it's a relatively tough game to. It was Mensa Select back when it was released, but
I think it's still in print. I think it's still on Academy Games site.
Well, it's a Columbia game, so that'd be impressive if it was.
It was Columbia.
Oh.
I never played it because I was missing. I think it was 10 tiles when I got the game. And it took 6 months for them to get back to me.
And that game was all tiles, and you
They finally sent them, but I never played the game because I was just so pissed off about it. Yeah.
I liked Iron Dragon. I always wanted a scaled down version of Iron Dragon. It didn't quite take as long.
All right. Well, it's getting late.
Yeah.
I get to sleep in tomorrow, but it's late. So
Wait, it's only 3:15.
Happy birthday, man.
Yeah.
Thanks, Peter.
Yeah.
Go back, Sea Rovers, go back Asking Troubles, and go back whatever that kissed has.
Go watch Blocku Jr. How to Play. Go play that with your kids.
Anyway, a last 4 hours video for Mission Catastrophe, right?
It's Blockus. That's not
I always thought it was
Blocku. You don't even know what the damn game is.
I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Blocku.
I always thought it was Blocus.
Blockus. It's because it's about blocks and blocking people.
Yeah, but Lance, when Forrest is done with this video series, it'll redefine what it's called.
I guess I can say I knew him when then.
Right. Oh man, have a great birthday, man.
Yeah. Give me a shout before y'all crack up in Sea Rovers, so I can give you the insight on what's changed a little bit.
Yeah, no problem, brother. I'll do that. Yeah, get some sleep, everyone. Get some rest. Thanks everybody for watching. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell button. Do the things with the things.
You can't get better. You had what, your max people on this stream? It was awesome.
It was pretty crazy. So
was it?
I like Eric Johnson. It's pronounced Blockus. He just wrote out Blockus. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. So helpful. Idiots.
I enjoyed tonight when there was a couple things. One was when Rada was ranting, but the audio was off.
He didn't notice.
And the other one was when I was teasing Tom, and I had no idea Tom was in the chat. But Tom just answers me.
I had scrolled down and saw him sitting there, and he was just sitting there so quiet for so long. It finally popped up.
It was awesome. Good times.
Classic.